Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call today, March 16th, 2026. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today, starting with the opening call. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland. To the far right, Chicago Kid, JD. Hoag, JD, how you guys doing this morning?
Excellent. Happy to be back Mondays. Um, Great to have a weekend. Great to get back to the markets. Great to get back to you guys, Jay, JD. JD, how you feeling?
Excellent. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Welcome to Fed Week. We had a lot of moving parts this week, that's for sure. Everybody loves Fed Week, right? We're gonna have a Fed watch party here on Wednesday. You guys
Party.
I'll be here for it. Party. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Another week of tradertainment coming your way, live right here on Topstep TV. I'm ready to go. Let's do it.
Let's do it. We're going to take a look potentially at this gold opening range trade. Gold does open up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. We normally look at a 1 minute opening range trade. We wait for a 1 minute candle to close outside that range. If it's above the high, we'll be long. Below the low, we'll be short. Gold right now trading in a very tight range, 50-10, 50-11's last trade here in gold. A lot of chop here, Hoag. What are you seeing? Do you like anything for an opening range trade?
It's all about acceptance or rejection of the range from Friday. I could go either way. There's a lot to look at here. We'll check that when we look at the charts, but looks like we're opening with a gap. So maybe a little bit better probability of success in the opening range today because we are opening a little bit out of balance. If it's a reasonable risk, I'm down.
Yep. I'll agree with that. Gold has not been paying too well for these opening range breakouts so far the last couple of weeks. Crude oil has been hitting more often than not. But yeah, we've got some numbers coming up at the bottom of the hour too. Last week we tried to trade around some numbers in gold and we got run over. We're not taking a whole lot of risk on these trades. As we say every day, it's a low probability trade setup. So we do not want to take a whole lot of risk on them, maybe $100, $150 per trade. Hoping to hit a home run. That's about it. But we'll see how it looks in just a minute. We got about a minute and a half until gold officially opens, 7:20 a.m. Central Time.
Awesome stuff. Like GD said, it is rollover week as well. We got Fed week, rollover week. There's a lot going on this week, but we're here for you. We're here for you. We're here to trade with you, have some fun through it all. I was looking for a breakout last night in gold. It did not break out, and I'm very happy I locked myself out last night with some profits on the table. But Hoag, like we said, you'll talk about it with the higher time frame. 50-25s. We can get above that. This is a potential for a really nice trade here in gold. It just did not seem like it was ready to go yet. Hoag, Jay, you guys have a good weekend?
Yeah, not bad at all. It was
Nice.
St. Patrick's Day here in Chicago.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of parades, Saturday and Sunday. I don't do the parade thing anymore. I'm a little
Do they still dye the river green?
They still dye the river green.
They do. Yeah, they do.
And it's very difficult to be downtown. What's up, Hoag?
Just had a very small family party. That's all we did yesterday. But today's a big day.
Mm-hmm.
March 16th is the 30th anniversary of my wedding.
Really?
My lovely wife. One of the best days of my life, 30 years ago.
I'm not
Honey, if
100%
you're
positive.
listening, I love you.
I think today is my parents' anniversary also. Wouldn't that be funny? I'm going to have to text my mom right now. I forgot their anniversary.
Happy anniversary, Hoag.
And happy anniversary to you, Hoag. 30 years. Very nice. Ooh, here we go. Gold is open for business, guys.
Gold is open for business.
2019 so far.
Yeah, it's a pretty big range.
Mm-hmm.
Gold down 0.83% on the day, trading 50-20s right now. Again, we're looking at a 1 minute opening range trade. We'll take a long above the high. If a candle closes above the high, short below the low. Are near the upper extreme of the day so far.
I had to switch to my live account. Almost made a mistake there. All right, we're ready to go now.
All right.
We are good to go.
Pretty wide
40
opening
ticks
range.
opening range.
40 ticks, yeah. I've got a high 50.2180, low 50.17 half, 50.1750. And we're expanding the range to the upside.
All right.
Pretty decent opening
50.
range there.
I got a 50, 22, 30, 50, 17 half.
Yep.
See,
Same. That's what I got. Micros
see
and
an
minis are
iceberg order
lining
here
up.
at 50, 20. Iceberg buys.
Iceberg buys. A little more buying coming in here.
Delta negative.
This is where I was buying last night. Let's see if there's enough volume now. Last night it looked like it had the potential to break out. Saw some pretty nice targets to the upside, but just no volume. But now that the market is officially open, let's see if we can get some extension here.
All right. What were you seeing last night when you were buying it? I know you're going to talk a little bit more about it when we get into the chart.
50-25 is 50% off of that. 50% of that 3-day sell-off that we had in January. 50-25 is that exact price, and I was just looking for some volume above it. I was buying below it, using the weekly open as my stop, and just buying above that weekly open. So the idea is the week stays green. We trade back above 50-25s, but there was never any volume that traded up there. So interesting spot that we're at right now. We did get a close above here.
We did. Triggered along. Nothing done yet, though. I'm keeping an eye on it. A little bit of selling coming in there.
Iceberg here at 50.23. Iceberg buys. Delta's negative.
Iceberg buys. All right. Do we like this trade?
To the long side, I'm all right. Yeah.
Yeah.
See if we get that breakout. Otherwise, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's going to work one of these days.
One of these days it'll work. That's funny. All right. See if we get a little dip here. I didn't put I have no working bids in right now. Looks like that buying volume is drying up just a little bit. Make a little dip here. Or it's just going to run away from us.
Let's see, it's been dealing with this level for 12 hours now. Is this finally the time it's going to break out, or is this just a range trade? Here we go. Little pullback.
All right. I'm working a bid. We're in 50-23 even. 50-23 house count long, 1 micro gold.
Okay. They're toe in the water.
Yes, we'll take $75 worth of risk on this trade.
Mandy says we get our tradies in.
Our tradies.
Get the tradies in. Now we're good to go. First trade of the week. Let's go. House count long from 50-23, 1 micro gold on the opening range trade. JD, you did say we had some stuff coming out on the calendar. We got some numbers coming out soon. What is on that eco calendar we have to look out for?
Yes, let's pull up that calendar. So I'm looking at a couple different calendars. I've got retail sales on a few of them, some delayed data possibly coming out. Also coming out this morning, Empire State Manufacturing Index, industrial production, capacity utilization, and the housing market index at 9 o'clock Central Time. Tomorrow we've got some more housing numbers. Housing starts and permits, pending home sales, and also 20-year bond auction. Tomorrow is also the start of the 2-day Fed meeting, which will wrap up on Wednesday with our Fed Watch party right here on Topstep TV. We're going to get the Fed announcement or Fed. Thank you, Og. Fed decision on rates at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time on Wednesday, followed by Fed Chairman Jerome Powell's press conference at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. We'll be here bell to bell all day long, giving you all the news that we possibly can for that Fed announcement. We also got PPI final demand on Wednesday, factory orders, and a couple other numbers. EIA petroleum status report as usual. Thursday, new home sales, more housing data, jobless claims, Philly Fed manufacturing index, business inventories, wholesale inventories, natural gas report. Friday, we've got quad witching, a lot of expirations on Friday, and also that Baker Hughes rig count, which we look forward to every Friday afternoon. So keep all that in mind. Equity roll, we're going to keep you posted on that. We're going to fight our hearts out to make sure you are trading the most liquid contract on Topstep X. Roll likely will happen Tuesday to Wednesday. Does that sound about right, Hogue?
Yes. Yeah, it's
Okay.
not an exact science, so it's difficult to really know exactly when, but like if we were still trading in the pit tomorrow morning, the June and the March physical contact where it was trading would switch positions in the pit, and eventually through the day, yes, through the day tomorrow, volume will roll more so into the June contract and out of the March contract. We'll see what it looks like first thing in the morning, or actually first thing tonight, and then it'll either be Tuesday or Wednesday for the equities to roll. Probably about the
Sounds
same
good.
in crude oil as well. Usually about the 18th is when it rolls in crude oil.
Yep.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. House count long 5023s trading kind of right near our entry right now. Hogue, let's make sure we do our homework. Let's make sure we are prepared for the trading day. Let's go through that checklist.
Yes, and before I forget, smiles, everyone, smiles. The Topstep Daily Checklist. Got to do your research. You're looking at those markets. Your pre-market research is, of course, very important to get your hypotheses together, your morning checklist. Got your water, got your coffee, got your walk, got your work in. Check. Mindset check. Are you in the right mindset for trading? Happy traders make better traders. Smiles, everyone smiles. And your trade entry checklist. You've got your hypotheses. You're attaching the strategies to those hypotheses. When one of those hypotheses begins to ring true, then you act. If one of them doesn't ring true, you've got other hypotheses and ideas for what might happen today. Make sure you write those trades down so you can do your post-market checklist at the end of the day, which should include reviewing those trades, finishing and reading your journal, and watching At the Buzzer after about 3:15 with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. There is your daily checklist.
Sounds good.
Stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. Make sure you are prepared for your trading day. Gold kind of just chopping around here. We got some news we want to get to before these numbers come out. JD, we got some time, or you want to hit it after the numbers come out?
Let's see. I think we can get through this before these numbers come out. We've got TSA agents starting to quit amid this partial government shutdown. 300 agents, actually. 300 Transportation Security Administration agents have quit their jobs as the Homeland Security shutdown stretches into its fourth week. You could roll that. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy made the announcement yesterday, Sunday. He also said that the number of TSA agent callouts have doubled from what they were before the shutdown. Duffy said that agents have already missed a partial payment and a full payment, saying that the employees are those who, quote, don't make a lot of money. Duffy blamed the funding stalemate on political gridlock in Washington. Funding for DHS lapsed in mid-February during a political standoff between Republicans and Democrats over federal immigration enforcement. Looks like longer lines at the airport. TSA agents are getting out of the way. That's too bad.
Where did I fly back
I
from?
always
go ahead,
thank
Oak.
your TSA agents. Always thank them.
Right. Well, this gold trade's looking all right, guys. We're at about 1 hour with a couple seconds
decent.
left until some numbers coming out.
10 seconds here. Just understand we have some numbers that could move the markets around. So make sure you know where your risk is, or hit that flatten all button. We got a New York Fed manufacturing coming out right now.
Mhm. Dome is clearing out, getting real thin.
Still seeing a lot of trades trading on the bid with price moving higher with negative delta.
Okay.
There may
Little bit
be
of
a
something coming
snake in the wood pile here.
Snake in the wood pile. I like it.
Got a Canadian CPI came in at 1.8%. Forecast was 1.9. Canadian CPI month over month came in at 0.5%. Forecast was 0.7. And that New York Fed manufacturing number came in at negative 0.2. forecast was 3.9, so lower than expected.
All right. Did not get that retail
Traction.
sales data. So one of my calendars was
No.
off. It was some delayed data was supposed to come out. That's what my calendar was reading. I put it on our calendar just in case, but it doesn't look like we got that data out today.
House account still long, 4 points in the money right here. Gold is getting pretty thin on that order book with those numbers coming out. I think we let this one cook. We'll see how it goes. Hogue, what do you say we jump into these charts so we take a look at where gold might be going on a higher time frame?
Sure. So yeah, being Monday, I always like to start in the longer time frames. This is the monthly chart, obviously. Gold has been moving up for a couple of years. Starting to find some balance. With all the volatility, volume has really dried up, as well as changes in open interest. These are short time frame controlled markets. This is the weekly chart. There's the big breakdown, half the breakdown, 50, 50, 25. And where are we sitting? We're sitting right at it. We're sitting right at it. So if we start to see some volume above, we get this breakout above this level, house account trade will look really good. If not, maybe not so much. But we're still largely one-time framing higher. We've just put in a low below the previous week's low in the overnight last night. But I think overall we're still relatively range bound and continuing to seek ranges or to seek balance. Here's the daily, and you can really see it in the daily. We're still putting in overall higher lows, putting in overall higher highs. We've just traded down to that 50 session simple moving average last night. We are, here again, right at half that breakdown. 50-25 seems to be garnering a lot of attention right now. It was a relatively organized move off the highs. Jay, what are you looking at here on the daily chart?
So exactly that, Hogue, that 50-25, 50% off of that major sell-off that we had, and then the 50-day moving average, which is at 49.8240. We did take a look at it last night, the low of the session being 49.70. So we took a look below that 50-day moving average, which we haven't tested in a little while. It's been over a month since we've had a test of that 50-day moving average, and we found some buyers there. So, is this just continuing the story of gold being range bound on a higher time frame? It is. And the reason I like the longs here is, again, the first test of that 50-day moving average in about a month. And this is still technically an uptrending market. So I'm looking at this as maybe a satisfied pullback in the gold market. Maybe it's not today that we see the rally, but on a higher time frame, I'm looking pretty bullish if we can stay above that 50.
Awesome. Thank you, Jay. Let's take a quick look at the 30. All right. So organized on the way down. Yeah, somewhat. I mean, we haven't left a whole lot of breadcrumbs to the upside off our most recent high. We've left no session gaps. We did leave one naked point of control here on Thursday, which is 51.38.5 on the shorter time frame. So what we're kind of looking at in a bunch of different ways is that half that pullback, right? That 50-25 level Jay's talking about. We're also attempting to reject price below that level and back inside value from Friday. Value low on Friday is pretty much the low of the day. Let's call it 50-24. We show signs of reacceptance in here after opening. That could bring price back to value high from Friday, which we would call that 50.95. So to me, it's all about if we're going to reaccept value from Friday or if we're going to reject value and continue the push to the downside. The overnight low traded right to the gap that created the island bottom we put in here in about the middle of February. So this looks like kind of an important level, right? We saw a gap from a single down day to we gapped higher, indicating, we saw buyers here. This is an excess low. So we want to see if we can still see those buyers in control down at this level. So far, so good. We looked at it a couple of times last night and showing signs of acceptance inside value. We'll see how this plays out, of course. So far, so good. I like what I'm seeing so far. Jay, what do you think?
I like what I'm seeing as well here, Hogue. We need volume to pick a direction. I have the VWAP down at 5,680, and we're trading 20 points above it right now, but we've been up here a couple of times in the overnight session where we've seen a rejection. So location-wise, I like where our trade is. I would love for volume to agree that this is a good trade as well. What we have on the 30-minute is purple line here, 50.3340 is the 50 moving average on the 30-minute. If we can start to see some buying above 50.25s, which is that price, we're kind of glued to it right now. If we start to see some buying above 50.25s, I like potential targets up at 50.66, which is the pivot for the day, and then 50.99, that 5100 level, if we can get a push up there. But right now, gold is very comfortable trading in this range right now. It's a pretty big range, $70 range so far, high to low, and the daily ATR is about 140, 150. So we're about the daily ATR right now. There's a ton of potential movement in this. I'm also aware of the fact, Hogue, that all last week, towards the end of the week, I was shorting gold. We've seen the dollar have some strength over the past couple of weeks, and you know that may lead to some selling in gold. So I'm not opposed to going the other way. If gold does start to sell off, I have no problem shorting it either. I did make some decent trades to the short side yesterday in gold, so just want to be impartial here.
All right. Hang on 1 second. So the dollar index this morning so far down about 0.4%, back down below 100 at 99.96 right now. So just taking a look at that. The profile from Friday was a double distribution trend day to the downside, just more continuation to the downside. And did we bring in a whole bunch of open interest? We did add 1,000 contracts in open interest. And while we've been coming off those highs, we've been steadily adding open interest. So it does appear that we have some new shorts coming into this market. But the way the market has been kind of respecting some of these levels and some of these smaller time frame levels, I still feel like that's probably shorter time frame participants bringing price lower. Let's take a quick look at silver now. All right. So on the monthly, very similar to gold, of course. We're seeing low volume even on the monthly charts here, but here it is. The big run up, the pullback, and now it's just seeking areas where two-sided trade can occur. Let's take a look at the weekly. You can see relatively clearly that the range is narrowing, which is typical. We're not seeing any, look at the volume on the weekly chart. I mean, it just kind of shuts off after that deep pullback, indicating probably short time frame control here, folks. And even on the daily chart, the average, the moving average of volume has been falling. We've been staying pretty much below even that moving average of volume. So while the market is, seeking balance, a lot of the participants have stepped aside or are just kind of hanging out, waiting for new information. We just tested down to last week's low on the daily chart here. Got a couple of moving averages in the neighborhood. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily chart?
On the daily, silver much weaker than gold. Again, we spent a day above that 50% of the major sell-off that we had in silver, and just not really catching a bid here, Hogue. The volume is much lower than what we saw on the way up at these same prices. So it seems like a lack of interest in this market right now. It is still moving and it does trade well technically, but I think if you have to trade it or if you're going to trade it, just understand that it's a pretty thin market right now. Again, it moves pretty well right now. It's down 1.5%, $6.50 daily ATR, which we have about $2 left in the range if we're going to see an extension on either side. So there is opportunity, but I think you got to be careful trading silver right now with how thin that order book is.
Right. Just the volume. There's no volume. Did we did
No.
we have any open interest yesterday? No. We lost about 800 in open interest. It's really just been waffling, very similar to the volume. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Let's see what we can see. So again, relatively organized off the high. We do have an island top up here off this high in short time frame. So we do have that gap up there, a little bit more aggressive selling off that high than in gold. So we do have that gap. We have the island top. We have a naked point of control here at 85.35 half. No gap from Thursday to Friday. No gap today. Opening inside range and inside value suggests to me to try and stay patient. Patience. So we've got an island top and an island bottom, and we're inside of it. So we're trading, you know, uh, balance to break out guidelines. If we can't break out of this current range, we could just see the market do what rotational markets do: go from low to high, high to low, low to high. Is that next? Well, there are some visual targets up above price as well as below price. ACH, anything can happen. And remember, there's a lot of headline risks still in these markets with the current geopolitical situation. So I'm going to suggest, if it were me trading silver, I would be patient, let the early range establish itself, and look for opportunities on those extremes. The initial balance on Friday was very, very small. If you waited and took the break out of the initial balance, you still got really good trade location by the end of the day, and a pretty good trend day, double distribution trend day to the downside, according to the profile. So the single prints, let's just say anything up above 81.75, you're kind of getting into some excess, some pretty decent imbalance in you're getting a sell imbalance there. That could be an interesting area, perhaps, or just a move back to value high from Friday, which is 82.28. And possibly a good decent move to the upside. I mean, we're not seeing a lot of overnight inventory, first of all, but that acceptance inside value, I could see us getting to value high and then reassessing to see if we continue to see sellers where they appeared on Friday. Jay, what do you think?
So looking at silver here on the 30-minute Hogue, we have that 50 moving average, similar to the one that we're rejecting at in gold, $80.58. But like you said, overnight inventory not really giving us a whole lot to work with here. It's pretty flat, and we're sitting above VWAP, but we're still inside that first 30 minutes range. There's a couple of interesting candles that I'm looking at. If we do find a bid here, I'm looking at the highest volume candle from the overnight session. Right now, we're right at 50% of it. If we can find some buyers above this price, $80.10 basically, then maybe we get the rotation back up to 81.60s. But I would not be surprised that if we anchor a VWAP to that highest volume candle there, if that VWAP does not attempt to leave this range, this could be the range for the day in silver here. The low of that range, 78.53s, upper extreme of the range, $81.65. So unless we see some volume, which it's been tough to get any volume to trade in silver over the past couple of days, unless we see some volume push us out of this range, I could see us staying here for a while.
All right. And again, the profile, silver, yes, Friday, double distribution trend day, pretty decent trend day to the downside as well. But again, without any huge volume and losing open interest, it's not like there were a whole lot of new participants coming into this market in either direction. It was more of a long liquidation. And that happens, when you got short time frame traders stuck long, the liquidation usually comes at the low. We'll see if this thing turns around and heads higher. Still holding that gold trade, just kind of hanging around above our entry point here. Time is acceptance. We'll see how that plays out. But that's what we've got for silver. I got a shout out to somebody I saw in the chat, knows an old friend of mine, Shirley Fortress. Mark Brown from the Eurodollar Pit. Mark Brown was a good big trader. Tell him I said hello. Tom S. I'm thinking that's Tom St. Palace. Tommy St. Palace is a great guy. I miss he's one of the guys I miss down there, Tommy St. Palace. Anyways, back to you, JD.
Thank you, Hogue. Thank you, Jay. Let's take a look at what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed a little bit mixed. The Hang Seng Index was up 1.45%. The Nikkei was down 0.13%, and the Shanghai Composite closed down 0.26%. Stocks in Europe currently trading higher this morning. The DAX is up 0.58%. The FTSE up 0.66%, and the Stock 600 up 0.39%. Hogue mentioned the US dollar index just a little while ago. It is down about 0.4% to 99.96 currently. Last in the VIX, VIX is down about 8.25% to 24.95. VIX is below 25 right now. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note, 4.232% currently. All right, let's get into those S&P 500 charts. Let's do it, guys.
All right. Here we go. Monthly. Guys, it probably makes you crazy. We go back to monthlies on Mondays and Fridays, but you just got to see what's going on in the longer time frames. We one time framed higher for quite a long time, and that one time framing is now broken to the downside. To me, this looks more like we've probably just expanded the current area of balance, because we've got some lows here. We've held those lows so far. The gray line here is 66.25 is last week's weekly kickoff low, which I left on here grayed out because we never got a daily close below that. Let's take a look at the weekly. Okay, weekly, we didn't get a close below it. Daily, we didn't. Monthly, we didn't, at least not yet. And the weekly, we do have the 50 session simple moving average a little bit lower. That could be something to think about. But right now we've got an inside week started this week. How about the daily chart? So here's a little bit further in. We've got that October 10th candle that we're still talking about. We tried to take a look at it last night. We opened right up, well, relatively close to it, but still, we are still inside of that candle. We've been talking about that candle for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months now, and it's still impactful. It's still, where we are as far as price is concerned. There have been very few days where we haven't been able to kind of look at one extreme of it or another on an almost daily basis. So it's really been very impactful. The 200 session simple moving average on the daily chart is we've closed below it a couple of times. That hasn't happened for quite some time. I haven't taken a look at how far back, but 67.17 is where that is. We've got that halfway mark in the October 10th candle. We've been looking at that as well. Where is that again, Jay? That's like 67.25 approximately. We did get
67.30.
67.30. There you go. Thank you. Last week we looked at 10% off the all-time high. In the NASDAQ, we're trading around 5% off the all-time high in the S&P, so it is holding up a little bit better. Did we add any open interest? Well, it's rollover, folks. You cannot count on open interest. We added 71,000 contracts in open interest on Friday. You could say that was probably a whole bunch of new shorts by looking at the direction of the market on Friday, but most of that is directly related to rollover. We're probably going to see somewhere between 450,000 and 500,000 contracts expire and settle in cash on Friday. So just know that all this open interest coming in is a function of rollover, not necessarily directional information. We open lower. We've been rallying pretty much ever since last night. Jay, what do you think here on this daily chart? Lots of visuals here.
A ton of visuals here, Hogue. If you want a different candle, we can start quoting the November 20th candle, but It doesn't change much. It's almost the exact same range. I think it's 2 points off of the high. But yeah, November 20th, October 10th, pretty much the same candle. And we're right in the middle of it. Like you said, we opened up right near that low. We've been buying ever since. We have the 200 moving average 67.17, and 50% of that October 10th candle 67.30s. I'd be watching the market's response to those levels. We had a very significant close under the 200 moving average on Friday, and we're already seeing that move retrace. Now, is this is the short covering that we're seeing coming in? Did we find new buyers below that 200 moving average? That's going to be a big test in the S&P, 67.17s. So I'll be watching that level all day. If I do trade, if we see volume above it, then my job is to get in with the flow above it. If we see rejection up there on light volume, then there's a potential to kind of fade right back into this range. We'll see, of course, headline-driven markets as always. There's going to be headlines that come out today that can move all the markets that we trade. So I'll be listening in to Topstep TV, but watching these levels, 67.17, 67.30s at the high.
Right. So we'll take a look here at the 30-minute chart. I just checked the volume in the March and the June contracts. The volume is still greater right now in the March contract, but I'm going to make I'm going to just put a hypothesis out there that by the end of the day today, the volume will probably be greater in June, which would mean we should change to June, the June contract tomorrow, which is pretty much right in line. Again, it's not perfect. The regular trading hours aren't open yet, so we don't see the regular trading hour volume just yet, but they're getting very close. So probably tomorrow we'll be trading the June contract again. That is a hypothesis. Don't hold me to it. It could take till Wednesday for that to happen, but you're fine trading either one of those contracts right now because, as I said, the volume is pretty close, and that's prior to the regular trading hour open. As far as the where we are, overnight inventory is holding some pretty decent longs here. We opened with a weekend gap. We closed that. There's not even a wick at the bottom of this bar. Just buyers just came in right away. They still seem to be in control. We've got VWAP with a pretty decent slope to the upside. We've moved through the entire value area from Friday in our overnight session, and we're looking to open pretty much here. We've got some time, but looking like we're going to be opening, pretty close to the overnight highs. So the question then becomes the weekly kickoff, 66.25. That's last week's weekly kickoff low, but without a close below it. I believe it is still impactful. Just wanted to kind of throw the next weekly kickoff level below there. So if that doesn't hold, that could be targeted. Now remember, it's rollover. We're looking at a market that is looking at a community that has a lot of contracts to roll out of the March contract into the June contract. So they're going to prefer keeping the market relatively range bound. Okay, that said, we also have FOMC on Wednesday. Again, those traders would probably prefer to see the market range bound, and in anticipation of FOMC, they may get what they're looking for. Jay, what are you seeing on the 30-minute chart?
Overnight inventory long. VWAP did leave that range pretty urgently last night. We were, 4 30-minute candles in price and volume were leaving that opening range on the 30-minute last night. So really nice trend here, but have to keep in mind it is rollover week. It's Fed week. It's headline driven all the time. What I do like up here, Hogue, is that this 200 moving average on the 30-minute lines up with 50% of that October 10th candle that we were talking about, right? That 67.30 area. This could be a pretty nice push here. Obviously, 6,700, big fat round number. I'm sure Jack is going to have some options levels around here as well. So we could get stuck here. But if we continue to push, I'm looking at 67.30s as an upside target. If I'm long and maybe getting short up there, we can see the rejection. We can see the wicks up here from Friday. So there were some sellers up there. Right now, like you said, we accepted value back inside Friday's range. Need to see some volume above 6,700s. Right now, VWAP is 30 points lower. Right now, in my head right now, I'm thinking, Hogue, how directional do we get on a rollover week with the volume being
Right.
split between the two contracts? There's going to be decent trade opportunities today, but don't get caught in the middle is what I'm telling myself.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. We still have those late spikes from last week as well, which you're seeing some confluence from Friday's high, the late spike. There was a late spike higher on last Monday, a week ago. You got the 200 session simple moving average. You got the initial balance high from Friday right there. And there's a gap up at that area. So there's a lot of confluence up there. Lots of things to look at for traders. We'll see how this plays. Again, we're opening pretty much in the center of the range from Friday. We're going to try and stay a little bit patient, look for better trade locations as the day goes on. Again, we've moved all the way through value. And we'll see what happens. Love the third that 200 session simple moving average above is just kind of looking at me saying,
Yep.
But that's what we got for the S&Ps. Jay, unless you've got something else you want to mention.
I think that's it, Hogue. I think that is it. Watch 6,700. We just tested and rejected Friday's opening range low. So right at that 6,700 level. If there's no volume above there, we could see very quick rejection back to VWAP. Look both ways before you cross the street here.
Yeah. Yep. Did we just get stopped out of gold?
We did not. Missed our stop by about 5 ticks, Hogue. I was just about to jump in. So we are still in this. I don't know how much I like it, though. We're right back to our entry price. We could scratch this trade. We can get out risk-free right now, but I guess
negative delta. Just 600.
Yeah.
You love to sweep the other side of that opening range, man. You love to sweep it.
Just a couple of ticks. I thought for sure we were toast when it was making that move down there, but it just turned around right before it got to our stop price. So we're still in. We are still in. All right.
So well placed.
Got some. There we go. We got a little rip happening now. All right. Global pain at the pump felt due to the war in Iran. Friday marked the 14th day of the U.S. war with Iran, and gas prices in the U.S. keep rising. At the center of its price spike is the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz off the coast of Iran. It's a key shipping lane for roughly 1/5 of the world's oil. Sherelle Hubbard has a story on how motorists are grappling with these rising costs. Let's run it.
The national average for a gallon of regular unleaded gasoline now stands at $3.63. That's according to AAA. Some motorists say they are just about tapped out.
If 87 gets to like $4, $5, I can't. I might as well stay in the house.
As an oil crisis abroad leaves drivers feeling the pinch at home.
I need my truck for work, but I can't afford it. Like, it's too much.
The bigger the tank, the harder the pinch.
These trucks consume a lot of fuel with the pack car motors, which is what I got.
The transit restriction through the Strait of Hormuz, which around 20% of the world's crude oil passes through, is a big factor in the equation concerning oil and gas price hikes. The global price of oil has skyrocketed past $100 a barrel. In a Truth Social post Thursday, President Donald Trump wrote, "The United States is the largest oil producer in the world by far. So when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money." That was without explanation of who was meant by we.
Because of all this that's going on in the war, everything is affecting us. We're paying for it. Whatever he's doing is causing us. The consumer, we're paying for it.
I'm Sherelle Hubbard reporting.
Some unhappy consumers there. Oil prices on the rise. I understand completely.
Crude is selling now.
Is it? We're going to take a look at that crude trade. It is 8 o'clock. Crude is open for business. We're going to take a look at the 1 minute opening range breakout in crude.
95.20 last trade here. I like the guy who's just like prices are too high. I'm just going to stay in the house.
Yeah, right.
Right. No
Good
point
way to
going
save
out.
money.
If you can do it. So
Gold's
45 tick opening range.
yeah. Gold's being real whippy right now too. Got my crude chart up and the gold ladder. Gold is all over the place. Doesn't want to pick a direction though. All
Got a
right, we
high
have
of the
our opening
range 95.28
95.
and the low 94.79s. Just took out the
A
low.
little off by a couple ticks on the micros. Got a high of 95.26 and a low of 94.77 in the micro.
Just took out the low of the overnight.
Man, that ladder is real thin in crude right now.
Yeah, it is.
Almost like there's a news pending.
Right? They like to drop crude oil news right at the top of the hour, right at 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Like they're timing it for the open, right? Well, it doesn't look like we're going to
Set
get
the
a
low.
confirmation on this first candle. Took out the low of the
Right
opening
back
range.
inside.
Looks like we're about to run for the highs. This trade may be invalidated.
Yeah, it's
What do you say
sweep
we
below
get
the
into
overnight
these
low.
charts?
Yeah.
Let's get into these charts, guys. It's 8:02 crude oil charts. Let's take a look.
Well, obviously, on the monthly, major market disruption after 2-3 years of basically range-bound activity. We all saw what happened, and of course, this is geopolitical. Of course, the weekly chart, you see, the 2 weeks ago, the move to the upside. Last Sunday night, we traded all the way up to almost $120. This weekly bar actually ended up being somewhat indecisive. We've got pretty much a doji here. The market is trying to find balance. It may be a while before it's going to be able to find that balance. Take a look at the daily chart. Here we go. So we've got the middle of last week's range, 98.10. We were right there earlier today, but again, we're still overall on the daily chart, still pretty much one time framing higher. Even looking at the big pullback, we're still overall putting in higher highs, higher lows. We're trying to find balance in here. There's that halfway mark there was a good looking little area. And it is also in rollover. I just checked the volume. The volume is still significantly in the April contract, but May is coming either tomorrow or Wednesday. Typically, it happens on the 18th. Jay, what do you see on the daily chart? Anything outstanding that you're looking at here?
On the daily, the $100 level here, Hogue, 50 and also 50% off of the major sell-off that we had in oil, $98.11. We're below it right now. I know there are a bunch of people who do not want oil above $100 and maybe even closer to $60. So we'll see what happens. A headline-driven market presenting more than enough opportunity for oil traders. So far, high to low range, we were above $8. There is a $7.30 daily ATR in crude oil, so we're above that right now. Do we see extension as far as the daily range goes today? Potentially, because a headline could come out that pushes oil back under $90. There's another headline that could come out that pushes us right back above 100 and through the highs. But really nice selling so far in the session. We will see where we go. I think there's some interesting levels on the 30-minute.
Yeah, let's take a look at that on the 30. All right, so we got weekly kickoff high $106, weekly kickoff low 86.80. Has it been an organized trade? Not necessarily, right? And when you see volatility, that kind of usually makes things look a little bit disorganized, but it's not tragic. We do have a couple of things lower as far as weaknesses in structure. We've got a session gap here from, I believe this was Tuesday to Thursday. So there's a session gap there, a couple of naked points of control down below, including It's 86.72, which is very close to the weekly kickoff low and above. Nothing really to look at as far as weaknesses in structure or gaps or NPOCs or anything like that. So where are we now as far as the daily, excuse me, as far as this 30-minute chart? Overnight inventory is short. We just swept the overnight low, which was basically value low from yesterday or from Friday. So value low, point the initial balance high, giving a degree of potential support. Well, was it supportive on Friday? Yes, it was. Once we kind of broke out above that, we did see buyers and a trend begin from that point. So where we saw the buyers on Friday, we may be seeing those buyers again here. That would probably be my biggest hypothesis, is to see where we saw the buyers take over on Friday. We just swept the overnight low and rejected. Does that mean we could see this market resolve back to the upside? Anything, ACH, of course, can happen. And, any headlines can change things drastically in a heartbeat. Jay, what are you seeing on the 30-minute chart, sir?
On the 30 here, Hogue, we did have some nice overnight inventory to the downside. We left that first 30-minute opening range from last night relatively early, price and volume leaving that range pretty early. We came back, tested it, and volume stayed below it. So really nice rejection there, up at $100 in crude oil. What I'm looking at now, though, for the rest of the session is this prior 30-minute candle we just printed. That's the highest volume 30-minute candle so far of this session. So I want to see the market's response to it. We just saw for the opening range trade, we took a look below that low, which was 94.56, and we're right back at 50% of it right now. Sometimes high volume means continuation, and if that's the case, then I'm looking for the 200 moving average on the 30-minute at 92.06. I actually think where we just rejected here, Hogue, was the 100 moving average on the 30-minute. But we'll see here, right? This range is 94.56 up to 96.72. Hogue, you remember the days we were saying that, we could just skip oil? It wasn't even worth it to trade it?
Yeah, that's changed.
Yeah, we are seeing this 30-minute candle was a daily candle 6 months ago in crude oil. So
Wow.
There's a ton of opportunity. These markets are moving, right? Our charting platforms do a good job of aggregating the information, so these candles don't look big. But this is a $2 candle in crude oil, so there's opportunity in it. I think you don't have to rush into a trade if you're going to be trading crude oil. Enough opportunity. Again, it's a thin market, so maybe trading the micros. I want to watch the market's reaction to this 30-minute candle here. If we hold the low, could we just get a pop back up to VWAP, which is at 98.40s right now? Or does high volume mean continuation, and do we get the trade back down to 92.06? Right now, crude oil is down 3.25% on the day, and you have.
I believe the opening range trade has now been invalidated. I think we've traded both sides of the 1-minute opening range, which invalidates it. So we're going to be watching these markets and watching to see how this plays out throughout the day. Maybe we'll find some decent opportunities. And Jay, anything else you wanted to mention on the 30, or are you good?
I think that's it, Hogue.
All righty.
All right. Yes, Hogue, you are absolutely correct. The crude oil opening range breakout trade has been invalidated. We traded both sides of the opening range without a signal. So no trade for crude. We're still in this gold trade. We're right on top of our entry price again. It looked like it wanted to come for our stop one more time, but we survived another run to the downside. Back in the money by just a couple of ticks again. Gold is just real choppy right now. All right. A little bit of news before we get into the NASDAQ. Travelers at two of the nation's biggest airports will have one less airline option beginning this summer. Let's roll it. Yes. After June 4th, Southwest Airlines says it will no longer offer flights out of Chicago's O'Hare International Airport or Washington, D.C.'s Dulles International Airport. The airline says all flights booked after that date will be canceled. Rebooking or refund options will be offered to customers. Southwest, in a statement, said it has been, quote, challenging to operate out of O'Hare. It said it can continue to serve the Chicago market out of Midway Airport. The airline will continue its service at Ronald Reagan Washington National and Baltimore Washington International airports. Southwest employees working at the impacted airports will be able to apply for open positions in the company. One less airline flying to Chicago and DC, out of Chicago and DC, I should say. If you have a flight
Southwest.
booked, so remember that if you have a flight booked after June 4th, start thinking about alternate travel options or getting a refund.
Start walking now.
There you have it. Start walking now. All right, guys, it is 8:11 a.m. in the Central Time. Let's get into those NASDAQ charts. Give the people what they want. Let's do it.
Start walking. Jeez. Harsh. Monthly. All right. Last week, we traded all the way down to 10% off the all-time high in the March contract. We did bounce relatively strongly there, but we are still putting in lower lows and lower highs. We are one-time framing lower in the NASDAQ, or similar to the S&Ps, did we just expand our area of balance and being rollover, not really expecting this area of balance to be extended much on either side for the time being. This is the weekly chart. So again, we're putting in lower highs. Now we're putting in lower lows. And again, that 10% off the all-time high. You can't tell me we're the only ones looking at that. We have last week's weekly kickoff low grayed out here, 24,330. We did not close below it. I still believe it to be a helpful and an impactful level if we get back to it. But obviously, we're seeing buyers coming in already here into the week this week. On the daily chart, looking a lot more range bound in the current short time frame area or levels. Excess on the low here. All right, that's good. Weekly kickoff low last week, again, for 24,330. No close below it. Still makes me feel as though it could be impactful if reapproached. But we're starting to see the market continuing to do what range bound markets do, from low to high to low to high to low to high to low to high. We'll see. Range bound to breakout rules or guidelines apply. We're in the center right now of the current area of balance in the NASDAQ. Jay, is there anything on the daily chart that sticks out to you? I know you'll be talking about the 200 session simple moving average, but go for it.
Yep. 200 moving average, 24,759. So far, daily range is 403 points. The daily ATR in the NASDAQ is 499 points. So another 100 points or so puts us right at that 200-day moving average, which we closed below on Friday. Pretty significant close below on Friday. Like you said, though, Hogue, range-bound market, big enough range for us to trade. We did open below the low of that October 10th candle. Really no wick on that candle. We accepted price right back inside of it. But this is in a range, and it's been in a range for the past 6 months, and it's rollover week. I'm not expecting huge breakout moves in the NASDAQ. Can it happen? Of course, anything can. But I think you have to trade this with reasonable expectations, which has been the case for the last month especially. But if you can accept that and trade it with reasonable expectations, identify extremes or ranges, there are some pretty nice trades to be had.
All right. So you'll notice I didn't talk about open interest on Friday because it's very blurry due to rollover. But we did add an estimated 8,300 contracts in open interest. Remember, that's rollover. So here's the 30-minute chart. Do we have any overnight inventory? We do. I would say that our overnight inventory, being that we opened at the weekly low at this point, we're trading much higher than that. So obviously, we do have some shorter time frame longs in this market. What are they looking for? They're looking for more buying to come in when the regular trading hours open up. If they don't get it, it looks like we would be opening above value from Friday now. If we don't get more buying to come in to perpetuate the overnight longs to continue to make money, they'll bail at some point. if you're looking for opportunities for longs, that pullback could be a decent opportunity for you. We still have the late spikes that are in play. The late spike to the downside from Thursday was resistant. Now, if we come at it from the other side, that could be a decent overnight inventory adjustment and possibly an opportunity to limit risk. The late spike to the upside from Monday is also in play. We looked above it on Friday and we saw some pretty significant rejection, and we walked through the late spike to the downside from Thursday. They're still out there. They're still possibly impactful, particularly Monday's late spike to the upside, which is up at 24,749 quarter, getting relatively close to that 20 session simple moving average. 200 session simple moving average up there, the 24,773. So really, we're just going to see it when the market opens. If we see some pretty decent tempo and some good buying to the upside, there's going to be a lot of happy overnight longs in this market. But if they don't see it, and if they don't see it relatively quickly, I could see a pullback overnight. The trend is to the upside, up near a weekly kickoff low from last week. Is this going to put in a little bit of a low for a while here? Who knows? But I would say that there is a pretty decent probability of that. That said, Jay, what are you thinking here on the 30?
Looking at the 30 here, Hogue, that 200 moving average on the daily and the 30 are pretty much the same price if you're looking at the NASDAQ, right? It's about a 20-point difference, but what's 20 points in the NASDAQ? So that looks like a very nice visual target up there. We can see it was the high tick on Friday. We rejected right at that 200 moving average. I'd be looking for similar price action if and when we get up there. But right now, what I'm looking at is VWAPs at 24,526, and the volume point of control for the overnight session so far is all the way down at 24,507s. So are we already seeing weaker buyers up here in the NASDAQ? We'll see, and they'll confirm it when the volume comes in for that New York session. But if they come in right away and start to sell, I'm not opposed to selling right back down to these 24,500s here. We could fall right back into the range. The NASDAQ has been extremely range bound on a higher time frame. So downside levels I'm looking at is volume point of control from the overnight session and VWAP 24,527s down to 500s. To the upside, looking at the 200 moving average on the daily and the 30-minute at 24,760 to 770 range.
All right, excellent.
If the NASDAQ trades outside of that range today, I would almost bet money that the NASDAQ's not going to trade out of that range today. I'm
sure for an inside day.
Yeah, anything can happen, but I would be surprised to see that happen.
Well, I mean, when you look at the profile from yesterday, I mean, it was a pretty much B-shaped, which would indicate long liquidation, which would reduce open interest. But with rollover, we added a bunch of open interest. But in essence, it is a double distribution trend day. So the tendency is for the market to trade to the high volume node here, which we're at it right now, as well as the high volume node down here, which we have yet to revisit since the open. So if we do fall into repair, Jay, that follows right in suit with your idea that we may have an inside a regular trading hour range today. So I like that. We'll see. We will see. Let's make some money.
Let's do it. I knew someone was going to say it. Robbie in the chat says you literally can put money on that idea. Yeah, and that's the best thing here. We can have an idea in the markets, and if you want to place your bet, it's called placing a trade and knowing your risk is. So we will see. But I like the idea of an inside day here. JD, who do we got trading with us on Topstep TV today? Let's go through that schedule.
Great question, Jay. Coming up next on Fast Markets, we've got Andre, Jack, Hogue, and Dakota will be here also. After that, 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time, Hogue's going to be back for the morning highlights. He's going to go over the trades that we took here during the opening call and any potential trades we'll be taking during Fast Markets. 11:15 Power Players. I'm going to be back with Coach Jay and Enrico. Enrico becoming a nice fan favorite around here. 12 o'clock Group Coaching. Gabe will be here with Deanna and Anne-Marie. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in just a little while. Grab that form, fill it out, click submit, and we will get to your question right here on Topstep TV. 1 o'clock Central Time, Trade with Topstep. I'll be back with Hoop and Gabe. Then we're closing out the closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Ted, and Jack for Power Hour. After that, we've got Coach Jay and Coach Paul for At the Buzzer, and Slow Markets tonight. Coach Dakota and Jay will be back again. Jay's putting in a full day here on Topstep TV. That's what we've got for you. Whole day of trade entertainment coming your way, live right here on Topstep TV. So, guys, our gold trade, we did hit 2R on that trade, and we're sort of pulling back a little bit. I'm going to take our risk off on this trade because we did hit 2R.
Okay.
So putting our stop into the money now, and we'll continue to let this play out. But we're risk-free on our gold opening range breakout trade now.
Awesome. Yeah, we gave it enough chance to come and get us. That was enough.
We sure did. We took the heat, but it just doesn't want to give us much, right? Doesn't look like it wants to run today. But
I really like the location of this trade, man. I don't know. Maybe I got gold eyes here. I got to be careful trading that market because all I see is upside. And when I get too heavy, leaning one way in a market, it's usually a sign that I should probably not be placing that trade. But I see breakout potential here in gold. Come on, gold. You can be somebody today. But
let's do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit this one out. Any more news you want to get to, JD? Go ahead, Hogue.
I was just saying, gold can be somebody. It could be a contender today.
There's potential there.
All right, guys. It looks like the youth are turning more to AI for social situations. From navigating breakups to dealing with rejection, more people are turning to artificial intelligence to help them with tough talks. Researchers call it social offloading, and warn those instant replies could have long-term effects. Maribel Gonzalez explains why younger users may be more impacted and what parents need to know. Here's your public service announcement for the day.
From seeking advice on relationships to completing the most mundane of tasks.
What should I eat? What should I wear?
Researchers like Pat Patrana-Taporn, who studies human and AI interaction at MIT's Media Lab, say they're seeing more people turn to AI for answers.
And a lot of people say that they think that because AI doesn't judge them in a way that another human being might do so.
But this habit could be stunting emotional growth, especially among younger users, says Dr. Michael Robb, head of research at the nonprofit Common Sense Media.
Adolescence is when young people are supposed to be learning the kind of uncomfortable, nuanced skills of human relationships. And that's things like, how to navigate a disagreement. It's how to read other people's perspectives, things like managing rejection.
And oftentimes, he says, AI is designed to be agreeable and may not always be accurate.
They tell users what they want to hear rather than challenging them to grow. So if you're a teenager, this is like kind of a false feedback loop because a real relationship is going to involve friction and compromise.
And while AI can be helpful,
AI should be the bridge, not the replacement of human relationship.
Experts recommend parents and educators communicate with their teens about responsible use.
You want to create a safe space so that AI is not the only place that they feel comfortable talking.
Oh my goodness.
What's happening to people?
Yeah.
That is your daily reminder to go outside.
Their brains off.
Go outside and have a conversation.
Exactly.
Talk to people.
Yep. Go talk to somebody today. I think we are good to go. We got the house count long gold, no trade in crude oil, house count long, 1 micro gold, 50.23. Stops in the profit on that one. Trading about 7 points in the money right now. Hogue, let's do the thing. Take us in a fast
Let's do the thing. JD, Jay, thank you very much. As always, thanks to all of you for trusting us with your time. Top of the chat this morning, our good friend Koog was the first early bird here, then Anastasios. Shubham, Trader Hub. We've got Valley's Trader. We got my friend Lou D. Tommy C. We got Gorillionaire Yabberdude. The OP Return, Voltage Trooper, Beard. And as always, when you sit down to trade, make sure you remain humble, stay grateful, stay centered, and stay creative in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. Let's head into fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go to the market. Let's go.
A heartfelt welcome to everybody to a brand new week of trading here on Topstep TV. It's rollover week. It's FOMC week.
Yeah.
The penultimate chapter in the Jerome Powell experience. The rivers dyed green, so you can't be bearish. We're up 100 points off the low in the ES. Andre, what's up this morning?
What is happening, Jack? Welcome everybody to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. We got less than 4 minutes till the opening bell in New York. Got the main man to the right there, Mr. Dakota in the house. Dakota, thoughts coming into this trading week? What's up, Dakota?
Oh, what's going on? Yeah, it's a new week. Volatility, headlines coming out. It seems like every hour throughout the day, all night. We shall see. I am in a short position here in the NASDAQ going into the open. I am looking for a bit of a sell-off on this 5-minute chart. I'm looking at a bit of a head and shoulders, some selling coming in here at these mid to upper 600s. So I'm looking for a breakdown below 650. Just into this open, see if I could catch a bit of a pullback down to these lower 600s. We shall see.
652 short 3 MNQ from 24,652. Straight 24,657 or so. Let's take a look at some of these other markets. ES trading 66.96. Gold trading took a dip beneath 5,000s overnight. Early trading 50.31. Crude oil trading $94.93. Bitcoin trading above 74,000 MBT. That is. Jack, you said it in your amazing intro there. ES up big overnight coming into this open. Thoughts? FOMC this week?
Yeah, I mean, when I got up this morning and looked at this chart overnight, I think I got physically sick from look what we did again. Lows were exactly the equivalent 200-day moving average in the SPX. That's the second time it's done it in the past week or so. We have not had any momentum through there. Bit of a risk-on relief rally here with nothing crazy happening while the markets were closed over the weekend. But there's a lot of news to digest this week and a lot of news happening every minute. So I don't hate Dakota short here. We'll see if the overnight inventory can hold this up at the open. Just tapped 6,700 in the SPX. So
we did.
Excited to see what comes next.
Indeed, we do have Bezant has been hitting the wire. Latest from Bezant a couple minutes ago regarding China. We discussed China receiving energy from the Gulf, spraying all fields. Nothing really on the Trump scheduled for later this afternoon. News conference, 11 a.m. We'll see if we have that to bring to you here on Topstep TV. We got 60 seconds till the open. Dakota, what is your downside target here coming into this opening bell?
Not necessarily targets. I want to watch and see how this momentum is when we open. I don't plan to hold on to this position very long. I'm planning on manually trading it. You can see these buttons over here: join bid, join ask, buy, sell, and then flatten. So just want to see how we react going into this open. And then I'll get out with his can't even speak. Get out with his momentum, but I am looking for these lower 600s, maybe 612 to 617 for a runner. It's 3 contracts. So beautiful thing about micros, you can scale in, scale out a lot easier. See if I could take a few contracts for profit, maybe leave a runner on if we do get some downside momentum.
Okay. Dakota, I've been noticing a little bit lately. You've been adapting, shifting gears to the markets. You've been doing a lot more trading with targets, feel, getting in, getting out, see money, take money, as opposed to having targets upside, downside targets in your trades. The market conditions have been warranting that, I believe. So
correct. Yeah. Here we go. 1 second, Andre. Let's see if we
you got
this market open.
Okay, we are now open. Let's get right to it. A little pop in the ES, not too much all around. Keep an eye on the Dow. What's going on in the Dow? little pop in the Dow, pretty muted couple seconds into this open. Seeing some selling now in the NQ, ES as well. Jack,
Yes,
manages
sir.
trade. What do you have your eye on in terms? What's that? The moving average? The moving average that we keep hitting, pulling back off of.
The spot market, so the SPX. Let me see if I can see. It'll move up slightly. It's I got it at around 66.08 in the spot market, so probably like around 66.10, and yeah, that's almost to a few points where we went to last night. Let me go back a little bit. Go to a 4-hour chart. It did it again. So on the 8th, it did this as well. The moving average would have been a little lower. It was almost to the tick. As long as we're staying above that, looks pretty good.
I'm flat. I took profits on that little breakdown. So
all right.
That's all I was looking for right there, is that little breakdown right at the open, run through these 620s. I didn't get as big of a sell-off as I wanted, so I did take profits.
Good job.
Yeah, to answer your question you was asking me earlier, Andre, real briefly, these markets are just so headline driven. It's hard to hold on to a position for longer than 30 minutes or so and leave a runner, because it seems like every time you look, there's a headline moving these markets dramatically. And we've had the VIX above 25 for almost the whole week. And so yeah, it really had to be see money, take money, looking for these nice breakouts. I'm a technical trader, so technical setup, see money, take money here, there, take those quick scalps, and just be happy with those smaller base hits.
As Dakota mentioned it, we are slightly below now. We just below 25 in the VIX, 24.76 there. Oil 94.20. Pretty soon. I mean, rollover's coming, but I'm getting more and more interested in the further out contracts on that. Anything can happen with these physical delivered, like front month futures. There's a lot of things that can affect them that don't necessarily tell the future story of where oil's going. So I'm excited to get a new contract there. Bitcoin still, that's been most fascinating to me, is like Bitcoin has been really strong through all this. Go figure.
All right, yeah, you're talking crude grinding lower here. Just printed some new lows, session lows. That is $94.13 would be that price, about 30 cents off of that right now. 50-50 on the tilt across the board. Here comes a little more buying in the NQ. I think we just printed some new session highs. Yes, we did, and we continue to do so. 24,696 would be that price. ES, a couple points to go, trading just above 6,700. Dow, YM, catching a little bit of a pullback.
Another round of coming in.
And Q.
Man, we got Intel's up 6.5%.
Yes, SanDisk up 5%. Looking at the Mag 7, the leader is Meta's up 2.7%. I believe they announced that they're going to reduce headcount by 20%.
Yeah,
something along those lines.
Yeah, there's a headcount and some sort of a deals.
Tesla also up 2%. Nvidia up 2.2%. They have their little conference thingy starting today.
See that? Just pop some new highs there. 24,708 half. New session highs. NQ. ES still has a couple points to go to print new session highs. Catching a bid here in gold. Again, how's the count? Long one MGC from 50.23. About 10, 12 bucks in the money right now. Let's see what they want. Let's take a look at the numbers. Anything on the schedule? We had some numbers in the rearview mirror. We got a housing number at the top of the hour. Besides that, Trump news conference tentative. It says 11 a.m. Central, so not for a little bit. That seems pretty thin on the ladder in the ES. NQ, same story.
Man, crude oil got hit.
It's kind of flat.
Sure did.
Down to 94.50 for crude. 4%. NASDAQ continues to hit session highs here.
Sure does. More buying NASDAQ. On the reopen yesterday in crude, we were above $100. Overnight, we topped out at $102.44. We are down $8 from there. $10 range in crude oil overnight. More buying in the NQ, 24,717 ES. Going to print some new session highs, about 1.5 points to go. Not quite there just yet. I am bringing up the rear. New session highs in gold, 50.38 just printed.
Yeah. So 94.70 in the March. Right now, the April crude is trading 93.64, and the May is trading just above $90. That's something I'll keep my eye on.
Say that one more time. Front month is trading obviously 94 and some change.
94.64. Not much backwardation left between that and the April still trading lower, trading 93.65. May is trading $90.
Gotcha. Interesting. New highs, gold. New session highs, gold, 50.41. Last trade. Thank you, hanging above 24,700, just by a couple points. Pretty muted open so far. Pretty thin on the ladder all across NQES. Another round of buying here. ES holding bid. 50-50. Again, 50-50 on the tilt. Looks like I want to. Are you convinced? Buyers don't seem very convicted. And that, again, NQ popped about 50, 60 points.
Yeah, we're hanging out around 6,700 in the SPX. Actually, what's great is since we roll pretty soon, I can just use these interchangeably. Right now, there's only about a 3-point difference between the ESH and the SPX. So that's convenient.
They converge.
Yep.
Also, it is FOMC week. FOMC trade decision we will have Wednesday. Take a look at Fed funds. 99% probability of a pause. However, all eyes will be on the prepared remarks as well as the Q&A. We have wall-to-wall coverage of that on Topstep TV. Take a look at the 10-year jack. Above 4.22% last I checked.
Yeah, basically, I mean, everything that was unwound sort of in this risk-off trade is just doing a little better. So the yields are, I mean, we were around 4.3, I think. Right now, 10 years trading, what do you say? It's 4.23 or something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Second to last, can you believe?
I looked at that.
Second to last Powell meeting this week.
Oh, wow.
We got to do something nice for, I think May will be the final Powell meeting.
I've got an idea.
I'm short one, 688.
We'll leave it at that. 688. 688. 688. Very good. Let's trade. 678.
Yeah. If I could get retested where we opened at, these 50s or 60s.
All right. What made you take the short?
We popped out over this 700 and rejected, started to break back below these 680s. This is a nice little support and resistance here on the 100 tick. These 24, 680, 86, 88, little zone. And looking for us to return back towards these 660s.
Take a look at crude. Crude, hanging right around $95 even. 94.93. ES hanging out bid, pretty muted open across the board right now. Nothing really cooking. I did see something about soybeans. Soybeans absolutely going bananas. Let's take a look, see if we can.
Don't know if I have that data.
Yeah, let's go. Oh, soybeans selling off hard. 118. Sorry, $11.
Take soybeans going bananas.
It's beans in the teens.
Yeah, beans in the teens. Love it. If anybody has a banger of a soybean trade out there, you are contractually required to post it on X and tag Topstep. I want to see the bean winners.
Well, I'll tell you where they can do
Team.
that. I'll tell you where they can do that, Jack. Get us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour. Show us all those wins, those dubs, trading the ags, soybeans. Any soybeans traders catching that move to the downside, please hit us up Topstep TV on the X. Also share some trader wins like that, trader station setups. You'd like to share with the community here. New session highs in the ES. You got hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep TV on the X. Now we got the ES printing new session highs. NQ not
flat on that one.
Oh, okay.
A little bit of profit.
Nice job there, Dakota. It just switched. 67.08 in the orders. New session highs in the ES. And we got the NQ 30 points below those session highs just put in. You got the Dow YM catching a bid as well. New session highs there. 47,021. Go to flat.
Yep, I am flat
as well. Here's from the president. News conference today prior to the Trump Kennedy Center board meeting. Thank you! Exclamation point. I believe he's referring to that 11 a.m. Central time that's scheduled for.
True. Like you talked about with Dakota. It's like a tricky environment to trade levels or, normally. I kind of like what Dakota's doing, just getting in and out.
I think you have to, right?
I'm back in from 673. It's a short.
673.
I'm still looking for that retest of where we opened up around these 650s.
673. Okay. Let's trade 683. Tilt 50-50. New session highs in the ES. New session highs Dow as well.
I'm going to scratch that one.
You're out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll try it again if we set up. But yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I got that short at the open, but I want to short into where we opened again. I don't mind building a position either.
Dow minis continuing to cook. New session highs 47,052. New session highs print in ES, and NQ not following suit. NQ seeing some sell pressure here. Interesting. What changed? Just like that. Go flat. To go to flat now. NQ cannot make up its mind.
Never.
24,673. It's again topped out at 24,717. What's Crude doing? Crude still beneath $95 by a couple cents. $94.91. You have a number at the top of the hour. Housing number NAHB Housing Market Index. Biggest market mover. But here on Topstep TV, we'll keep you in tune in real time. All economic data, speakers, real-time analysis. You know the drill. Please click subscribe, click like, click notify. Be so kind. 206,000 subscribers. None of what you've been paid for. Thank you kindly. Advance. Subscribe. Golden bid here in the ES.
Yeah, just an orderly little.
Yes, it is.
Grind up at the moment.
Your last trade was a short, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, 4,668. Last trade. ES is holding strong. Same with the YM. New session highs. ES 67.11 half.
Yeah, we're just not really
12.
getting
Interesting.
anything right there. So kind of hands off, hands off. Let's see what we do.
What we got in the
Buyers
tilt?
stepping in.
65% long ES. 50% long NASDAQ. That's interesting. 64% long crude. 59% long gold.
Gold just printed some new session highs. 50.41. There goes ES. ES continuing to run higher here, up about 17 points. There goes a nice pop, new session highs. NQ. NQ woke up. South the Dow and the ES were doing so. All right, hold up. There goes the NQ. New session highs there. 24,722. What took so long, NQ? Goodness.
Now we're going.
Yes, we are.
Now we're cooking.
Buyers are stepping in the equities. It's 50-point pop there in the ES. I'm sorry, the NQ, that is.
2% ES, up 1.3% NQ, and up 1.8% in the Russie.
What the hell was that? What took so long? What's Crude doing? Crude seeing some selling here. About 20 cents off the session lows that were just printed about 10 minutes ago. Let's trade $94.40. You heard these guys talking about some of the levels. You know, you get those levels. You know, Mandy, big fan of the levels, always has those up. Where does she find them? Well, you click on the indicators tab at the Topstep X, type in Topstep daily levels, slapped overlaid right there on your charts. Also, you see that link pinned to the top of the chat there. Levels updated, refreshed before every New York Open. I am.
There we go. Buyers keep stepping in now.
Yes, they are. What's set up? Caught the
Yeah.
took a short. Yeah.
Not fading this.
No, we're continuing to
sir.
push higher here. New session highs and Q. This continue to do so. We're looking at this 5-minute candle. About 60
this is,
points. 60-point rally here.
The highs of Friday is in this. We got 790s, 800. It's gonna be the highs of Friday. Like, this is where we were at. So essentially, this is a 450-point rally, 460 points
from
the low, the overnight low that we made right at the Sunday, the open, the first 5-minute open.
It was looking. You called it kind of a relief rally. I'm talking about the equities. There's no headlines.
Yeah.
There's no just a headline.
Exactly.
That's
exactly. That's good.
Or no news, good news.
There's no headlines. You know, got sold off going into the weekend. People have a lot of hedges on to the downside. You know, the VIX was up closer to like 27 or 28 on Friday. A lot of people hedging over the weekend, and nothing catastrophic happened. So that's good enough. Send it.
Send it indeed.
I still like fading this up here.
You're not convinced, Dakota. Sounds like you're not convinced.
Look at the price action that happened Friday at the same level. Right?
Up to speed.
Big rejection at the pre-market. Big rejection here in the morning. So I'm looking for some sellers to step in the same level. These 700s.
So, but a 7-point pullback there in the ES. 77-point pullback in the ES. About a 30-point pullback in the NQ still. NQ tilt starting to grow a little longer to the long side. 69% long in the NQ. So we're now beneath those 700s. Very thin on the ladder. Even the ES ladder, pretty thin.
I'm gonna take this again, Andre.
Long or short?
Short.
Yep.
So someone asked about like rollover action. I mean, rollover can make things choppy. I think the super smaller you're on, like if you're a market maker or something, it can be really tricky.
New lows.
But it doesn't move things compared to the general direction of the market overall, right? Like
I don't think
the spot market is ripping up. Both contracts are going up.
I'll add if we break below 89.
What price you short from? Did you get 694?
94.
All right. 694.
And then I want to build a position here, but I only want to build it if it starts to actually go in my favor and I start to see failure of this structure. So if we break below 689, I'll add my second contract using a sell stop.
Okay, I like that. Just crude continues to grind lower. New session lows per there, $94.02. Did just print. And now the 93 handle in crude, $93.90.
So this is just this will be maybe a good example of just taking these small losses with the small one contract size, and then if or when we do get a decent move here, take it with that bigger size. Right, I'm able to build into a position, right? So small loss, small loss, small loss. Have a decent position built, and then take a nice winner. Be net positive.
Waiting for crude to pop.
Yeah, crude's still
waiting for crude
sitting
to
around
pop.
the lows. Yeah.
Yeah. It's getting pretty quiet in the headlines for now. Get this housing number out of the way, about 8 minutes or so. Gold off about $10. $10 off the session highs. 31 gold. Did see we hung out in the 4,000 handle, 49.73 overnight lows in gold. Scratch at 49.70 overnight lows in gold. YM Dow staying a bid right now. Closing back in on those session highs. 47,095. 095. We got a question for you in the chat.
700.
Question for you, Jack. What do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think it's going to take to get us out of this weird range we've been in the past few months? What market are you referring to? What market are you referring
Equities.
to? I assume it's the equities. Yeah.
I mean, especially ES. I mean, if we go to, 4-hour chart here. Yeah, man, let's go to the day.
Same.
It's, we've been talking about the whole time. We've been in a range for a long time, and we've especially been in a range for a long time when the VIX has been, 25 or higher for a couple weeks. Once again, last night they made a desperate attempt to break through this.
I thought, Jack,
6,600 level down here, but look at this, man.
I thought, yeah,
it's not easy. Think about we've been sitting around this whole time. Think about how hard it is to actually trade this range if you're sitting there doing it over a couple of months. But oh my goodness, 1, 2, 3, now 4 times. Sellers have smashed their head against the wall at 6,600. Only be rejected for at least 100 points as of right now. But back to the question, what does it take to get us out of this? I mean, some sort of resolution or not resolution with the oil. We said it was
oil prices.
There were no headlines over the weekend. That's great for short term, and we were trading short term, so it's great. I'm not trying to fade this right now, but if there's no headlines for like another week, another 2 weeks, and the tankers aren't flowing, that could very well get us out of the range to the downside.
Yep.
No news, good news then?
Yeah,
in this case, short term, no news, good news.
Yeah. $94.
Hanging out here.
Ryan Crude. What's up, man? You see Mandy there in the chat?
Good morning.
$94.34 last trade. And crude, pretty muted open. Calm before the storm, perhaps. I don't know how quiet it's going to be much longer here. We got number 5 minutes, top of the hour. Get that out of the way. And the president has a news conference scheduled for 11 a.m. Central, about 2 hours from now. Sims, I watched. Did you watch China? Good one. Youngest ever, Brad Sims. Youngest ever. Cody, you still... Did you take that? Did you jump back in? Did you add to the short? I think
Correct. Yep. It
you did,
triggered
okay.
me into my second contract here at 692. So I'm in
Okay.
2 from 692. Still looking
692.
for that push to where we opened. This New York session, not the Sunday night. So we'll see. Now I'm in 2 contracts. I have the luxury of taking one off and leaving a runner on. But I still want to add a third.
Crude selling off.
It allows me to.
New lows.
We have that number at the top of the hour, so a little bit hesitant adding that third.
$93.78. New session lows in crude. When fast markets began, we're down about $1.50 or so.
So where roll's going to play a huge deal is in crude, because it was so the curve's so inverted, right? And I don't, people who are long oil, I mean, if they're rolling, they're selling that front month and they're buying April or further out. So that could put some pressure to, at least, you already see it. Basically, the March and April are getting pretty close.
Another push lower there in crude.
I'm going to get flat and wait until this number comes out.
Okay, let's crude new lows, $93.25. And you saw a pop there in the NQ, YM, and the ES. YM, Dow Minis, new session highs, 47,142 is printed. New session highs, ES. And crude selling off. Crude down about $2. $2 in the first 30 minutes. Fast markets. Yes, up about 20 points or so. Your fast markets. NQ, we've got a 100-point turnaround to the upside. For new highs, 24,735. Crude selling off. You got the gold pulling back as well. Here we go. New session highs, ES, Dow, and NQ.
Number out in 2 minutes.
Incredible. We're selling crude. Crude closing in on the $92 handle.
Yeah, just the US NAHB Housing Market Index.
How'd they get a number? What is that?
I don't
National
know,
Association of Home Builders, I believe. I think that was from the housing crisis. The housing crisis, that number didn't matter if I remember. 71% long tilt in the NQ right now. Average price of 1,687. Well, they're happy with what they're seeing right now as we continue to print new session highs. And 71% long on the tilt. We're selling crude, new highs, new session lows, crude, new session highs, ES, NQYM.
Yeah, in the back of your mind, if you're short today, like, it could be easily one of those face ripping, everything's okay rallies at the upside. We are on the bottom end, or we were on the bottom end of that monster range. I'm calling the middle around 6,800. That's still 80 points away to the upside.
Got some headlines here.
In the ES.
President via PBS, out of all places, from the president, the oil prices will drop like a rock as soon as it's over.
He's not wrong.
15 seconds till the housing market index. Expected 37. Actual. Seconds.
Here it is.
Pretty much in line. More from the president. Here we go. The war will end soon. This is the president. Via PBS. More president declines to comment on deploying ground troops in Iran. not on the schedule, but here we go. We got the headlines. President is speaking now. Headline. First headline from the president: oil prices will drop like a rock as soon as it's over. And declines to comment on deploying ground troops in Iran. The latest is the war will end soon. The president via PBS. We've got reaction here in some of these markets. Saw a little pop there in crude, about 50, 60 cents, now above $93, $93.61.
That's exactly what he said on last Monday, right?
It's been a lot. Kind of like you said, we're short-term traders.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
you're a short-term trader.
I'll just leave it at that.
He says that, are you gonna sell it right there? I mean,
yeah, I mean,
maybe you do. I mean, maybe not advice at all, but like if you're a stronger willed short or oil long.
And Q tilt back to 63% long. They're back there. Crude catching about a 70-cent pop there. Gold, a buyer stepping back in, about to print some new session highs in gold. A price of 50.41. Nothing further from the
We're kind of chopping higher is all we're doing this morning. Just I don't want to say slow grind higher, but I mean it's kind of what we did overnight. A little bit of chop, back and forth, back and forth. We're still right around 24,700. I'm still liking a push towards where we opened, which is 650s.
Nothing further from the president. Nothing further from the president just yet. PBS, interesting.
Well, he's had a media strategy that's a little different than what we've seen in the past. I presume the reason we're seeing this from PBS is I think Trump's just been calling a lot of different news outlets. And so you'll see these come out from, it'll be like one news entity.
Right.
And it'll happen, several times a day. PBS is a new one, though.
Didn't have that on the bingo card. New session highs in the ES. 67.23.
An exclusive story from Big Bird.
PBS. PBS kids, yeah.
Let's see some more sound there in crude. Crude. Now back beneath $94. Buyers are still strong right now in the equities. Got new highs in the ES and Q, about 20 points off of the highs there. Crude did turn around. Did see some selling and continue to do so. $93.29 last trade in crude.
Reminds me how it's so hard to be a short. I was looking at something that I think March 10th was the anniversary of like the absolute top of the .com bubble. And I wasn't around trading then, but you look back at the chart, you're like, man, if I could have only gotten there and shorted, it's like none of you would have held it the long way, the whole way. There were like 40% bear market rallies into it. Like being a short is hard.
Yeah, especially long term. Short term. All right, we're talking about rollover. I'm dying to know what Delta is and this kind of move higher. Get Hogue. Hogue, come on in. Good to see you, man. Happy Monday. Let's break this thing down. What we're seeing here in the first 30, 35 minutes is New York session. What is up, Hogue?
Good to see you. Happy Monday.
Hey.
Happy Monday, Hogue.
Right.
Let's do the damn.
Yeah. It's always good to get away on Fridays. Always good to get back on Mondays. So looking at the NASDAQ, overnight inventory was obviously pretty long. I mean, the market opened, left the low right on the overnight open, the 5 o'clock Central Time open, and it's been pretty much rallying ever since. So we've got a lot of short time frame buyers from overnight that are happy right now. Where are they thinking about starting to get out? Well, look at yesterday or Friday's high. I know Dakota pointed that out as well. He's like, well, that's where all the sellers are up there. And I don't disagree. One caveat to that is we've got the opening range at the dead ass low in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. So that makes it very hard for me to short. Now we've also just put in kind of weak highs on the 30-minute chart, just almost exact highs here, and that's usually going to tell me that there's no real good structure up there yet to lean against for shorts. One of the levels that we were talking about in the opening call this morning was 24,749, basically 24,750, which was the base of the late spike to the upside on Monday. Then we rejected that on Thursday. We rejected it on Friday. Do we reject it again today? You've also got the 200 session simple moving average up here at 24,770, which is the level that Jay is looking for opportunities up here. If the market gives us those opportunities, it's rollover. The market is usually going to go too far or not far enough. As far as Delta is concerned in the NASDAQ, we're looking at a positive 120. And again, that's particularly blurry today, tomorrow, and Wednesday, as the bulk of rollover will be occurring during that period of time. So I can't sell it because the opening range is the dead ass low. Looking for opportunities for longs up against this area of previous resistance. I don't necessarily agree with either. So we're going to try, I think, and stay patient and let the initial balance establish itself and focus on those extremes. Those initial balances will be ready in about 20, 25 minutes. What about the S&P? Same story. Market opened. Overnight inventory was long. Overnight short time frame longs are continuing to get paid. Opening range is the dead ass low. Can't sell it. Are we getting to levels where I would look for an opportunity to sell it? Well, we're getting there. The late spike to the upside from Monday looms over price. We've also got the initial balance high. We've got the 200 session simple moving average at 6731.95 hanging out there right now. There's also kind of a bottom part of a gap that goes from Wednesday to Thursday. We looked into that gap on Friday. We weren't able to see any continuation. So I'm going to try and stay patient, folks. Here, I mean, we've got the opening range, the dead ass low. That tells me that buyers are in control. They've been in control since the open last night. Until we get to a level that I can lean on for shorts, I can't do anything, and I'm not here early enough really to try and take advantage of this push to the upside with the opening range at the dead low. So I'm gonna stay patient, look for the initial balance high and low, and see if there's opportunities based off of those. As far as gold is concerned, we did have a gold opening range trade. We moved our stop to basically break even. We did get clipped out on that. That's all right. But as far as overnight inventory, there really wasn't any. The question was going to be, are we going to re-accept value? And right now, I would say yes, we are accepting value. We could see this market resolve back to the upside. At least settlement, I can see for sure. Not for sure. Nothing's for sure, of course. And this is, of course, not financial advice, but 50, 61, 70 would be settlement, and value high would be up around 50.95 if the market is going to continue to resolve to the upside. And crude, hey, it's anybody's game, man. Anybody's game in crude. Opening range was neither the high nor the low. We seem to be rejecting value from yesterday. We've got the 200 session simple moving average as well as a session gap below that to attract price. Overnight inventory was relatively short. Rejection of value. Do we see this market continue to move to the downside? Initial bounce is already set. IB low in crude oil at 92.97. And maybe some opportunity there. Let's see if we get a failed downside auction. Maybe we can get this market to resolve a little bit back to the upside. Not that I want more expensive crude oil, just for opportunities. And that's what we're looking at in these four markets. Those are my stories. I'm sticking to it. It's great to be with you guys.
Thank you, Hogue. New session
morning,
high.
Hogue.
New session highs, equities.
Yeah, the NASDAQ just traded to that late spike, 24,749. Let's see what happens here. Not ready to sell it yet.
Back to 70% long tilt on the NQ. We are seeing some headlines from the executive director of the IEA. Was that the International Energy Agency?
Yes.
Saying, what are we saying here? We have, despite huge release, we still have a lot of stocks left, referring to oil reserves. IEA's quick action had a, quote, calming impact on markets. We can do more later if needed.
Yeah, market's breaking out now.
Yes, we are. $67.27.
Like,
60. Go ahead.
Looks like it's setting up the same IB as Friday.
In terms of what, Hogue? Catch me up to speed. Catch me up to speed Friday. What do we see there?
Well, in the S&Ps, the initial balance low is 66.91 and a quarter. Session low so far, 66.90 and a half. Initial balance high in the S&P is 67.37 and a half on Friday. And there is room for us to get up there to kind of set up a very similar initial balance today in the S&Ps. NASDAQ, IB low from Friday was 24,611. Our session low right here is 24,623. IB high from Friday, 24,805. And we are working our way to get up to that level now. We've got about 15, 20 minutes before we're going to set these initial balances. They're going to be pretty similar to the Friday session. So we'll see.
Good stuff, Hogue.
I like it.
Yeah. Are we convinced? On this?
The VIX is down to 2362.
Okay.
So the VIX, obviously, volatility, what we're seeing is extremely lower than what we've seen last week. So
I'm buying it.
One of Jay's main hypotheses this morning was he said he would be surprised if we traded outside of Friday's regular trading hour range in the NASDAQ.
And those prices are?
Yeah.
The range, well, it would be IB high 24,805 quarter, and the session low from Friday was 24,353.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I still think there was a decent play back down to where we opened into those 650s. Because this isn't a very strong breakout here in the NASDAQ. Like, it's a breakout. We're going up, but I mean, look at these candlesticks on the 5-minute. It's green, red, green, red, green. We're currently red right now. And even though it's not a very strong, 2, 3 like green candles in a row like we were seeing pre-market, it's just slowly going up and to the right.
Yeah, we got within 10 points of Friday's highs in the ES. I was thinking if I was long, maybe we might see a collective 90% rule there, Hogue.
Yep. Got pretty close to that 200 session moving average there in the NASDAQ.
A little pop in crude, about 70-cent pop, now back above $93. $93.60, let's call it.
It's weird not having
Vinton
headlines
WT. We'll be rolling it tomorrow. Tomorrow is switch day. The reason it looks like there's low volume in the equities is because all that volume is split between the two front months right now, the March and the June contracts. They're about even right now. So today it looks like the roll is going to occur, and we'll be trading the June contract tomorrow.
And that's just one of those things that happens 4 times a year.
Yes.
Yeah, volume's about 50-50 from what I'm seeing. All right, well, we'll get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices in about 15 minutes at the bottom of the hour. However, it's Monday. Fresh start to the new trading week. Live funded traders. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. See some good numbers being put up already. Look at that. Fernanda up 39 large. Chris up 38,000. Josh up 21,000. Powell up 19, and Joshua T
39.
15, almost 16,000 bucks. Job well done.
Huge. Every single
Gaurav
day.
taking the day off.
Very nice.
You saw what I did. Yeah. Big numbers. We'll check back in with those names. Take a look at the P&L. See if we have some new names, new balances, P&L balances throughout the day.
Somebody mentioned Carvana's up 5%. Risk on, baby.
See that.
A little pop there. Crude continuing to close back in on $94, about 80 cents, up 80 cents last 2 or 3 minutes. So 3 headlines. President had 3 headlines with PBS. Just move on, carry on.
This could be a typical case of don't sell a quiet market, and we not really is a zombie rally. I don't know if zombie rally is the right word for this, but slow grind higher is what I'm seeing right now.
Absence of sellers. I call it
absence of sellers.
The absence of sellers. Hey, Hogue, what do you have for Delta? Just keep an eye.
S&P's negative 300 in the March contract, positive 300 in the NASDAQ in the March contract. S&P's June negative 700.
Okay.
June NASDAQ negative 1,400.
Yeah. Interesting. $71% long tilt in the NQ did pair back now. Just 63% long tilt in the NQ. All right, now we're about $1 off the lows in crude oil. Crude oil now trading $93.93.
All eyes on crude.
Is London closed 10:30 a.m. Central yet, or is it still 11:30 a.m.?
Still 11:30. I think D said the 28th of March is when they switch.
Okay.
So we got a few more weeks of this.
Very good.
Yeah, crude back at 94. All eyes on crude, I think, has just been the storyline.
Mm-hmm. 94 now.
Talk about an orderly sell-off, though, in crude. Looking at, since the Euro opened, that is one of the straighter downtrends I've seen.
Met a lot of offers. Really got met with an offer, Jack. Let's take a look. Oh, yeah, we got, take a look at the crude ladder. Pretty good liquidity in there. Especially on the offer side. Interesting. What's going on? NQ. Take a look at the ladder there.
750.
Yeah, 1s and 2s. So we got more buying here. In
the
equities.
Pattern continues this morning.
Sure does.
Green, red. Here in the NASDAQ. Go through these session highs.
About to print new session.
Friday's
new session
highs is 800s.
All right. New session highs 24,762. Interesting, as we're seeing crude catch a bid as well. $94.21, 22 cents in crude. We just printed new session highs in the NQ as crude was catching a bid.
And right back down 30 points.
Gold selling off. Disconnect on that one.
Someone says we're going to those Friday highs. I don't know.
Everyone's looking at it. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, everyone's thinking of it. I'm looking at a return back to the 650s.
Yeah.
But
I'm with you, Toto. I'm with you. Jack, how are we looking on those gamma levels, option levels in the sir? I guess this 5.
Frankly, Andre,
give me something.
Kind
Jack.
of a mess.
Give me something.
Kind of. The best I can do for you is that indeed there is some positive gamma up around those highs, but it's not something that like jumps off the screen. They're looking at those too. To the downside, still 6,700 is where you get the largest negative gamma. If we, I mean, it'd be pretty wild if we did this today, but like it looks like the runway would be pretty clear if we got through there to trade another 50 points down.
I think we can get there.
ACH.
Indeed.
That would be a fake out. Here we go. Back up to session highs.
Yeah.
Back and forth.
Keeps getting met.
Back and forth.
At those moving averages.
Hit it.
Crude hanging out at 94 now.
Yes, it is.
We got to like 102.
Oh yeah, to go down
at the open,
yeah.
right? Yeah. So
I thought we were toast. I thought
I added to my watch list the perpetual futures on oil got a lot of attention over this weekend, and they were trading most of it above 100.
Here we go.
Don't spend your weekend trading crude oil, guys. Come on.
I wouldn't. Yeah, definitely not worth that.
More buying jumping in here in the equities. New session highs NQ 24,764. The way we're going, this market prints these session highs. It's going to say very wiki. Look at the 5 minute. I'm not convinced.
Yeah, not strong. Not strong at all. It's like this market's strong enough to just barely push us to session highs. We kind of just hang out, chill for 5 minutes, do it again.
CBS, how do you trade oil on the weekend? Oh man, I feel like that's like giving some sort of forbidden object to someone. I'm not going to tell you how to, but you know, there's the internet. You could probably figure it out, but it's better that you probably don't.
Better off getting an oil change.
I need to go do that.
Oh, I love that one. Oh, come on. We got gold. Gold continue to see a little downside pressure. Off $15 off those session highs. 50.29. Last trade.
It's honestly, it does feel like these markets are just waiting for a headline.
Patience. As we should be.
Where's the next headline?
Pretty quiet right now.
Well, we got a few. I mean, we have FOMC coming up. We'll be here with the watch party.
There we go.
Wednesday.
Two more. This is the second to last. Powell, FOMC rate decision. Warsh. Has Warsh been confirmed yet?
No. He hasn't even started.
Clock's ticking.
That's what I was going to say. Is something that's starting. I haven't thought about it too much, but the administration did appeal the federal judge ruling that like quashed the subpoenas on Powell. There is Tillis is a member of the, I guess it's the banking committee or whatever, has said that he will not vote for war. So like basically, if he holds his line, Warsh isn't going forward till that's over. So my thought is, what if this really drags out?
He's in.
Who is the Fed chair after Powell's done if there's no one confirmed?
Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Chief. More selling, more downside. A little right lower here in gold. 50.26. Last trade to $20 off the highs. There, Vinny Mac trading in the chat says, "Do y'all ever trade? Waiting for those good setups, Vinny Mac. Stay locked in. Waiting for that nice setup."
I feel like trading on YouTube has ruined people's minds the same way they talk about like teenagers and pornography or something. It's giving you false expectations of what the world looks like. And Dakota took 3 trades already.
Yeah. Take a
Said
trade.
it better myself, Jack. Couldn't have said it better myself. Y'all
Take a trade.
Vinny Mac, did you click like? You click subscribe. Well, you click subscribe because you're in the chat. Let us
Yeah.
know. What are you looking at? Vinny Mac,
I'll
what do you
take a
got your eye
trade.
on?
I'm waiting until we get to this high of Friday.
Cool. There you go. Your setup.
I got that hit a dope.
Vinny Mac, I got something for you. Topstep tip of the week. Topstep tip of the week. There you go. Bring it. Oh, practice patience and discipline. Wait for high probability setups. Avoid overtrading on slow days. Follow your rules. No exceptions. That's a rule right there. Learn to sit on your hands. Some of that.
There we
Practice and
go.
Patience. Very, very not the easiest thing to do while streaming. But job well done. Vinny Mac, let us know that setup. Practice patience. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to you if you're able to have a setup in this price action. If you're watching the NASDAQ anyway.
It's coming. All right, Vinny Mac. So, on the bottom of the hour, we like to do a thing around here where I'm going to ask Hogue what the initial balance high, initial balance low prices are going to be. What is that? Simply highest and lowest price traded in the first hour of the New York session.
Paid actor.
Mark, no, I did not. But the producer certainly jumped in on that opportunity.
1,000 IQ right there.
Cool.
And this NASDAQ just stuck here.
I invite it. All right, Hogue, what's IB low for ES and NQ?
All right. ES 66.90 a half. NQ 24,623.
623. Very good. Tilt leveled off 50-50. Pretty much across the board. Eerily quiet, fellas. Eerily quiet. Say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially for reading up.
Let's get ready. I mean, when it
1.3%.
I mean, this is what we do as
Rollover.
traders. Why?
No, it's not. Just no headline. Just no headline yet. All this is right now. No headline.
This is what we do. We wait, and then
100%.
Once something does happen,
market.
Yeah, once this does happen, none of us are going to shut up. Everyone's going to be talking and shouting. Yeah, it's just quiet right now.
Stay out of trouble right now. Gold continuing to sell off a little bit, down about $22, now $23 off the session highs. Last trade in gold, 50.22. Hello, D. See D in the chat. Waiting is the name of the game, not just clicking buttons. I had to learn that the hard way, D.
Gonna keep your hands on your butt.
Yep. A little bit of selling in the NASDAQ back down to these 730s. We've been ranging between 730 and 760 the last 20 minutes.
If it stays like this, then
Here's what's interesting.
Outweight the market. What's
the
up?
VIX is at
What is
2380. So we're in a 30-point range in the NASDAQ, and the VIX is still at 2380. So that's interesting.
Why is that interesting, Dakota? I got to ask, what makes it so interesting?
Just because we're in a range, and I would expect the VIX to be selling off a little bit more, that we're not moving.
All right, what do you got? IB high. I think those are in 764 half in the NQ.
Here comes
Yep.
selling.
764 and a half.
67.
67.28 in the S&Ps.
Let's go.
Even.
I think it helps when you think about what the VIX is measuring, 25 to 30 days out in the S&P 500 options, it makes more sense. Like the sell-off is natural, but I often think like, what would I sell options for a month out? And this wouldn't be cheap.
I think this might be a push back down to those 650s. We get the 650s now.
Push lower about 60
Yeah.
points. There you go. And Q.
Almost got to that 200 session simple. Almost. Rollover.
Interesting. More downside pressure in gold. Gold continues to sell off 50.16 last trade. Gold down about $30 in the last 15, 20 minutes or so.
Crude 94.50. This is the biggest since the open of Europe, biggest kind of turnaround we've had so far in oil. Making new highs.
Look at this. More selling equities. Yes. Push lower 67.10. 67.10. Last trade, about 18 points off of the highs there. And the NQ coming out at about 80 points off those session highs. Last trade up right back to 24,700. Like Jack said, crude continuing to catch a bid. About $1.50 in the last 15 minutes or so as we trade $94.50. Another round of selling in gold. Gold. I'm trading 50.14, down about $30. The last 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, right back to 700. See if we get a push lower. The 660s, 650s. I'm looking for 650s. That's what I've been looking for this morning.
Were you looking for 650s to see if it holds support? Or
yeah, right back to where we opened.
Delta, for what it's worth, negative 1,800 in the S&Ps, negative 200 in the NASDAQ. Those are the March contract.
Yeah. Or just a pullback. Just a pullback. All right, we got crude. Let's continue to pick up a little bit more momentum. Higher now. $24.60. 63 cents now. Prince. I don't even like the way Crude's moving right now. I don't even like the way Crude's moving right now. Take a trade.
Buyers stepping in there. Crude. What?
Nothing clean like a 3-bar reversal up at the high there in the NASDAQ. Nothing clean in the S&Ps. We got so close to those moving averages. That's what we were looking for and almost got to them.
If the sellers step back in Crude, will this be a... They're not. Just, yeah. Will this be the pullback? Could this be a pullback in equities? Buy. But right now, continue to see Crude go higher now. $94.65, up about $1.60. $1.60 in the last 15, 20 minutes.
Here we go.
I know.
Here we go. Yeah, I was just a little early, guys.
Yeah. All right. Equities methodically grinding lower. Maybe picking up some.
Yes.
There we go. Now picking up some steam to the downside in the equities. 24,677. Dakota. 20 points to go or so. 25 points to go to get to those 650s. What do you want to do?
I know, Andre.
Here's 6,700 in the SPX. We got some pretty big negative gamma here. If it doesn't hold here, well,
Crude did just $95. Did just print. We're watching equities. Continue to push lower. Gold move first. Out of all of that, gold move lower about 10 minutes prior to crude pop and the equity sell off.
Would you look at that?
Yeah. Yes.
Right back to the opening range in the NASDAQ, Dakota. There it is.
668.
I know, Hogue. Never wrong, just early.
All right, there's your movement. What's crude going to do at 95 bucks? What's crude going to do when we see some resistance at 95 in crude? Again, crude looking at about a $2 rally in the last 20 minutes or so. No headlines, just methodically running higher.
Yep. VIX picked up just a little bit as well.
This be a pop to sell into. Or pull back to get long off of. Never got to those 650s.
Well, we got to 6,700. If that was the bottom there, it bounced right off of it.
Just a little short covering. That's just running my mind right now. And looking at equities, is it some short covering, or we're going to continue the trend higher? Looking at a
Do we bounce, right? Do we bounce back up to session highs?
Yes, we. Yeah. A 30-point push higher there in the NQ. Watch out, crude. Crude's catching. Buyers are stepping back in short. Same.
We could maybe take a look at the other side of this opening range. Maybe we come down to.
Here come the buyers in crude. Here come the buyers in crude.
Let's see.
Be quiet on the headlines. Crude was back in 95 bucks. 95 bucks. $94.97. Last trade. Thin on the ladder right now.
See if sellers can step in again.
Oh. So 700s, right?
I still want to see a deeper sell-off. I want to see this thing go through session lows.
Okay.
New York session lows, not overnight session.
$94.76.
There's probably a lot of short time frame longs that are going to be able to do that.
I agree, Hogue. There's a lot of fear in these markets, right? There's been so many times we've had just these extended sell-offs where panic, right? Panic comes easy.
All right, here we go. Gold finding another round of selling here. So we saw this earlier. Gold moved lower. For whatever reason, gold moved lower. We saw crude kind of catch a bid, and we saw the equities sell off. We're seeing that kind of play out again. Again, I'm always just looking for perhaps some sort of correlation, follow the leader type setup if possible. We got about 20 minutes till the top of the hour.
Yeah, there's some more selling.
I took the short.
There's some more selling.
All right, we're through 6,700 in the SPX. I had that line down there for 66.70.
Go.
Wellity.
We're selling off here. 66.97. 66.97 last trade in the ES. Crude get
right back to the opening range.
Crude can get above those 95s, Jack, and hold.
Stance a 94.90 moment in crude.
Yeah, crude is leading the way.
Gold actually moved for every reason. Gold sold off like 15, 20 bucks. Is that a dollar play? I'm not certain. Just recognize that pattern. Look, we got so NQ got up to session highs of also initial balance high 24,764. We're off about 100, 110 points from there. Yes, looking at we're down about 28 points in the last 25 minutes or so. Here comes some more selling in gold.
So my question is crude oil leading the way, or is Walmart?
What?
It's a new one.
Walmart's down 1%.
Really?
and tech.
I'm not. Well,
Yeah.
that would be a plot
Tech.
twist. That would be a plot
That
twist.
would be
It was
plot
Walmart.
twist.
It would definitely. So we got. All right, so they're gonna try to hold, keep some resistance. I'm talking about crude oil at $95. We tapped on it a couple of times. Sellers do, hold it offered. Equities. Some more buying in crude.
I don't think the sellers are done yet. I think we could keep going. At least go down and test these break below 620s.
Okay. That's a great question, Super. No idea. That's just Dakota for you. Star of Slow Markets, Sunday through Thursday, 7 p.m. Central. All right, we got more selling here in gold and buying. We're buying back now in crude.
I mean, imagine Walmart's pretty sensitive to energy prices. They got a lot of driving to do, a lot of things to move around.
There's correlation in everything if you dig deep enough, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Knocking on the door, 95 in oil, 94, 98, 99.
Yep, if they can pop above 95s, hold. That's set up here for perhaps a short 50-50 tilt. Yes, flirting was trying to figure out to do the 6,700 evens. Last trade, 66.99. Tilt 50-50. Gold continuing to grind lower. 5,000. 009. 50.09. Down about $35.
What are you thinking?
I'm short.
What are you thinking, Dakota? Wait till it takes out the low.
There we go. Crude.
If it does.
Sold. When crude popping here, crude moving. $95.20. $95.25.
Yeah, I think we could take out the New York session low here. Because crude's moving. Yeah, Andre, it's going now. Bull market over. Everyone had fun. Let's go back to normal.
The selling resume. Up on VWAP, just about 5-6 points away from the New York session low in the ES.
Feel it. Holding above those 95s. We got some selling now in the YM, the Dow. 46,928. 928, and we got NQ continuing to push lower. Another pop. We get another pop here in crude. Will crude's hold above this $95 level? It took 1, 2, 3 times. Tap up against there. We got through. Now it's going to need some more volume. Another push to the upside, but gold on the move to the downside. We're going to see another round of selling here.
See, yeah, crude's holding above 95 now. We could easily go, man, the volatility. We could easily be positive in crude.
You can get crude $2. $2 off the lows. We're selling in gold now. Closing on 5,000 even, about $5 to go. $5 to go.
Nobody likes buying equities here, huh?
Make your case. What do you got? What's
cheap.
the setup?
I love you, Hogue.
Like off of VWAP, or do we wait for it to take out the New York session low? I mean,
I'd like VWAP.
You like VWAP for a buy?
Possibly. The slope is to the upside. It's been holding it all night.
And they just hitting that bid. Hogue, how much just trade on the bid there? A lot of red on time and sales. Around 66, 94 and some change. 71% short tilt in the NQ.
Yeah, that was some pretty good selling there.
Oh, here comes some buyers.
Negative delta there.
That?
Did you place a
Buyers.
buy order, Hogue?
I'm sure.
Hogue buying it. 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute. 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute, maybe.
Watch out. It's interesting.
Crude oil's holding up.
Yes, it is. $5.31 just printed.
See some pretty good buyers there.
Oh, all right. Well, Hogue, what's the setup here? Looking at some longs, perhaps.
Oh, if you want it, take it.
I would, yeah.
I'm not.
Setups there. All right.
See if we get the location here.
66.96. Trade. If we see some downside, a little more selling here in gold. I was going to get 5,000s. We're down about $40. Down about $40 gold here the last. And it's just methodically just kept pushing lower about for the last 40 minutes.
I mean, 3-bar reversal right here. We still have like 3 minutes left for it to be confirmed and finish printing this current candle. But yeah, this is very much 3-bar reversal.
Asking for a
depending on how this current candlestick closes.
What would the risk be on a trade like this, Hogue? On the ES.
I'd like to hold it somewhere below VWAP, but I'd take the session low.
Okay. Session low.
So we get this reversal.
All right. Crude beneath $95 now. A couple cents. 71% short tilt in the NQ right now.
I still don't like it. It's hard for me to trust this.
So spread bros are back.
What do you got?
693 for 250.
Nice. Here's your long right here. I like this setup. Gold, 5,000 evens. Gold, 5,000 evens.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, I want to see a sweep of these lows. I don't trust it. And there we go.
Yeah,
okay.
Dakota, we've been on for like the last week together being bearish, and I'm still bearish on this.
Ooh, gold selling off here. Gold just get
wow, look
to go
at
up.
that.
44, 4,993. Set up to the long side. Gold down about 50 bucks last 30, 40 minutes or so. Saw the 4,000 handle. $1,000 handle in gold. Interesting.
The MES, we came within 1 point of taking out the New York session low there.
Yep.
What's the setup here? What's the setup?
Getting wiggly.
Yeah, what do you got for Delta? NQ tilt did level off. Was it overnight view up in the ES? So about and 12 points to go there. Gold back above 5,000. Back above 5,000 now. Top of the hour, 10 minutes.
No 3-bar there, huh, Dakota?
Not yet. We got 30 seconds for this current candle to close. If you want to be preemptive, right? I could see there's definitely a possibility to be preemptive and get into a long, but I don't like it with this level of volatility. Patience is the name of the game right now. These markets feels like they're on edge.
Okay, here goes crude.
It's a market on the edge.
Come on, crude. Now back above $95. $95.15 last trade there.
Yeah, no 3-bar reversal yet. Hogue confirmed. Nothing.
Nope. Nothing.
No confirmation. So
sure.
Let's get to New York session lows.
We are looking, if we break the lows here, we do have I don't think you
Like
trade
the
this
long.
range to go to about half an hour candles. We got a 3-bar reversal maybe coming.
Hey,
You want to
there we
go, is a pretty good
Yeah.
looking one. If you're going to hold, if you're going to be a doom man.
Well, there we go. I mean, let's get some stops just went off there in the equities. I'm not really
There's your sweep
convinced.
of the lows.
Yeah, I'm
Dakota.
not
Yes, it is.
I'm not convinced how they sold it right there. $66.90 last trade in ES. They're saying in the chat, it's a trap. It's a trap.
It's a trap.
Said, it's a trap. Well, it could be, but continue to grind lower.
Maybe the trap was this morning, right? Up while everyone was looking for the market to keep rallying. VIX is on its way back up to 95 or 25.
Watching crude here. Holding above $95. We got ES. Interesting. All right, gold now back beneath 5,000. 49.97. 49.96 now.
Now the buyers come in.
Yeah. They needed a sweep of the New York lows.
Well, these shorts. Sorry.
Potential failed downside auction now.
That's why
So I'm gonna place a couple bids here.
I've seen some buyers
See if we can get a pullback. 695.
695. What I get? 98s. Heads up. Heads up.
It's a 60-point bounce.
Yep. Heads up, crude. I'll get short. There goes crude.
Crude's still going though. That's interesting.
Yeah.
We're turning around in equities, but crude's still trading 95.30.
Perfect setup to get short. Perfect setup to get short in the equities. 95.33 last trade. If crude continues to just take off, it's not really.
You're killing me.
I agree with you, Andre, on this one.
Trust me. Hold on. Nope.
So no longs.
Hey, no. I'm just. It's if. No longs are printing right now. $67.01. Now 02's trade in the ES.
Crude's giving up a little bit now.
Traded right down to VWAP, swept the lows, failed downside auction.
I like it. Yeah, this is a better setup than earlier with this 3-bar reversal now looking.
Interesting. What's happening? Interesting. No, not just. I make you anxious there, Hogue. I'm just watching, quoting the other markets, looking for. I took the long.
No, it's all right.
It never got to the 95s, anyways.
Yeah, this is a much cleaner 3-bar reversal. The fact that this one swept the New York lows. We still have a minute left.
It's 703 last trade in the ES. And Q, 24,667 last trade. Gold, again, we're going to know what to do with 5,000. It's bottoming out at 49.92 or so. Top of the hour. Initial balance high. What do we do with those initial balance high, initial balance low prices that we jotted down at the top of the hour? What will we be looking for?
Well, we're already looking at a potential failed downside auction in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. Here's what it looks like. Just barely looked below the initial balance low. Touched VWAP and buyers just came right in. Your target's the other extreme of the initial balance. So if you're waiting for confirmation, you got to wait till this half-hour bar closes. back inside the initial balance. But right now, a preemptive long just expands your risk. But that's a failed downside auction there in the NASDAQ. Here's the 30.
We did 95. Okay. We got
95.20 trading in the
Yup.
crude oil. What's Bitcoin still ripping? We got Bitcoin. No, it's
73,000.
All right, go back beneath 5,000s.
We're back to 6,700 on the dot in the spot market. Keep my eye on oil.
50-50 tilt. Again, president scheduled for, well, it says tentative news conference in about an hour or so. We'll bring that to you if we get that feed. Right now, market's moving. We have a different pace right now.
I mean, crude oil, like it's moving, but it's still inside its initial balance. It's setting up for a normal trading day. I'm going to see some extension.
Ooh.
That's
$7 range.
15, 16 point pop in the ES, while crude did not
$1.70
let up off the highs.
On the tilt.
Yeah, this is a tough one. This is definitely a tough one to get in long. I mean, not knowing any context from a pure technical standpoint, I like it. Right, we got a 3-bar reversal. We swept the lows. The longs look good, but then adding in everything, it's a little more difficult.
$24,667 last trade in the NQ. Session high is about 100 points higher. Printed about an hour ago. Dow minis catching a bid as well. Back up to back above 47,000. 47,012.
Nice job, Andrew Duvall.
Nice. Already in base. Dalton up 13 points.
Yep.
What am I long from? Upside target would be, what's your upside target, Andrew Duvall?
I'd be high.
Was that 67.28? But 20 points to go on the ladder.
You got Micron reporting earnings this week.
Wow.
Things are ripping. SanDisk up 8% today.
Dang.
Didn't really sell off at all during that pullback we had.
Trading halted in key contracts on the London Metal Exchange. Headline just hitting. Trading halted in key contracts on the LME.
I mean, it'd be awesome if they told us which contracts.
D, boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground. Send her in.
All right, crude holding pattern, $95.15. Gold,
nice job, Andrew.
5,000. Suspend it. Thank you, D. There she is.
Yep.
Continue to see some buyers here in the NQ, ES, and YM. NQ just closing back in on 24,700, about 15 points to go there. 10 points to go now.
It's a hard trade, but that 3-bar reversal, Hogue.
Yep.
This is a squeezy rib, man.
It's,
I haven't. Sorry, go ahead, Hogue.
No, that's all right. It's one of the faves. Go ahead, Jack.
I was just gonna say, I mean, oil has barely budged on this rally we're having right now in the equities. A while since, here now oil's selling off a little bit. We're back to $95.
There you go. Then we got all right, top of the hour. We got bottom of the hour, 30 minutes, not the Euro close. We'll pop there in gold. Pop there in gold. All right. See if we get more updates there on that. What's going on in London Metal Exchange. Thank you for that, D. All right, James, come on in. Happy Monday. Good to see you. Good to hear from you. What we got here on Topstep TV. What's up?
Absolutely, guys. Hey, everybody. Happy Monday. What's up? Did you guys see that there was a tie at the Oscars last night? How often does that happen? Anyway, you don't care about that. You care about Topstep TV and all things Topstep related. And that includes following Topstep TV on the X or Twitter or Twix, whatever you like to calling it. Be sure that you're following us on it. Because if you follow us on the X, you get insight into a lot of things you may miss during the show. Now, we run about 7 hours long. Maybe you can't catch it all. So if you're missing any of the best highlights or must-sees, don't worry. They're clipped and posted to our X account. So by following our X account, you get best of clips, market analysis, sweepstakes information, and more. Guys, we are just getting started. Our X account has got a whole new refresh, and we are working hard behind the scenes to make it more engaging for you to follow. So go ahead and click on the link that is now pinned to the top of chat. I'm sorry, it's not pinned. It's in the chat. Go ahead and click on it because that leads me to my next point. Group coaching. Group coaching. That's the link that's going to be pinned to the top of the chat. Now, if it's your first time with us on Topstep TV, you're in for a treat because group coaching is the part of the show where if you have questions, you can ask them to the on-air talent and get your questions answered live. That's right. If you're watching Fast Markets and Dakota did something that you're wondering, hey, what was that move all about? Well, you can ask it in the chat or you can put it into the group coaching submission forms, and I guarantee you it's the best way to get it in front of our coaches' eyes. Now, today we are joined by, let me make sure I don't bungle this, Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. That's right. If you have a question for Gabe, if you have a question for Deanna, or if you have a question for Anne-Marie, this is a great chance for you to get those questions in front of them. Go ahead and click on the link that is now pinned to the top of chat. Submit your question for group coaching, and then be back in your seat by 12 p.m. Central Time to see if your question is read live on air. And if you don't hear your question read live on air today, don't worry. We do keep all the questions, and we do try to get through most of them when we can. So keep watching all week long to see if your question is answered and to see if you might learn a little something or two. Now, before we get back to the markets, a little quick news break to catch us up on some weekend news. Now, gas prices around the world continue to climb as the U.S.-Israel war with Iran escalates. Friday, the U.S. targeted an Iranian island that's home to a major oil facility, as Jen Sullivan reports. Now, there's growing fear this latest attack will further drive up already high oil prices.
The U.S. striking military targets on Karg Island Friday night. It's a major oil hub off the coast of Iran.
Energy infrastructure just generally in the Gulf region continues to be targeted.
This 5-mile stretch of land handles roughly 90% of Iran's crude exports. And while the U.S. says no oil infrastructure was hit, many experts worry this latest escalation will further deter oil vessels from traveling through the Strait of Hormuz, a passageway for roughly 20% of the world's oil supply.
That's enough to deter vessel owners and companies from crossing that strait anytime soon.
Since the war with Iran began February 28th, traffic through the strait has halted. The supply disruption is causing gas prices to surge. As of Saturday, the U.S. average for a gallon of regular gas was $3.68. That's 75 cents higher than a month ago, according to AAA.
The gas prices is almost a third higher.
I need my truck for work, but I can't afford it.
Diesel prices are rising at a faster rate, from $3.66 a month ago to just under $5 now. And there's a domino effect coming as transporting goods and groceries gets more expensive. Higher energy costs are already driving up airfares ahead of the busy summer travel season.
Ticket prices, if you're looking about 3 weeks out for booking, have already risen pretty sharply. We've seen pretty solid increases.
Experts warn oil prices will remain high as long as the violence in the Middle East continues. I'm Jen Sullivan reporting.
Oh, well, there you go. Thank you for that.
Dr. Vol, don't miss.
Dr. Vol does
moving.
not miss. Crude pops there. $95.50. Seeing some selling here in the equities. Now back to 6,700s in the ES. And Q 24,654. 654 last trade.
I think we could go to session lows here again. I think we could go test 600. Yeah, these markets are looking heavy.
They don't make it friggin' easy to short. No, sir.
No, they don't, Jack.
Yeah, Crude.
Walmart.
Who wants to go higher?
You only got the point of control. That's not good for long. So now you want to see it get to at least value high. So it is looking.
Let's just take it. Gold beneath 5,000 again. Crude closing in on 96 even. 96 even. About 40 cents to go.
Let's get some range extension in crude. We'll see if we see some opportunity here.
All right.
50-50 tilt in the equities.
Cheap short now.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to stay in the initial balance, IB high and gold and crude oil is 95.69.
Gentlemen.
Got a little bit of volume bringing these equities lower.
There's plenty of room to the upside in crude oil.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, these equities are heavy as well.
Anything change with Delta there, Hogue?
Negative 2,300 in the S&P is negative 800 in the NASDAQ, negative 900 in crude, gold, negative 1,100.
Okay. And crude.
Yeah, and you got to take these with a grain of salt in these rollover markets.
That's all I need.
Right.
Just a grain of salt. Again, pin at the top of the chat. The link in for a group coaching. And Anne-Marie, D, and Gabe will be taking your questions.
You got deeper delta in the June contract, negative 4,800 in June S&Ps. So they're both piling up to the short side here. Negative 2,400 in the June in the NASDAQ. So more than double the March contract.
Both negative.
Yes.
Okay. That's a great OS in the chat. That's a great question for group coaching. Pin at the top of the chat. Get that question in there.
A fair value gap.
I don't know. I don't know the answer. But
Single print.
Ooh, there you go.
Buying, stepping in there. Very, very.
It's just back and forth.
It is
back and forth right now.
It's back and forth.
Andrew.
Okay, still 4.23 in the bonds. They haven't moved too much. What's flying? Carvana's not up 5% anymore, but up 4.6.
Again, an hour from now, or less than 50 minutes. The president's scheduled for a news conference. I'll let you know if we do. We will have that here on Topstep TV. Again, president says Trump news conference, parentheses, tentative. 11 a.m.
Yeah, that could bring some volatility.
There it is. Oh, most certainly. Crude. Again, gold in the 4,000 handle. 49.99. 49.99.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with the LME halt, but I think D said it's like in aluminium, as she would call it.
Aluminium.
And something else I can't remember. But it wasn't like gold.
Non-US metals or something like that, I believe.
Yeah, it was like
Yeah.
aluminum
Let D
warrants or something.
ever in a group.
Non-US based.
All right. Equity is starting to sell here.
Took it, Dakota.
Equity is starting to sell.
Dakota's getting the itch.
Is that we got the itch? Take a trade. Take a trade.
Get his tradies out.
Get to the trade. No, I like shorts. I've liked shorts all morning, and I think we could go down and retest 600 lower.
What's going on in crude right now? Coming up against these 95.50s. Couple pennies to go there. We get through 95.50. I see some runway might be clear to get to 96 even. It's going to hold. We saw a lot of resistance. What was it? 95s. A lot of resistance at 95s. They finally got above those 95s and have held. Until now.
Yeah. It says trading in copper, zinc, aluminum, and
Above
other
the-
contracts has been halted at LME.
Okay. 85.54 now trades. 85.54. Back to the 46s. 55s. 95.60 Prince.
Crude's catching buyers stepping in. Think this could just fall off a cliff? I don't know. I
know.
We're still inside the opening range.
Roll over.
Yeah.
In what, equities?
Yeah, and crude.
Well, we keep saying rollover.
Tomorrow we'll be trading June, May in the crude.
When you say like that, what do you mean? Well, you have rollover? Yes. All right. So we got to do a new front. Well, still not a new front month, but we'll have a new month. We'll be trading here.
Yeah, rollovers are just tough. The markets are inexplicably different during rollovers. You go too far, they don't go far enough. They just act a little bit different, and I've never been able to have anybody really put a finger on why. It's just different. So when it doesn't do what I think it's going to do, I blame it on rollover.
I was gonna say. I mean, yes.
That's the way to do it, Hogue.
That's it. Yeah.
That's it.
Here come the buyers.
Here we go. Buyers stepping in here.
And Q above 24,700 now.
But crude hasn't moved.
No. They'll just hold in there.
Took a peek above those 95.50s. Up to what? 95.60, I believe. Sellers smacked it down into 95.40 right now. Quite on the headlines. Sellers win. Sellers win. We're now in crude. And what kind of range are we talking about? About a $5 range here in this session.
Yeah. And turned out to be the top print last night on the open.
Yep. Work.
I was watching it. I like watching the Sunday
Same.
Open on
Definitely.
my phone. Saw it above 102. That's about as high as it got.
Gapped up. Gapped up.
All right, I'm short from 703.
Yeah. What do you see there, Dakota? What do you got?
2 contracts.
From
703.
703. Short 2, MNQ. 24,703. I like it.
Maybe? Okay, there we go. 703. 703
right.
half. 2 contracts. I'm looking for this resistance to become resistance again. I mean, this is we went to the top of the opening range of these 700s.
Yeah.
Got in short.
Right at point of
My stop loss
control,
is
Dakota. That's
through
where it went to
a lot of
last
that
time.
Dakota short 2 MNQ.
703.
703, yeah.
Nice read. Last read 24,680. That is a there you go. AF in the chat. Submit that question. Group coaching. Pin to the top of the chat. D, Anne Marie, Gabe.
I do too, Andrew. You know, we've had Dalton on Topstep TV a couple of times. Maybe we'll get him back one of these days.
All right. Damn, 60s.
Where's my target? My first target's going to be these 650s where we opened up today.
Crude looks like he wants to take off.
Yeah.
Crude wants to take
Okay,
off in the 70s.
Out.
573. Not making it easy.
Just ran some stops and crude.
Oh.
Come on, equities. Crude's going.
It's making it easy.
Since
it's
a lot of
I've
offers.
already answered it.
What's
Don't want to
that?
keep them hanging. It's called the futures market because you're trading things that are deliverable in the future, not right now. Right now is the spot market.
Buyers stepping in gold. Gold seeing some buyers. 5,007. 57. We got 12 minutes to the bottom of the hour. He's catching a bid now. A little bit of a bid.
Bill
Not making it
Alla
easy. We got,
is right.
Dual person.
30-point pushes. Tricky.
Back and forth.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. 50-50 on the tilt. Not make him smile. Very indecisive. ES, NQ. Hell, even oil right now. Crude. Finding a range between, on the 5 minute, looking at $95.20. Well, $95.55.
We've gone almost 15 minutes now with a 95 handle, which with how crude oil is moving is notable.
Potential failed upside auction now on crude now.
Yeah. Yeah, see a little selling here. $95.22. Oh, no, 21. 95.21. Oh, wow. Are you going to win?
Right at my entry, right here. 703.
It's teasing you.
Both ways. Everything's teasing me right now, Hogue.
It's
Yeah.
This market's on edge.
It really is. It really,
Well,
really is.
blame it on rollover.
Oh. And the 5 minute there. What do they see what they do? Yeah.
That was 5 straight 5-minute bars in the ES that were all roughly 10 points.
Sure was, Jack. A lot of head fakes there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, just seeing some updates to the calendar, the economic calendar, that is. We have a lot for the present. We got Trump interview 1:30 p.m. Central. We have Trump and Vance quote signing time 2:30 p.m. Central. Then Trump and Japan ambassador will be at 3 p.m. Central time. Of course, before then, 11 a.m. About 40 minutes. President is scheduled to do a news conference. We'll see if we do get that. Again, get those group coaching questions in. Pinned to the top of the chat. Got that form in for Anne-Marie, D, and Gabe. Markets are hypnotized in a trance right now.
Wow. Yeah.
What's going to give? What's going to move first? Who's going to blink? Will be gold.
I got short one MES there. I wanted to fade into a couple.
Let's go. Okay. What price?
67.09. Saw the little oil pop. We're kind of at the top of this mini range. We've been kind of moving 10 points back and forth.
Locked in.
For the sake of put it on, we got 2 on 9.5.
9 hook.
And we'll come on, oil.
Essentially short oil via the ES.
I don't have access to oil.
$95.50. Trade crude. All right.
Come on. VIX is still at 2378.
Come on. Go to 30. VIX, let's go to 30. Party.
So let's get something here.
Oh, yeah.
You know what's
hit me, Dakota. Hit me.
What doesn't suck? Slow markets.
Are you plugging your own? Are you plugging yourself? What are you doing? Wow. You guys are a trade plug. I was going to set you up on that. You got 8 minutes.
Yeah, Coach Jay's joining me tonight, and got a special surprise tomorrow, Andre. I got Braden. Braden's going to join me tomorrow.
Braden.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Yep. We've been getting some very nice price action during slow markets. Nice.
What's wrong with this price action? What's wrong with this price action, if I may ask?
There's nothing wrong with this price action. Well,
hold it.
Yeah, everything's wrong with this price action now.
Why?
I'm in the red.
Because it's going up.
It's going against me.
Oil's going up too.
Oil is going up. That's a nice price. Sure. $95.56. Crude. Speaking of 8.
Crude's still going up.
It is.
Yeah, crude's going up. Equities going up.
Kind of going up. Equities. Gold. 50.07. Let's trade. So turn around there in gold. $4 turnaround. 50.06. Is dead?
Yeah.
Justin says it is dead. It is dead. We're one headline away from it.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not. Okay, maybe
perhaps someone was dead.
No, crude correlation trade is dead. Crude correlation trade is dead.
It looks like oil's down a lot and stocks are up a lot right now.
Well, I mean, it's that correlation trade. Trust when it goes dead, it can very cost. I've been there. When it's so is my P&L.
It hurts.
When that correlation trade is over, my P&L gets absolutely destroyed. Like right now. Oh sure. Grinding higher here. ESNQ.
We're gonna be dead.
Hold it.
The dead crude oil selling off a little bit right
Good
here.
job, crude.
Rollover.
24,000. It's rollover.
Rollover.
24,000. 3.
Cut it. I got this stop like 3 points away from here. So
let's see if crude wants to one more pop. $96 print. And Dow catching a bit of a bid. Short there.
Dakota, you still in?
Yeah, 703.
Okay.
I'm down $100. 100 big ones.
5 minutes till the bottom of the hour. It will not be the Euro close. An hour from now. President again, press conference scheduled for the top of the hour. 35 minutes to go.
All right. A little bit of wiggle right there.
Mhm. Crude $95.38. It's holding above 95s.
It's not. I mean, the 95 has just been our life
holding.
for fast markets today.
It's holding. Look at us just talking ourselves into this trade. Trade's still valid.
Let's go. Kazui says Dakota's shorting in an uptrend market. This is not an uptrend market.
I don't know what the market is.
This is a
gold selling off here.
Market
Back
going to the right.
Nice one. Dakota 49.99 last trade in gold.
This is a rollover market.
When we are examining 10-point range, it's tough to trade both sides. Oh, Evans. Maybe. But with that range, right? They're seeing volume coiling up. Let's get out of that range. Spring like a jack in the box. Boom. First we'll take off. Stay locked in. Still in, Jack?
Yeah. You're stopping. Now it's oil's still around 95.30.
Hold it.
We found some buyers there.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. What do you think, Hogue?
You can't just growl like that.
Hogue, what are you thinking? Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're still, once we put in that failed downside auction in the equities, we're still putting in higher highs and higher lows.
So you like the shorts? You like the shorts?
Well, I'm just concerned for the shorts that are already in right now. We've moved point of control higher in the S&Ps. That's usually a sign that buyers are winning the game, at least for now. We got the failed upside auction in crude oil, which is at least for now holding true.
Okay.
Which, if the correlation is still there and we do start to roll that over in crude oil, that's not going to help any shorts in the equities.
No, it's not.
It's not. We only have, we're only risking $100 on this.
Yeah.
Why did that suck? Why did that suck?
No.
Sure.
Oh. We're not going to move it.
No.
Is this now I think it's a downtrend market now. The last
I don't know what trend.
5
I don't
minutes.
see a trend, fellas. I don't see it.
Depends on your time frame.
Oh, yeah, it sure does.
Yeah.
Okay. Hogue, good stuff. We're going to see you in morning highlights. A couple words before you get out of here. A growl or so, but we got morning highlights coming up in a little bit. Hogue, couple words, and we'll see you later today.
Just be a risk manager. That's your job. If you can manage risk, you can manage anything. Gotta give a shout out to my lovely wife of 30 years today. It's our 30th wedding anniversary today. Donna, love you. Love all of you. We'll see you in a little bit for the morning highlights. Keep trading well, guys.
Thank you.
Take care, Hogue.
Delta Don. Mrs. Don. Hey, selling new lows. It's not selling here in crude. I'm sorry, gold. Gold sold off.
I was to say,
Nope. Sorry. Gold. Let's see if we like that pop.
All right.
And yeah.
We have now entered a downtrending market. Because you just choose the time frame you want and then you zoom in.
Gold puked about $18 there. Bottom of the hour, 30 seconds. 30 seconds bottom of the hour. You have a 3 and 6 month bill auction. I like the short. 50-50 tilt. Again, big $18 sell off in gold printing new session lows. That price of $49.88. Fascinating market right now.
Oil is popping again. A little bit.
Come on.
Get another push lower here in gold.
Stocks don't like it.
Convinced. Are we convinced? Yeah, it's trading 67.16. One more buying here in. All right, there goes. On the hour coming gone. A little bid here in crude. Crude up to $95.45. Now 48 cents, now 50 cents in crude oil. Well, looks like Sam is back short in oil. We're holding off. 50-50.
Scotty B?
Just Sam, Sam. Yeah.
He's my uncle.
Damn. 47,093 last trade in the YM. Let's take a look at some of the other markets. What's going on in MBT? MBT, Michael Bitcoin trading 74,100, call it. Well done. What's going on in? Haven't heard much from silver. Where are the silver traders at? What's going on in the old silver? That was a fun fling, wasn't it? Silver was a fun fling. $80. $80.94.
A fling. 100%, Andre. That's what that was.
Yeah, not as much silver trading these days.
Clamoring for it.
All right, we're about to cut this.
Nope.
Maybe
Oh,
I'm not gonna touch it, but
I know. This range.
oil gave two pops and it wasn't able to.
Sure wasn't.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Jack.
I'm
Not
growing
seeing what the
weary.
market wants to give us.
Right. Haven't heard much from old silver traders. It's nothing really on tilt right now. 60 across. What's going on in the old 10-year? 10-year yields? Going on the VIX. Trump is scheduled to speak at the top of the hour.
Okay, we're gonna get stopped here. Oil's down to 95.
Sure, I'm gonna get stuff. Just like that. 4.233% in the old 10-year yield. Again, pin at the top of the chat. Get those questions in for group coaching.
All right.
So we have it, James? Yes or no?
Come on.
Yep. Okay, great. We will have the press conference live here. Top of the hour, obviously. It's not live yet. Top of the hour, we will get that here on Topstep TV. The Chiron as well. And top of the hour, we will be bringing that to you. Obviously, there's a possibility it may not start exactly at 11 a.m. at the top of the hour. But we will be bringing that to you live here on Topstep TV. Good stuff. Most certainly can move the markets, have the potential to move the markets. Again, President, I've seen a bid here in Equities.
So we're dead. Dead to the tune of $117. But
okay, buyers stepping in.
You still in it, Dakota?
Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. Down 170.
We'll have
130 in this trade. $100 bill.
Good stuff. Good
But
stuff.
it's not over yet. Not over yet.
I mean, I just fed the market for you.
So short. Again, President, speaking at the top of the hour, obviously, start exactly then, but make sure you are tuned into Topstep TV. Let your trading buddies know. Get by and say, well, what was that? What happened? What happened? What happened? I mean, President's words very well move the markets. So be ready for that. If and when that does occur. New 5 minutes. Open. $95 even last trade in crude oil. We got gold trading right 5,000 even. 5,000 even. ES trading 67.18. And NQ trading 24,000. 730. And there goes crude. All right. Crude beneath the $95, 94.87.
NASDAQ just chilling
Yeah,
here.
we were in that 95 for a long
Yep.
time.
Ooh, yeah, crude's at 94.90.
What will the president say? Find out. M contract has more volume. Why not on the M? M is June. Yes. On last
think
Friday,
about it.
the previous trading day, which last Friday, M did not have more volume. So tomorrow, once today closes, M will be.
There's
in
a
front
lot
of
of people trading with Topstep, and we can't just switch the contract in the middle of the day. We got to do it when it's closed.
Mhm.
So it would have been tough last night to trade the other one.
$95 even. All right, maybe a bit of a holding pattern. So we do hear from the president. Q&A, prepared remarks. Certainly, all eyes and ears will be locked in, focused on
Back
what.
above.
Yeah, I know.
95.
Well, we might see something set up right going into the end of fast markets.
That's what I'm
That's
thinking.
what we might see.
Yeah. They got crude pegged right now. They'll pop in gold. Gold did bottom out 15 minutes ago, 49.88, right? Back above 5,000s. In the dark one. I'd rather have Topstep preempt the roll by a day versus waiting until essentially a day late to do it. Oh, day late.
That'd be a little speculative, right?
Well, feedback accepted, but like
Yeah,
the,
of course.
it shouldn't
Yes.
with how most people are trading on this platform. I feel like it shouldn't make that much of a difference. Like, what sort of volume are you trading that the volume's an issue?
It's you said it. What is the volume difference? Cody, still on this?
Yes.
All
Nothing
right.
has changed for 20 minutes here. We're just hanging
No, it
out.
has.
We're just going sideways.
We're talking about the NQ March contract, 238,000 volume. June, 243,000 volume. Not pretty much even. We got here for the ESCS.
Nearly got back in there.
I
We're
see
still
what
just
you're.
around 95 in crude.
$95.04 last trade. What's going on in the ES volume? June contract is about 20,000 more contract trade. Don't worry. Tomorrow we'll be locked in June for you, and then we'll be able to crush it. Right?
Oh yeah, every day. Today we blame rollover.
So we got spreaders out there. I mean, we like for treasuries. I mean, euro dollars definitely roll over. Really played a key. Just need to look for the next month. All right, 67.17. 17 last trade. President scheduled to speak top of the hour. We'll have that here for you on Topstep TV. While we're at it, click subscribe, click like, and click notify, please. Oh, I like that little click sound effect. Yep.
There we go. All right, NASDAQ.
What is going to give first?
Poke it. Something. Hanging out.
Short's clear. Even tilt 50-50. Yeah, you were
Still
talking
hanging
about
at
perhaps
95.
looking to get back in flat, Let's see. Oh, also, just a reminder from earlier, anyone that caught that move to the downside in soybeans, that is, please hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets. I cannot wait to see that. Wow. Soybeans are continuing
I'm sure
to.
there's got to be someone that caught that move.
Soybeans down big time.
Wild. Oil back below 95 there.
Uh-oh. Limit down.
Oh,
How much can a
stuck at these
soybean cost?
720s.
$10? I have no what the price of soybeans are.
It's about $11.
Oh, we get a little bit of a sell-off
What was
here.
that? Yeah. Sell off in the equities. Little downtick here in crude. Crude beneath $95 by a couple cents. Gold above 5,000 by a couple bucks.
All right.
Crude 94.80, right? The
market is
small
tricky.
time frame correlation between the crude pops or sell-offs has not been really correlated. I will
No, sure.
I will
Yeah,
what do you call it? I will relinquish that point.
When it breaks off, man, it's costly. Oh man.
All right.
All right.
We're not really
Sellers-
getting anything here.
No, we're
If
not
we don't,
doing
in the
it.
next 5 or 10 minutes, I'm just going to flatten this trade. No sense holding it.
We do have Trump, as we've mentioned, at 11.
something.
Usually, what's your over-under? I'd say about 11.20.
30, yeah.
What do you
Yeah,
think,
but yeah. By some chance does start on time. We'll be on the lookout for that. Buyers grind this higher in gold. Gold back, like I said, 5,008. 1,000 EMA in the chat. They're saying, what is the crime? The chat says price bouncing off 1,000 EMA at 24,710. That's 4 years? No.
All right. As that cannot get out of these 720s.
You can't go anywhere.
The VIX is still at 2368.
Oh, yeah. And it is FOMC week. That is on Wednesday. There you go.
FOMC and rollover.
Yeah, Jack.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, look, 99% probability of a pause on rates. Anything, obviously, with the conflict in the Middle East and where oil prices are, 8 weeks. Obviously, okay, what are we looking for?
Well,
the Q&A?
I'll be looking dot plots too. I mean, there's been a lot of change. It's pretty certain that they're just going to leave the rates unchanged, but you might see the dot plots shift a bit given this rally in oil we've seen or commodities in general. And then the Q&A is always appointment viewing.
We aren't pricing in not even anything above a 50% probability of a rate cut until maybe September. It's still. If keep pushing that out.
Yeah. Unless things change dramatically, probably at least through May. That'll be Powell's final one. I don't think he's too eager to cut at the moment.
I gotta tell you, man, I saw the clickbait worked on me. I saw a headline. Would the
What'd it
Fed
say?
be crazy enough to raise rates? I'm like, and I clicked on it. I'm like, oh, damn it. I clicked on it. I know it's I clicked on it. I'm like, no, we're not gonna. They got me.
Higher for longer.
Oh,
Not
God.
yet.
No, 10 years doing the work for it right now, 4.23%. Oh, here's the headline. China and the U.S. agree to strengthen dialogue. All the headline there. It is slow even in China right now. Okay. That being said, we saw the live leaderboard earlier today. I wasn't here on Friday, so I'm dying to know. I'm going to throw JD. JD, come on in. Let's take a look at those live funded P&Ls and payouts from last week. What is up, JD?
What's up, guys? Good morning. Yeah, we've got payouts and P&Ls from Friday. Let's start with those P&Ls. Up at the top, Andrea back on the list with another big day, trading the NASDAQ in that 150K live funded account. $40,000 in total profits for Andrea on Friday. Nice job. Karab also back on the list. Karab's becoming a very popular name around here this year. $26,186 in profit, trading the NASDAQ and also in a 150K live funded account. 20 winning days now for Karab, getting real close to daily payouts. Ajit, $23,170 in profit, trading NASDAQ and gold. $50,000 in payouts already for Ajit so far this year. Gaitan, $19,970 trading the NQ. Second winning day in the live funded account for Gaitan. He's up over 30K so far in his very first week trading live funded account. 2 winning days, 2 losing days, up 30 grand. Very good. And Rajesh, putting up big numbers in a 50K live funded account, trading the NASDAQ. $17,670 in profits for Rajesh on Friday. All right, payout numbers. These were pretty great too. Check these out. Great way to start a weekend. Stefan O, $62,100 going right into his pocket. Ujra, $38,148. Luo, $26,141. Sagar, $23,643. And Jordan rounds out the top 5, $11,748 in payouts. All top 5 of these traders, obviously, in 5-figure territory for the week. There was a lot more in 5-figure territory also. These are just the top 5. But there you have it. Payouts and P&Ls from Friday. Back to you guys.
Well done.
Ooh.
Nice.
Nice. I had good conversation with Crop.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Pretty awesome. Pretty
About?
awesome.
Regarding?
Just some back and forth online about how well he's been doing.
Okay. What's Crop trading?
It's live trading.
I know
Real
what,
money.
What products?
Oh, I didn't. It wasn't that in depth.
You're the man. You were trying to no. You're trying to sell them on slow markets. Admit it. You were trying to get them on slow markets. Exactly. Tell me I'm wrong.
If he wants to come on,
tell me I'm wrong.
And join me, and I would not be against it.
I know.
But I believe he's trading the NQ.
You read the chat. That's how you got that answer. That's where you got that from.
Andre, come on, man. We're running a show here.
I'm messing with you, man. I know.
Monday, Andre. It's Monday morning.
Monday, we are looking to take we're just going to wait for the present. I'm just messing with you. 7 p.m., I should say. 7 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. Slow markets. You got Braden joining you, correct, this evening?
Yeah, Tuesday. Braden's joining me on Tuesday.
We got Braden joining us tomorrow as well. We got power players up after morning highlights. Jay, Enrico, and JD. Morning highlights. Again, the president scheduled to begin speaking top of the hour in 11 minutes. Yeah, 67.15. Crude, $94.75. Gold, 5,000 even. Bottoming out at 49.88. Overnight, we bottomed out at 49.70.
Yeah.
I know.
I don't know about this price action, man.
Yeah, Crude's
Black
holding
Arrow,
below.
This is a doozy. This is
just getting ready for Trump.
It has to be. That's all
Yeah.
eyes. All eyes there. What happened there? If I would just close / open Looked like some selling jumped in. Again, London closed as well in about 40 minutes. Okay.
Okay, a little bit of sell back and forth.
Yes. What
You know,
Back and forth.
I had
Up there.
$1 for every time I thought that in the last hour.
Yep.
Well, let's see. All right, we're getting some wiggles.
Oh, they did it. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
That's a little selling here. Equities. A little selling in
Green.
gold.
I'm in profit.
Oh, you're still in the short?
Yeah.
Well done.
Oh, it's gone.
Your headline.
Still better.
Runs or Revolutionary Guards will target U.S. industries in the region in the coming hours, asking people to evacuate nearby areas.
Okay, that'll do it.
Not
I used that
enough.
30 minutes ago. Be sitting good here, Dakota.
24,710. Or yeah, we got beneath the 700. 24,699.
Good for a second.
I'll pop there in crude. Crude popped above 95, now $95.03. Gold beneath 5,000. This is a news agency in the Middle East. Again, no need to repeat that. We'll pop there in crude again, $95.10.
Nima says it's a risk to short the NASDAQ. It's also a risk to buy
Limited
it.
risk, actually. If you don't have a stop. A limited risk if you don't have a stop.
Correct. Yep. It's a risk to have a position open. With
Here we go.
as long as you have a stop loss, that's the main thing.
Did get crude back above 95 on that, but nothing tremendously huge.
Indeed.
Might
What are your
enter
short?
trend.
708?
Yeah.
708 or
called
703?
support right here.
708?
703.
703. 703. Sure, too. MNQ from 24,000. 703 last trade. 706.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
Means selling 8-point sell off.
might see some green on the screen here.
Gold beneath 5,000. Jack, why is gold? Oh, the dollar's getting stronger. It takes less dollars to buy gold.
The dollar is, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Here we
A lot
go.
of gold volatility.
Equities, of course, here it is. All right, now beneath the 700s.
Run.
Yep. Yes,
Right at the end of fast markets. Let's go.
705. Got 90 seconds left here in fast markets. Dakota stayed short. Good fight. Getting the headline. Perhaps had some. Got us to the downside there. Equities, a little pop in crude. We got morning recap coming after this. Then we got joining us from Estonia, Enrico. Enrico will be joining us in Power Players. This will be with Jay and JD. Of course, group coaching. After that, get those questions in. Get to the top of the chat. But most importantly, we got to stay locked in for the president scheduled to speak at the top of the hour.
I might look to close this right here, right now, and just call it.
I mean, that
day.
was how long you short? You've been short for forever.
Well, almost 40 minutes. What is this? 5, 10. Yeah, 40 minutes. We've just been hanging out. Yeah, this market's just rollover. So,
Jack,
yeah, I think I'm just going to close this and end the day slightly red. Just call it good.
Okay. Yeah. Different tone. Jack, I'll see you in Power Hour.
Oh, yeah. Excited for that.
Exactly. With Ted M. will be joining us. All right. Stay locked in. Present schedule speak at the top of the hour. We still have London close coming up. We're still within the initial balance. Also, this market, it's just the calm before the storm. Something's going to pop here. Again, President will have that here at Topstep TV. Morning highlights coming up after that. Power Players, group coaching, Topstep TV. Let's go.
They're off. Yes. Happy Monday, everybody. Hopefully you are trading well this morning. As always, we're going to go over the trades that were taken on screen this morning, as usual, starting with the opening range. Here is crude oil on the 30-minute chart. Always starting with a little bit of context, the market has been putting in lower highs and lower lows and is still doing so in the short time frame. We've moved value overlapping to lower today. We're getting pretty close to some interesting levels. If you remember the island bottom we put in the middle of February, the market tested right to that in the overnight session. Let's see if we can get a test of that in the regular trading hours. All right. So the opening range broke to the upside. We ended up getting long one micro gold 5023. This gold bar here represents the opening range. And it wasn't too big. It's 50 2230 down to 50 17 and a half. So about almost a 50 tick range there for the opening range. It did get us long, and it was encouraging at first. It came within about 4 ticks of our original stop. And as the market continued, when we started to see a little bit of activity above the initial balance high, we trimmed the stop on that to basically break even. I think we made about 3 ticks overall on the trade. And it was very well managed because obviously the market has been putting in lower lows ever since. Looks like we're just about to put in a new session low here in gold. Crude oil, we did not take the opening range trade, and it was a good thing because the market has been trading both sides in a very small range, a surprisingly small range for crude oil this morning. You can see, I'm going to go to the five. Well, and as far as context is concerned, very small range. Initial balance, we did take one little look above the initial balance. That's a failed upside auction. It did provide a pretty decent downside opportunity, but I'm not really expecting that high to hold now because we didn't get a really good deep rotation off that failed upside auction. So there still seems to be some buyers here. And overall, I think, especially in crude oil, traders are really just kind of hanging around looking for any kind of new information or headlines that might come out that could drastically affect the price of crude oil. So the 5 minute, I'm just going to take a quick look at where the market opened. So this includes the opening range. I believe we probably would have been broken. We would have gotten long, which eventually we would have been stopped out. It's traded above and below the opening range several times throughout the session today. So a good skip on the crude oil opening range trade today. As far as the S&Ps and the NASDAQ are concerned, we did Jack did take a house account trade in the S&Ps. And again, looking at context, if you were watching the opening call, both Jay and I both kind of agreed the market was going to be opening in range, but a little bit above value. But we both kind of looked at this and said, okay, we kind of like the idea of Friday's high or the 200 session simple moving average, which it didn't quite get there for kind of an upper extreme, and then maybe a rotation back to the downside, which it is attempting to do. Now with the opening range at the dead low, it's difficult for me to be looking for shorts. We did believe a failed downside auction below the opening range. The market did rotate relatively high. It is still largely inside the initial balance and beginning to bring value higher. The trade that we took in the house account today was a short. At short 2 MES 6709 half. Held on to those for about 15 minutes. Got finally stopped out of those about 6719. And Dakota was trading the NASDAQ all morning as usual. Let's take a quick look here as far as the context is concerned, and it's very similar to what we were looking at in the S&Ps. Opening in range above value, opening range the dead low of the session initially. We looked above the base of the late spike to the upside that occurred on Monday. Couldn't get to the to Friday's high. Traded relatively close to this 200 session moving average. Market turned around. We did leave a failed downside auction below the initial balance low, as well as the opening range low, and we did see a pretty decent rotation back to the upside. So the market really kind of range bound. No real direction here. My suggestion would be to really try and focus on the initial balance high and the initial balance low for your opportunities. If we're going to just kind of range in here for the better part of the session here, anything in the middle to me is pretty much hands off. Now let's take a look. Dakota came out of the chute running here today. He took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trades in the first half hour, about 5 in the first half hour, and a couple after that as well. So he was looking for shorts. All of the trades that he took this morning were shorts, and they were all at one point in the money. He was a very good risk manager. He took some scratches, took some small losses. But as far as we know right now, Dakota is still holding on to those two shorts at 24,703. As we were ending the fast market segment, it was finally getting into positive territory. Maybe if Dakota's watching, he can let us know how the outcome of that trade comes out. But finally into the green on that trade. All right. Let's take a quick look at the quotable quote, and we will moving on here to power players. We may have the president speaking on something, but I haven't gotten word about that just yet. So we'll keep our eye out for that. But quotable quotes. Carl Jung says, "Do not compare, do not measure. No other way is like yours. All other ways deceive and tempt you. You must fulfill the best way that is in you." Trading is a very personal thing. When somebody has a strategy that works and they give it to somebody else, the outcome is usually going to, at the very least, be somewhat different, if not drastically different. This is something you have to earn and learn on your own. It is difficult. We know that. But I believe just about anybody can do it if they do the right things. So, again, don't measure yourself against other traders. You're you. They're them. Whole different world, whole different motivation, whole different decision-making process. All right. On that note, hey, we are going to be heading into power players. Enrico's here. And he's, I guess, largely been focusing on base hits around his XFAs, building up towards a payout. Enrico is going to be joined by JD and Coach Jay. Looking forward to watching this segment. There's still so much more to do on Topstep TV today. This is Topstep TV. You're in the right place. Let's go.
And we're back. Welcome back to Topstep TV Power Player Edition. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got JD. And in the middle, we got our new favorite power player here. Henrico is back on the show. Henrico, happy Monday. How you doing today?
Happy Monday indeed. I'm doing really well. I am actually currently waiting for short, so I'm a little bit excited of what the market will do, but happy to be back.
Happy to have you back, Henrico. Good to see you. We'll talk about that short trade in just a little bit. But JD, we saw you for the opening call this morning. How you doing?
Excellent, excellent. Glad to be back. I've got the keys to the house account right here. We've also got President Trump about to hit the podium any minute now. We are going to be piping that in. We've got a live feed for it. So as soon as the president starts talking, we're probably going to take a little bit of a break from the markets and listen to what he has to say. Is it going to be market moving? We don't really know yet, do we?
I'm
very
in, by the
possible,
way.
though.
Oh, Enrico short.
Enrico
What price
is
we
in.
get?
I feel a little bit not so confident because Trump is gonna speak. That's always can mess up the trade. But I'm gonna quickly share what I see on TradingView where I do all my analysis. So I like the fact that this white stairs is 15-minute 9 EMA, and I like that we closed candle below it. So I'll wait for this 15-minute candle close. If this closes above this 9 EMA again, I'm just going to manually close. If not, I'm going to keep holding and maybe even build into this position. So I have 4 minutes to see what this candle does.
Okay. Awesome stuff. Henrico in short. You short one lot right now? One micro NASDAQ?
Yeah. 1 MQ.
Okay.
What price
Good,
did you get
good.
there? 677s?
677, yeah. Quite a bad fill.
Are you using market orders when you get in the market? Use market orders or limit orders?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Market orders.
Always market orders. Yeah. Maybe some there are rare occasions where I will go for limit orders, but I enjoy the clicking the button myself and entering when I feel like it.
I understand. I do understand that.
I am short right now. Guaranteed fills with a market order. Guaranteed fill. Maybe not the best price all the time, but you know you're in the markets if that's what you're seeing. We got the NASDAQ right now trading 24,689s. The S&P 6703.50. Crude oil $95.29. And gold kind of stuck at this 5,000 level here. 5,001. Enrico, is your first trade of the day?
I had one break even. I made it 15, so I was up actually more than 60 points, and then I went to break even, almost break even. And got me out at pretty much break even, $15 profit, nothing major.
Yeah, it's been very choppy today.
Good.
Two-sided trade.
Has an opportunity on both sides, but
I was driving home from work when probably was the best setup for me. For me, the best setup was the rejection point today, which was around 24,765, was exactly where the 1 hour 200 EMA was. And generally, if we are below those high time frame EMAs, especially on 4 hour and daily, I always kind of expect price to do some kind of bullish movement into those 1 hour and 4 hour EMAs, and that 200 EMA was exactly where we got rejected. So I was driving and I was a little bit frustrated that I missed it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, that was a beautiful short up there. We were saying in the green room, I tried to short it today, got short a little too early. I went back and rewatched the analysis that we do for the opening call, JD, and that was the exact level up there that we were saying potential shorts should be coming in. Sometimes you got to remind yourself to follow your own game plan up there. Really nice rejection off that 200 moving average on the 30-minute and the daily in the NASDAQ. And yeah, like you said, Henrico, probably the best trade location of the day, right? From that point, pretty much 150
So far, yeah.
points to the downside. So we'll see.
And I'm
JD, what are you seeing?
Target.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I just
go ahead,
wanted to
Henrico.
say that my profit, I want to take profits around where we got, where was the previous resistance. We kind of had the previous resistance around this 24,570 or so. And I kind of see this as important area. So right now I'm targeting that level.
24,570 was that price?
Yeah, it's a little bit below the VWAP. So I'm hoping if sellers take over the control, we will push below the VWAP, and then I might start trailing my stop loss and extending my take profits.
24,570, looking for a 100-point banger here in the NASDAQ. Looking at the tilt right now, 57% short in the S&P, 62% short in the NASDAQ, 66% long crude oil, and 63% long in gold. JD, anything you're seeing for potential opportunities here?
I'm seeing a lot of sideways price action right now, Jay. This is what we call a coiling market, right? Price is condensing. We're losing volume. We're just kind of drifting sideways for the moment right now. There's possibly some range opportunities. And I'm looking at the micro S&P right now. Possibly some range trade opportunities. We are in this Dolby Dorito pattern. So you could play the range or play the breakout or wait for the breakout, I should say. That's what I'm seeing in these equities markets right now. So if we get to an extreme, let me draw a couple of lines on the chart for you so you see what I'm looking at. So maybe I'll put something on if we reach an extreme, either extreme of this triangle pattern, or potentially play a breakout also. So we'll see what happens in the next couple minutes. I'm not just going to dive in, especially since we have the president talking any moment now. So wait and see for the moment. Maybe I'll get into a range play, though. We know what our risk is, right?
Stuff. Thank you for that, JD. It looks like we have the president maybe sitting down right now at the Kennedy Center. We'll try to bring that into you if and when we can. But headline watch, of course, anytime the president is at the microphone right now. Enrico,
he has started speaking.
Short 677.
Happening in the Middle East. And if you have a couple of questions, we'll do that, and then we'll get on with our board meeting. So thank you very much for being here. We have a wonderful group of very, very smart, talented patriots at this table. Our powerful military campaign to end the threats posed by the Iranian regime continued in full force over the past few days. They have been literally obliterated. The Air Force is gone. The Navy is gone. Many, many ships have been sunk. They're warfighting ships, but I guess they didn't know how to use them. And anti-aircraft is decimated, their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well. They've been a terror for 47 years, and now I guess the world, through the United States, with the help of Israel, is doing what should have been done many years ago. Should have been done many years ago. Since the beginning of the conflict, we've struck more than 7,000 targets across Iran, and these have been mostly commercial and military targets. We've achieved a 90% reduction in their ballistic missile launches and a 95% reduction in drone attacks. The missiles are trickling in now at very low levels because they don't have too many missiles left. We've also attacked the manufacturing plants, the places where they manufacture the missiles and the drones, and that's going on today. We just hit 3 of them today. It's getting very hard for them to manufacture. More than 100 Iranian naval vessels have been sunk or destroyed over the last week and a half. That has to be some kind of a record. Additional strikes continue to launch from all directions every single hour. And as you know, we attacked Karg Island and knocked it literally, destroyed everything on the island except for the area where the oil is. I call it the pipes. We left the pipes. We didn't want to do that, but we will do that. We can do that on 5 minutes notice. It'll be over. But for purposes of someday rebuilding that country, I guess we did the right thing. but it may not stay that way. Just one simple word, and the pipes will be gone too, but it'll take a long time to rebuild that. We are aggressively dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, and ability to rebuild its missiles and drone capability is getting down to close to zero. And we're hammering their capacity to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, with more than 30 mine-laying ships destroyed. We hit, to the best of our knowledge, all of their mine-laying ships. Now they can put them on other types of ships, I guess, and drop them in, but we don't know that any have even been dropped in. We're not sure that any have been. That's a big negative for them if they do it. It's a form of suicide. But
not too much movement in the markets right now. Got Henrico short from 677s.
We've hit all 30 of their ships and destroyed them. They're all at the bottom of the sea. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the Strait far more than ours. You know, we get less than 1% of our oil from the Strait, and some countries get much more. Japan gets 95%. China gets 90%. Many of the Europeans get quite a bit. South Korea gets 35%. So we want them to come and help us with the Strait. We have it in very good shape. The countries, I said, we've already taken care of Iran, but now, because of the fact that literally a single terrorist can put something in the water or shoot something or shoot a missile, a small missile, and it's fairly close range because it is a tight area, and which is one of the reasons they've always used that as a weapon. Iran has always used that as an economic weapon, and it's not going to be able to be used very long. Numerous countries have told me they're on the way. Some are very enthusiastic about it, and some aren't. Some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've protected them from horrible outside sources, and they weren't that enthusiastic. And the level of enthusiasm matters to me. We have some countries where we have 45,000 soldiers, great soldiers, protecting them from harm's way. And we have done
Seen
a
a
great
little
job.
bit of selling in the equities here.
And when we want to know, do you have any mind
Gold as well.
Well, would rather not get
Coming
involved,
close to
sir.
the VWAP on ES, so I'm also want to see what ES does on the VWAP because I think it reaches the VWAP before NQ does.
Okay.
So if ES will give us super bullish reaction from the VWAP, I might close my NQ short. But let's see.
Got you.
We're actually getting
Nice trade
some
so far,
momentum
about
to the downside.
30 points in the money right here. Nice trade.
I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries because I know that we'll protect them, and if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time, just like I knew about the Strait, that it would be a weapon, which I predicted a long time ago. I predicted all of this stuff. You guys were very generous in that. I predicted all of it. I predicted Osama bin Laden would knock out the World Trade Center. I made that prediction a year before he did it. I said, you better get him. He's a bad guy. I
Watch oil here coming up to 96 bucks.
Be interviewed one time, and I said, that's a bad guy. You better get him. 1 year before, exactly. I wrote it in a book. You can even check about a year before the World Trade Center came down. President Clinton actually had a shot at him, and he didn't take it, unfortunately. I'm not blaming him for that, but he didn't take it. And
equities continuing to sell a little bit here. Oil popping.
Center, but I predicted that too. I predicted a lot of things.
Seeing that correlation play out a little bit here.
Other nations whose economies depend on the Strait for blood. I mean, these people literally need it. 95% of their energy or their oil comes out of the Strait, and they should be in here very happily helping us. And it's incredible. We have such great. We're number one in oil by double now. We drill, baby, drill. We're double any other nation, and it's going to be soon triple any other nation. And that doesn't include Venezuela, who's been great. By the way, the relationship with Venezuela has been fantastic. Millions, literally millions of barrels of oil are being taken out, and it's been a great help. And it's been to their great benefit. The president has done a really good job. We get along with him really well. But we've taken out millions of barrels of oil and brought to Houston and other places for to the refineries. We have refineries set up specifically for that, and it's been a great relationship. And more and more is happening. It's a tremendous oil source, and we're stepping it up very rapidly. The big companies are going in, and they will actually numbers in a pretty short period
More
of time.
selling coming in
Numbers
here
that
in the
they've never
equities.
been able to
66.8
do, what
last
we're
trade
doing.
S&P. 24,640 in the
A lot
NASDAQ.
of oil under that land. We strongly encourage
Watch
the
oil
other
at 96
nations
bucks here.
to get
103 on the
involved
offer,
with us
96
and get
cents.
involved quickly and with great enthusiasm.
Okay, the selling is
I have
increasing.
that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not, because
More selling here. Nice trade here,
they don't want to
Henrico.
be targeted. But I say, wouldn't matter if you're targeted or not, because
50 points in the
this
money
is a
now.
paper
Halfway
tiger
to that
that we're
100-point
dealing
banger
with.
target.
It wasn't a paper tiger
Watch
2
oil.
weeks ago. It's a paper tiger now.
Enrico still in this trade, correct?
So
Yes.
Yeah.
we're going to get down to the reason.
Yeah, I'm about 60 points in the money now.
But we're going to get down to
I will see what it wants to do.
Very
Right at
nice.
VWAP here.
Trump Kennedy Center.
Oil new highs at regular trading hours.
Nice clean breakout of this triangle
the
pattern.
Purpose and prestige of this revered institution. Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest performing arts facility of its kind anywhere in the world. And I don't know that it ever really reached that stage, but it will over a period of time. We're rebuilding it. It's in very, very bad condition. It's been it's been somewhat of a disaster, to be honest with you. It's been
Watch gold also.
it's been let go to hell. That's what they've done. They did a poor job. They spent money in the wrong places. They built some theaters underneath that nobody uses, little ones, tiny theaters that cost $300 million. And the money was spent incorrectly, wrong. We're dealing with some networks on the possibility of renting those little theaters. Nobody's going to use them. They want the big halls. The halls are,
Jay,
the
do
halls
you,
are
do
going
you
to be
see the
incredible.
delta
They're
right
in
now?
bad
What's
shape,
delta doing?
But when they're
I got you.
completed,
Give me
the
1
bones
second.
are potentially something that could be unbelievable. So I want to, before we begin, I want to thank Rick Grinnell. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. He's been unbelievable. He went to he was the ambassador, as you know, to Germany. There was no happier woman in the world than Angela Merkel. Angela. She called me, "Thank you, sir, thank you." Although she liked Rick a lot, there was nobody happy.
Slightly
that he
negative.
was no longer going to be the ambassador to
Slightly?
Germany.
Slightly negative, but
He
we got to
was
think rollover as
difficult
well,
for
right?
them. He was
Volume
not your
split between the two
typical
contracts, so
ambassador.
negative
He was the
1,200 right now.
opposite. He would do what was best for the United States, not for Germany. And I want to tell you, he did a great job. So good that I put him in charge of a thing called intelligence. And something he didn't really want to do, but he did it, and he did it incredibly well. There were a lot of leakers. He found out the leakers. And when he didn't find out who the leaker was in a certain area, he fired everybody. And he went into one room where there was leaks coming out. These are long-term problems that these various places have had. And he said, "Who's the
So
one that
I'm
leaked
thinking
this?"
of
And they
going to
wouldn't
break
admit it,
even
so he
here.
fired the whole room. And he did a good job, I'll tell you. He was
I don't want to make the losing trading, the winning trading to losing one.
Yeah.
And there is a small divergence between indexes. So I'm going to move this trade to break even. I'd rather
Okay.
find a new entry than start losing money on this trade. And the reason being is ES, the recent low we have on NQ, which was 24,605. That same low was taken out by ES. So sometimes what I see is one index kind of clears the recent low or high, and then they start having this divergence where it gives sometimes a good entry for possible reversal. So
Okay.
I'm kind of saving my trade from that.
Good call.
And trying to play it
oil
safe.
continuing to pop here. If that inverse correlation is going to keep helping you, oil's continuing to rally here, 96.60s. But stop going
I
to break
think
even. I was
the
just about to ask you about
worst-
that. Halfway to your target. Go ahead, Enrico.
Yeah, The worst case scenario, I think, for my trade for break even is the new 15-minute opening. It's something I see a lot in the markets, whether it's 1 hour, 4 hour, or 15-minute candle openings. Like it can go your way by the time the candle closes, but it can leave like a nasty wick behind. And like that's probably the worst kind of scenario for this trade in terms of like hitting my break even and then start going my way.
We also got London close coming up in about 30 seconds here.
Oh yeah.
Bring back in the president. He did just say we should have a special meeting to cut rates right now with the Fed.
This is the biggest room.
Guess you can't wait till
Holds like
Wednesday.
98 people for dinner. But behind me, you're going to have a ballroom that this building and the people occupying it, in particular, every president for 150 years has clamored for a ballroom, a large, beautiful room. This is a cocktail room. And this will actually be, this whole floor will end up being a cocktail room.
Now is the moment for truth
the
for me.
cocktail area or pre-area for the ballroom before dinners. So we'll have
15 minutes.
Heads of state. We can't even do a heads of state dinner. Usually what they do is they would do them on the lawn with a tent. But when it rains, the lawn is very low. And you know the land in Washington. It was built on swampy wetland.
It's also fighting with the orb low. So for me, the red box that you see or the two red lines, they are the 15-minute New York orb. The first 15-minute New York high and low, which is super important for me because if we start closing below it, I might start getting a little bit more greedy and start trailing my stop loss and kind of going for a bigger play than 100 points here. But I would look for what is, if we close 5-minute candle below it, then that's when I start looking for maybe trailing my stop loss above this red line. So exactly where we are right now.
Okay.
But this requires that we close this 5-minute candle below it.
Below 623s is that price. We're looking for the initial balance low as well. See if we can get some pressure below that. See what happens to oil here.
Looks like it wants to slowly start reversing back. Let's see.
Crude's taking a little bit of a break after that nice rip. It was a healthy rally in crude. It's falling off just a little bit now.
That's the unfortunate part of trading one micro. I would be happy to take my 50 points with one and scale out and then have a break even.
Perfect spot to do it.
But I didn't have such a good, like, it wasn't my A+ setup to go in with more than one. It was more like, I would say, B-. Let's see. I think it's gonna bump to my break even. There's a little bit volume increase on this buying right now as well.
Getting a little bit of a pop here. About to hit 650 in the NQ, 66.91 last in the ES. NASDAQ stopped right at Friday's value area high, almost to the tick. 24,620 was Friday's value area high.
Inverse correlation is still playing out. Equities and crude oil. We saw crude pop. The equities sell off a little bit. Now crude selling off a little bit. And equities are rallying.
Redone. So I said, let's run it for a year just to see how it works. It's better than you can't just go into something and try and figure it out. And we figured it out over the year. And you have to close it, putting new marbles in, beautiful, beautiful marbles. When you do marbles, you can't have people walking over the marble every night as it's drying and setting.
Talking about his ballroom renovations right now. So I think we can focus a little bit on this trade, Henrico. Short from 24,677s. We got a 56% short tilt in the S&P, 56% short in the NASDAQ, 72% long crude trading 96.09 over there. And gold on its regular trading hour lows, 49.8520. Last trade here in gold.
Now would be the perfect time to continue selling.
Yeah. Is this something you would add to if we broke below that 15-minute orb low?
Good question.
Not add, because it's I don't like to add when it's more than 50 points into my profit, because I feel like I'm a little bit making my entry worse. And
Okay.
the second reason is I would rather prefer trailing my stop loss than adding here.
Makes sense. Gotcha.
Maybe
the
if
flow
Trump
for the day
wasn't
really
speaking.
Okay.
I feel like adding when he's speaking, it's a little bit dangerous to kind of give the winning trade, make the winning trade into a losing trade.
Yeah. Absolutely. 24/6/30s. I mean, why add? If let the market add for you, right? Just continue to sell off here would be pretty nice. Saw somebody asking about a potential range trade here in gold. Maybe we're near those lows. 49.82 low of the day in gold is 49.70s. I think we go make a run here in gold personally. It's looking pretty heavy here.
I mean, I'm not
Yeah, we
asking
are
for
at
much
the bottom of
stronger
this.
points.
We are at the lower end of this 15-minute range in gold. Looks like a pretty clean range right now, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's
You like a long in gold here, Jay?
No, I like the short for a break. I like the short for a breakdown, JD. I was short from 50/31s earlier, and got stopped out before this moved down. But it's a tough one, right? Because you're shorting in the hole if you do short here. But the closer we get to that 70 level, I think I'd set like a sell stop below 75s and just make a run for the low.
Okay.
If it gets
That
below
makes
there,
sense.
if it holds 80, I don't want to be short. But if it gets below, then I think I'd look for a breakdown. Seeing a little pop here in the equities.
Looking for the breakout, not the range in gold. I'll keep an eye on it.
Okay, now it's only like 20 points away from my break even, so I'm starting to lose hope.
Let's see here. S&P holding that full session view up.
It is. I've got a 9-period EMA in the NASDAQ right here, 24,655, call it. Just bounced off of it.
Inside Trader says never lose hope. Just need to find some selling at full session view up there in the NASDAQ as well. It's at 24,623s.
Hope can be a dangerous thing for futures traders.
Yes, it can be.
Definitely fighting here. The NQ is getting a little bit wiggly. It doesn't have really direction right now based on the last 5-minute candles. So I think if we hold around here, we might continue selling, but I think otherwise it's going to bounce back into the range, and then it's kind of like the perfect range. We came to this lower side of the range. As I said, there was a divergence as well, like ES took out the same low, and now it wants to get back into the orb as well. ES was outside of the orb range for a little while, and now as soon as we probably close candle inside of it, I think we're gonna go higher again or high of this range. So,
bring back in the president's audio here. Zeno says he wants to hear about the interior design. So thanks for tuning in to HGTS TV. Let's hear about that ballroom.
When you're the speaker and you have a majority of 2 or 3. But we had a death, and then we had another death, and we had some things, and but we're looking very strong. We had one man who was very ill. It looked like he wasn't going to make it. I don't know. I won't mention his name. Should I? Do other people know his name?
Past that part.
Do you want to mention it? He'll be proud. Go ahead. Tell him the story.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Congressman Neil Dunn of Florida had some real health challenges, and it was very serious, and had a pretty grim diagnosis. And I mentioned it to the president, and I said, Congressman Dunn is a real champion and a patriot because he's still coming to work. And if others got this diagnosis, they would be apt to go home and retire. And
what was the diagnosis?
It was, I think it was a terminal diagnosis.
He would be dead by June.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay. That's
Is this some type of HIPAA violation we're seeing in real time? What's going on here?
I
We're
don't
seeing
think
some
we-
some selling coming into crude here,
So
$95.83.
The president called him to encourage him and thank him, and they had a conversation. And
Little
the
pop
president
in the
mentioned
equities.
Of course, the conversation. You know how to get
I
my
don't know what's
doctors
going
involved.
on there, chat.
And they did, and within a number of hours, they took him to Walter Reed Emergency Surgery. The man has a new lease on life. He acts like he's 30 years younger, and he walked into the conference meeting, and we thought we'd seen a ghost. And I spoke with him over the weekend, and he's encouraged and thankful, and he thanks the president for his leadership and intervention. And thank you, thank you.
He
It was
actually
amazing.
called Mike. Mike called me and he said, "Sir, we're up by 3, but we're going to lose 1 by June." I said, "Who?" Neil Dunn. He's a Congress.
Oil
great
pulling back here.
Incredible. He called
Seen the
to say
equities
that
pop.
he was terminal, really
The
bad.
correlation
heart.
is real.
There's nothing they
It
can
is.
do.
Correlation is
I said,
real.
That's bad. Number 1, it was bad because I liked him. Number 2, it was bad because I needed his vote. But he really said, "Mike, I'm going to last this out for the president and you, and however long I live, I mean, it looks like June is the time, but however long I live, I'm going to be voting for you." I mean, how many people are going to say that? Most of them are going to say, "Mike, I'm retiring immediately. That's the end."
He's an extraordinary
But
man.
he didn't do that. It really was really impressive. And then I realized I have doctors in the
holding.
White House. The White House doctors are incredible, and they've helped me with other people. They're helping me with people right now. People that are very sick are like they're miracle workers. And I said I have to call them, and I called the 2 doctors.
Oil did hold.
They're both
Gold held
great.
those 80s too, JD. Low of the range there.
It did. I'll pull that back up.
Yeah. If it didn't close below 80s,
range
don't like
trade,
the
yeah.
shorts. But yeah, it is. Really nice trade there. 95.78 last trade in crude oil, pulling back a little bit here. Still long 65%. Seeing the equities pop back up here. Risk is managed on this one, Enrico. I like the idea.
Yeah, can't really lose anymore on this trade, but yeah, I was hoping we get a little bit bigger sell-off. I think I'm out now in any second. I might look for re-entry, perhaps 716 if we go there. That would be my possible new entry because that's the orb high. So I'm kind of seeing how the market is playing out a little bit inverse orb. It's what I call it, is when the price pretty much stays inside of the first 15-minute range and it stays there pretty much all the session. Haven't seen it a lot lately, but it looks like it seems to be the best play today.
Idea, good
Still
risk
in this
management.
trade,
Oil
though.
pulling back here. Yeah, it's holding. Hold the line. Hold the line.
More selling.
Half a
More
point
selling in
from my
crude oil
break
coming
even.
in. More sellers stepping into crude oil.
Yeah.
95.60 last trade there.
Excellent, beyond excellent. So, but who needs it, right? That's right. Who needs it?
Okay, now I think I'm out now in any second. Yeah, I'm out.
Right. Nice trade there, Enrico. Good management of the trade. Looking for about 100 points. The NASDAQ stopped at full session VWAP there, 24,623s. Pop right back up. Don't need to turn this into a loser. I think that's what you said when you were managing the trade, right? If it got this far and it's not going to continue, that's fine. But, I like what you said also about having multiples, right? Thinking about taking one off down there. And that's what you did with the position manager, right? Pulling that stop in. And we got enough of an opportunity to find another trade. Just a reminder for everyone as well, we do have group coaching coming up after this. There is a form pinned to the top of the chat for group coaching. If you're wondering who's on group coaching today, I got the answer for you. That will be Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. So make sure you get your questions in there. Ask Anne-Marie how she knew that the S&P was going to open up at 66.08 last night. She called that price to the tick.
She called it?
That's exactly where
Really?
to the tick. Right before they opened, yeah. Curious how she got that exact price, but it's where it opened and it did not trade lower. So ask Anne-Marie about that in group coaching. Make sure you get your questions in there. 66.0850 is the low of the day, and that's where we opened.
Wow, that's incredible. What a call.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Was
it's
she getting
the
long off that
well,
call?
I don't know if she got long, but yeah, it was her call for the opening price. I don't know if she actually got long on it though.
Jay, I think you said
Or let's
a
say,
really good point. Like usually it's for me the general rule is if I'm with two contracts and the market kind of slows in momentum, then 50 points is usually where I take my first profit. But it's only when the market actually starts slowing to momentum. And that's the thing when you enter with one contract. It's like you're in the 50 points profits, you are chasing a little bit bigger winner, and then you need to make the decision whether you're gonna take the 50 points and then it goes to your TP, and then you're gonna feel the pain of regret that you closed it too early. And then at the same time, like break even is the only option then as well, because you were already at 50 points in the profit. What's the point of letting the trade go into stop loss or in the minus?
Yeah. Agreed. I think what you could do there is maybe
Also-
find a point to take something off the table, maybe 20, 30 points. But even then, right, this is so range bound that I think you caught, you know, your trade was the entire range, right? So where do you even manage the risk at that point? I think you did what you were supposed to do there.
It's also have to protect the green streak, right? Toby,
Exactly. So let's talk
Toby
about that.
kind of put it in my head. Yeah.
How long is the
What
green
is the
streak
streak
now?
at right now?
82 now, 82 days.
82 consecutive days of winners. That's incredible.
Yes, sir. I can share this as well. I made it into the collage. This is how it looks in the full size.
Wow.
All the months. And
Are they all?
yeah,
Are they all payout eligible days? Over
no, not really.
$150?
So
No. Okay.
I go into the Topstep and then I can show as well. So especially in, I would say January. So for example, Friday, my trade frequency is quite small. As you say, it's mostly 1-2 trades. Even if it says 3 trades, it still usually means that I scaled out or scaled in, or there were a few break evens. Otherwise, I'm trying to go back into averaging 300, 400 per day. But I also don't want to kind of connect the money aspect with my trading. It's just like taking the setups that I like or are A+ setups for me, and then seeing what's going to happen. And in terms of the profits, so I would say in January, oh, sorry, this is February. So in February, I had few days that were under hundreds. Mostly, I would say the average is between 150 to 300 if you consider all the months.
Very good. Very good.
Nice job. 83 days.
What a great win streak. 83
Yeah,
days.
it's amazing. And I think, you probably can extend that win streak because you're not focusing on the $150, right? I think if you were, you probably take some trades that are just, reaching for profit targets. But hey, $80 adds up, $60 adds up when you're eventually able to take a payout.
Yeah, it's true as well. Like that's my mindset as well. Like I have a certain account balance goals when I want to take the payout. So usually it's around, let's say, 8 to 10,000. That's like where I normally take the payout when the account balance is between 8 or 10,000. And usually, like if I start from 4 or 5 after the payout, I kind of don't even focus whether I have the 150 days because I know that with my trading style, it's going to take at least like 3 weeks, 4 weeks to reach the profit target. And I will have those 150 days in that time frame. So I'm not really focusing on really finding the 150 every day or so, because again, like for me, it's about having the account as long as possible, maintaining XFA, because I have before those 3 XFA, so all this calendar applies to 3 accounts, which kind of makes the whole accepting the smaller profits or accepting the 300 days much more realistic in my eyes, because for me that's like 900 per day once I reach the payout. So for me that's more than enough, and it also helps me not to be so exposed to the market, I can be exposed to the market with maximum maybe 3 micros, not risk a lot, not risk losing, I don't know, half of my account in one trade, and just like really get those chaps. Usually my take profits, like as you saw right now as well, I usually try to find those 100-point trades. So as soon as you're in with 2 micros, that's more than enough. Find a 100-point trade, take 1 trade per day, and that's it. And also, I feel that like chasing money with the XFAs is always a little bit recipe for disaster. Again, I had a lot of experience losing XFAs in 1-2 weeks, and my only conclusion how to actually maintain XFA was like I need to size down. I shouldn't take, I don't know, more than 3-4 trades per day. Only take my A+ setups, be happy with the small chaps, and then it's gonna add up. And in the beginning, it's really hard to see how it adds up because you want that payout, you want to get that money on your bank account, you want to actually get paid. But as now, when we are in March, and I started with those accounts in November, now I have like a lot of proof that hey, take those small hits, it's gonna work. You're gonna get your payouts, and most importantly, you're gonna have accounts to trade.
Base hits, that's the game, right? Enrico,
Base hits.
Sounds like you've got it all figured out.
Yeah, seriously. Seriously.
I mean,
I'm trying to think of what my longest win streak was, and it was not 83 days.
Yeah, but
No, I don't think it was a
I would
quarter of
say
that.
here that a lot of those days, especially in January, not anymore. Now I'm not pushing it. But in January, I was down, let's say 300, and my only goal was to make it back into green. Now I'm not doing
Okay.
anymore, but if I go into my January, you will see like I think I even remember those days. So right here I have 81 as a profit with 12 trades, 12 as a profit with 19 trades. Now in February and March, you see I only take like 1-2 trades per day. So these are, I think, the best examples where I started with -300-400, and I
Okay.
really over traded just to keep it green. And now I have completely like forget
Got
about
away
the
from
fact
that.
that it needs to be green. Yeah.
You know what's awesome about that? We don't get to choose when a trade is going to be a loser, right? But I think what happens is when you get down and you're focused on getting back to green, you probably start focusing on higher quality trade setups, right? Where it's like, okay, I need to focus on the trades that are going to pay me to a high probability. And then it sounds like what you're doing now is just filtering out the, marginal trades, right? The trades that, to a high probability maybe don't pay you, and then just taking less opportunities. Not guaranteeing that you're going to be a winner on those trades, but it just puts the odds in your favor a little bit more. So, great focus there. Great focus there. We are seeing, damn, JD, buying those 80s in gold. We're 17 points off of it right now. 49.97 last trade in gold. Nice out on that trade, Henrico. Henrico, do you continue to look for trade opportunities here? We see you green on the day right now. Take a couple of trades already. Do you continue to look for opportunities? How do you approach the rest of the day?
I'm always looking at the markets. I'm always looking at the markets pretty much until the close. Usually, since I have like one really beneficial thing about this green streak or maintaining your accounts for so long is you get a lot of data about your trades. And my statistics and my data show that any trade that I take after the first, I would say 2 hours or until London closes, then any trade after that is usually a loser trade or the win rate is much lower. And I don't like trading power hour because I feel like if you screw up in power hour, you're going to have a really sour feeling going into the market close, and you really don't have any more chances
time.
to kind of make it back. Yeah. It feels super rushed, and if the opportunity comes for me, the most perfect probably short opportunity would be that if we take out Friday high on either ES or NQ, so kind of similar divergence that we saw right now where ES took out the previous low. So if we take out the Friday high on either ES or NQ, and then there is 4 hour 100 EMA, I'm going to quickly show. So we have this 4-hour 100 EMA, which is for me like should be super important EMA in terms of getting a reaction from there. And this would align with taking out the Friday's high and then possibly getting reaction. So maybe if the price goes to around 840, 850, I will
Okay.
possibly find the trade if I find any confirmation on a smaller time frame.
Gotcha. We are getting some more comments here from the president. We are going to go to a little bit of a break here and get to group coaching, but the president on the Strait of Hormuz and potential coalition, Rubio will announce the nations. He did say it takes a while to get to the Strait of Hormuz. But again, Trump on the Strait and potential coalition, Rubio will announce the nations. We are going to go to a little bit of a break. Reminder to everybody, we got a form pinned to the top of the chat for group coaching. We got Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie coming in for group coaching. Enrico, we broke the streak of no trades for you on Topstep TV. I know that was one of the things we talked about last time. We went 2 for 2 with no trades. Really nice trade on this one. Looking for maybe a bigger target, but I love the management on the trade because it did run past where your entry was. So nice job keeping that streak alive. We'll see you back sometime next week, I'm assuming. JD, are you back on TV for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I'll be back for the 1 o'clock segment, Trade with Topstep. Me, Hoop, and Gabe will be here to trade it out. That's coming up right after group coaching, so stick around.
Awesome stuff. Well, during that segment, we also have an NVIDIA AI conference, so keep an eye on the headlines there. Maybe AI gets back in the forefront. Go ahead, Enrico.
Yeah, I'll actually be back on Wednesday for the fast markets. So
Nice. Perfect.
Finally a trading time where I actually execute.
Yeah. Awesome stuff. Well, we will.
I'm just saying it now, Enrico, 8:30 to 9:30. 8:30 to 9:30 on Wednesday. Enrico.
8:30, yeah.
Nice. Best trading time of the day for me as well. So we will see Enrico back on Wednesday. We'll see JD in about an hour. We'll see our coaches coming up. I see them getting ready in the green room right now for group coaching. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Protect you. I mean, we're protecting them. We're working with them on Ukraine. Ukraine's thousands of miles away, separated by a vast ocean. We don't have to do that, but we did it. Well, Biden did it. I mean, I have to be honest with you. Biden got taken to the cleaners. But we worked with them in Ukraine. We don't need to work with them in Ukraine. And then they tell us that we have a mine ship around, and they don't want to do it. I think it's terrible. No, I was very surprised. I told him, we requested 2 aircraft carriers, which they had, and he didn't really want to do it. And then right after the war essentially ended, meaning they were obliterated, he said, I would like to send the aircraft carriers. I said, I don't need them after the war has ended and won. I need it before the war. So I was very upset not upset, I was not happy with the UK. I think they'll be involved, yeah, maybe. But they should be involved enthusiastically. We've been protecting these countries for years with NATO, because NATO is us. You can ask Putin. Putin fears us. He has no fear of Europe whatsoever. He fears the United States of America and the military that was built by me in the first term. Yeah.
You mentioned the significant amount of oil that China derives from the Middle East. What is the status of your conversation with President Xi in terms of getting China to cooperate, in terms of making the Strait of Hormuz safe for those oil tankers?
Yeah, so China's a great example. They get 91% of their oil from the Hormuz Straits, which we protected for years. And it always bothered me that we have these countries. Japan gets 95% of its from the Straits, the Hormuz Straits. And it always bothered me that we're protecting and we don't need them. We didn't need them before we started dig we must. Dig me must, that's the Trump policy of lots of oil. And we didn't use them very much. It used to be at 10%. Now it's at almost zero. We don't need, we don't need oil. We have all the oil we need for ourselves. It's one of the great assets that we have. We have more than double what anybody else in terms of oil production. We're at more than double any other country. So we don't need it, but we did it. It's almost, you could say we did it out of habit, which is not a good thing to do. But we did it because we have some good allies there. We have some great Middle Eastern countries there, Israel there. So we did it for a lot of reasons. But it always amazed me that we did it. We never asked for reimbursement. And it was really there to serve other countries, not us. And by the way, we have the Sugar King. The same story. Look at that. Alfie von Hool. Alfie, thank you both very much. Huh? That's Pepe, yeah. Pepe. Hi, Pepe. How are you? How are you? Is Alfie in the backstage? Huh? Is he sitting back there waiting for you? No? You doing all right? Pepe is a great friend of all of ours, I think, in the room. Tremendous. And we appreciate you being here. Great to have you. Thank you.
Mr. President, honored.
That's great. Both of you. Thank you very much. So go ahead, please.
Mr. President, you've said that Iran does want to make a deal. Now, into the third week of this bombing campaign, what would that deal look like? What are the ask that you're making of the government?
They want to make a deal. They're talking to our people. I don't know if they say that to you. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Don't forget, they are a country that for years, I didn't know this until recently, they're a country based on disinformation. And now they're using disinformation plus AI. And that's a terrible situation. That's a terrible situation. They showed all sorts of things happening in the last 2 weeks that never happened. Between their kamikaze boats that don't exist, between blowing up the aircraft carrier, one of the great ships in the world, the Abraham Lincoln, on fire. They showed it on fire. I called the general. I said, General, what's with the Abraham Lincoln? It looks like it's burning down. No, it's not burning down. Not a bullet was ever fired at it, sir. They know better. I said, this is my first glimpse of AI and what they've done with it. They showed buildings in Tel Aviv burning to the ground, high-rises burning. They showed buildings in Qatar. They showed buildings in Saudi Arabia burning, and they weren't burning. They weren't hit. It was all AI-based. Terrible. It's terrible. And that's their only, I think that's the only thing they do well. They're negotiating, and we always talk. When, somebody said, well, would you talk? Why would you even talk to them? I talk to everybody because sometimes good things come out of it. But I don't know if they're ready yet. They're taking a pounding. I don't know if they're ready yet. And we don't even know their leaders. Look, all of their leaders are dead, as far as we know. But they're all dead. We don't know who we're dealing with. We knocked out the first group. Then the second group met, 88 met to pick the leader because the first group was all dead. And the second group got knocked out. They're all dead. Then the third group met. I would think they're a little nervous about meeting. I don't know if they're nervous. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're crazy. If they're not nervous, then they're crazy. But we met with the next group, but we don't know who their leader is. We have people wanting to negotiate. We have no idea who they are. Yeah, please, Peter.
Thanks, President Trump. What are your advisors telling you about the Ayatollah's son, the new supreme leader? What are they telling you about him?
Well, it's not only them, it's you people. I mean, a lot of people are saying that he's badly disfigured. They're saying that he lost his leg one leg, and he's been hurt very badly. Other people are saying he's dead. Nobody's saying he's 100% healthy, and he hasn't spoken because the Ayatollah would sit and he'd spew hate from a form of a throne, not as nice as a throne. I like the English throne much better, but it was a fancy chair. But he'd spew hate from his chair. But you'd see him a lot, right? This one we haven't seen at all. So that could be for a lot of different reasons. We don't know, Peter, if he's dead or not.
Now that you've announced,
I will say this: nobody's seen him, which is unusual.
Something else. Now that you've announced that the U.S. has destroyed all of Iran's mine-laying ships, why can't the U.S. just immediately reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we could, but it takes two to tango. We have to get people to take their billion-dollar ship and drive it up. If when Pepe has his big sugar ships coming around and they cost $1 billion, and we say, I think it's okay now, Pepe, take your ship, drive it through the Strait of Hormuz. He may say, let me wait a little while, because it takes ship owners, and these ships are very expensive. They can cost up to $2 billion. So they don't want to take a chance that, gee, I think you'll be okay. They got to know it. So they don't have to set, we don't know if they even set any mines. But the thought that they may have is enough to keep people from saying, we don't need it. Now, we are pounding that area, that coast, as you know, left side. We're pounding it, like really pounding it hard. And again, they may have no mine set. We hit every one of their mine droppers. They call it the mine layers, right? The ships. They're pretty sophisticated ships. Every one of them is gone. But it only takes one. So it's a little unfair. You win a war, but they have no right to be doing what they're doing. But we're hitting them very hard. And today is a big day. We're pounding a certain area that has very much to do with the strait. And I think we'll get it going very soon. In addition, we do have other nations coming in. You need people to watch and people to see. We have other nations coming in. Yes, please.
If the United States is working to secure the Strait of Hormuz for the benefit of other countries like China, and our allies aren't yet stepping up to your standard, is the United States getting back to being the world's policeman?
Look, the United States should not be very much involved. They can on a certain basis. They've been doing it for a long time. But I've always said, if you look back years ago, I said, why aren't we being reimbursed? These are the richest countries in the world. Why aren't we being reimbursed for maintaining the Hormuz Strait?
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is time for some group coaching. We have two ladies with me today. We got Deanna in the middle there and Anne-Marie off to the right, rocking the librarian look today. Shout out to all my librarians out there. We have Trump speaking still, so we're going to kind of, and I know that some comments about the Strait of Hormuz have been coming across, so we are going to transition to that momentarily, but briefly, just want to make sure we're introed and settled in for the hour. Deanna, how are you? What's going on today?
I'm all right. Yeah, I'm rolling into Monday as usual. So yeah, it's been an interesting U.S. session, I've got to say. Slightly tricky. Things are a little rangy across the board. So yeah, we'll see whether we can get some movement into some settlement on COMEX and NYMEX. Equities, I don't know, they're in rollover, so that anything can happen there.
Yeah, sticky.
Yeah, it's just been, sticky. That's exactly it. So everything's a bit sticky. So I'm being careful today.
Yeah. I don't mind the mindset, right? It's good to be careful,
Yeah.
I think. I think we're in a business of being careful is a positive and not really a negative. Otherwise, it
Yeah,
can get reckless
exactly.
and things can turn south real quick.
Yeah, you don't want to dig holes on a Monday. That's the worst feeling ever because the rest of the week then becomes
Isn't
about
it?
you getting out of a hole. And it's like,
Yeah,
it's horrible.
Yep.
indeed. Well, Anne Marie, welcome. How are you? Good morning, good
I
afternoon.
I am very well. Excited to be here as always. Chat has been very interesting in a couple of different ways.
They're on one.
Got a cou-
They're on one right now.
They
That
are,
might be
yeah.
because our president is currently speaking.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
before we get into the current scenario and the news conference that he's currently still speaking at, quick trip around the markets. We have the equities trying to find some buying here. 60, just above 6,700 here in the S&P, 6703s trading out currently. 24,695s. The NASDAQ. We got crude oil hovering just above $95 a barrel. Trying to find what direction we're going to go from there. I need to share my screen still. I am so sorry.
Yeah, I was wondering.
It is Monday
Yeah.
in Jeremy's back there like, what the hell, Gabe? Where's your charts? All right, they should be there now. But we have the precious metals also kind of finding a bottom here. We have 4980s held very well in gold, back right above $5,000 an ounce, 5,003s. We got silver also found a bid off of 79.80, last trade 80.66. And then we got micro Bitcoin around 73,920. I'm currently still holding one long from 24,651 in the NASDAQ, looking for some new session highs. But outside of that, ladies, do we have any trades on currently between the two of you?
Nothing at the moment for me.
Yeah, nothing for me either. Nothing for me either.
Sounds good. Perfect. Well, before any levels, though, that we're looking at, I know, D, we're approaching that time of day. You're typically looking for a possible little reversion play. Anne Marie, curious about your thoughts of what you're looking for in the equities. I know we were talking in the green room earlier about potential upside level. We got crude oil, by the way, finding a little bit of selling here, getting underneath $95, $94.50 per barrel, currently trading, seeing a good bit of volatility there. But D, anything you're looking for right now in the energy sector?
Nothing at the moment. It's a little too early for energies, but maybe, just maybe, we could have some longs in copper as a continuation from this gold pop. Because copper has been the strongest out of all of the metals today. And I say that because it's the only one that's hanging above the Asia high. It's been very resistant to go below the ADR high, which is the statistical average range to the upside. And it's just kind of hanging there. So I want to see whether we can maybe get some sort of a continuation. But, you know, it's just an idea. Nothing yet.
Okay. All right. And then Anne Marie, and then we're going to get to the press conference here. Anything you're looking for right now in the equities or any other markets that you have your eyes on? Otherwise, we're going to bring in Trump here, always talking about gas prices.
Okay, so my thought is that on Friday we had this 9:30 to 10 o'clock range, and then this morning we had almost the same 9:30 to 10 o'clock range, just in terms of where the candlestick close was. So we've got a little bit of overlap here. I'm guessing there's some inventory that's trying to build here. I like to look at the following. The 6 p.m. candlestick formation. If the 4 a.m. candlestick prints above and over the 6 to 6:30 candlestick, and then the 9:30 holds above that 4 a.m. candlestick, it normally tells us that dips or buys in a solid trend. It's sort of that classic upside formation if all you do is look at box float, which is really what I'm focusing on because of the coding that I'm trying to do on the back end, automating some of this stuff. And so I suspect the dips are buys. And in turn, I also suspect that oil is going to keep in that inverse trend relationship with us. Right now, I heard through the grapevine, who knows if it's true or not, but there's a lot of big money trying to short oil. And by big money, I mean very, very big money as an orchestrated move to the downside to prove that we are getting a settling down of what's happening across the pond. And so this will push us up because I think the ratio is going to stick for a while. So I just want to see how well we hold the volume point of control here. And if we head back up, I think the dips are buys, and easily your idea of breaking the old high and maybe going into Friday's 930 candle high is still entirely on the table.
Agreed. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you both for your input. Let's go ahead and bring in Trump while he's still taking a little bit of Q&A. If something goes south, of course, we want eyes on the market. So we'll keep the charts up for equities and oil, see how those comments are getting digested. But other than that, oh, and no more feed. Looks like it's over. Perfect. Okay. So that means group coaching. Excellent. No worries.
Yeah.
The comments have completed. The press conference ends at the White House here. And let me see if there's any kind of major comments that we missed in the last couple minutes. Generally, about the Strait of Hormuz, he said, I think ships would be okay to pass through the strait. Over time, there are other things that you can do. Says Israel would not use a nuclear weapon. That was probably one of the bigger comments in the last bit. But Trump on gas prices said, when this is all over, oil prices and inflation will decrease rapidly. That's about the general summary here. I'll keep an eye out if there's anything else that trickles its way in, but everything is completed. So let's take a look at the market, see where we're kind of stabilizing here. It looks like crude is right back around $95 a barrel. I got a little bit of a kind of a wiggle down to about 94.15 roughly in the last 5 minutes. Equities finding a little bit of selling above the previous 5-minute high here, hanging around 67.03, 04s in the ES and 24,000s just underneath the 700, actually trading 700s right now. Gold and silver both getting a little bit of steam to the upside here in the last 5 minutes, a push higher just to about 5,007 here in gold and $80.88 in silver. And micro Bitcoin just consolidating just underneath 74,000. Let me take a look to see what questions it is. Yeah, what's your take on Bitcoin right now, Anne-Marie, and while I'm looking for some questions here?
If it holds 74,000, it's got another run to the upside, because if you spread out and just take a look at the daily chart, it really has been desperately trying to consolidate and hold that frame. And that's been my premise that's why I got out of that short, because I said, hey, listen, I think we're going to dance around between 65 and 72. It's broken out of 72. It's still the line I'm watching for major support, 72,400. And they're really trying to hold that edge. The problem is that we're still retracing a lot of candlesticks. So for a long-term hold, I'd wait for it to come off of this resistance edge, build a little more support, and then move up one more time. So looking for around 72,000 to potentially look at taking a long.
Okay. Awesome. All righty. Well, it looks like one of the comments that actually came into our question form, by the way, if you do have a question for Deanna or Anne-Marie, the form is in the top of the chat still. You can submit your question. and we will do our best to get to that today, as long as it is a value add, not something totally outlandish. Keep that in mind, chat. But Ryan asked, Anne-Marie, how did you call the opening price of ES last night? So referring to your market kickoff session on Sunday evenings, just prior to the open. I missed that conversation, but what was your conversation kind of based around in the ES last night before coming into today's session?
For me, what I was noticing was that it was in a very savage range down in here. And every single time we come to the edge down here over time, we had given ourselves a pretty nice bounce, especially since, where would I say that would be? Especially since September. So September it came in, held that 6,600 area. And then I saw it lifting a little bit and lifting a little bit. And my thought was, okay, let's go see where they had been buying really a ton of contracts. And I went backwards in my big trades, and I went all the way back, and it showed a monster group that came in at that 6608 level. And I thought, all right, that's a good level to watch. And it started bouncing right from there. My thought was, because it was so negative, it would sort of take a little time to build structure. And so I thought it would fade, double bottom, and then lift, but it just went absolutely up and literally did not look back from the close of that first 1800 candlestick formation. So yeah, it was good. It was a really good number to look at. So really, if you want to know how I did it, I have an indicator on some of my other platforms, and it tells me where very big trades have been taken over the last 6 months. And I saw that one there, and I thought, that works as good as any. I mean, I could have been wrong. It could have been 6601. It could have been 5990. I mean, 6590. It could have been anything. So I was just taking an estimated guess that it was going to hold that level, and it did.
All right. By the way, we're getting a little bit of continued selling here in oil, trading back near 94.35. 41s just traded out. Equities trying to push a little bit above the recent 5-minute highs. 720s kind of holding in the NASDAQ, and the 6710 level in the S&P. See what transacts here in the back 40 minutes of this hour. Should be an interesting afternoon. We obviously have a big week ahead of us. We got the FOMC rate and press conference on Wednesday. Having a watch party here on Topstep TV if you want to come hang out with us and watch Daddy Powell. But yeah, packed week for sure. Should be interesting. All right, that's Ryan. Hopefully that gives you some insight. And there's a comment in chat. Is there a particular name for the indicator that you were mentioning? Your other platforms?
It's just called big trades, but things like Bookmap and other sorts of tools, you can find it. I just happen to use it on another favorite platform of mine.
So it's just looking for large size coming into the market. And just prints, I think I've seen a screenshot, but it was essentially...
Yeah, it just shows big pockets, yeah.
Yeah. So similar to Bookmap, just larger bubbles for larger orders, smaller bubbles for smaller orders. I got you. Okay.
Yes.
So very similar to Bookmap. I got you. Right. And we push session highs here in the equities. Crude oil looking quite heavy, but we're approaching some demand here. D, you got any eyes on this $94 level right now for crude? Anything pointing your way?
It's not. Yes, it's not really a strong enough level for me to. Normally, I will wait until another hour or so before I start looking at crude for a potential reversal. So I think it's still a little too early. And here I don't, like, there is a 94, but somehow the structure of the day, the fact that there is demand here, but it's not super strong, and the fact that we might be in a bit of a range, with crude oil, if it's going to go anywhere. Typically it does so already earlier in the day, but it hasn't done so. So I don't know. I don't know whether I've got crude oil on my radar for tonight.
Okay.
If we were down at 90, that would be an interesting area for a long for me. But over here, it's all kind of like middle of the middle. And yeah, a little bit tricky. We opened inside value, tried to push outside of it, went back inside it, and we keep fighting around this 95 area. And I know it goes down to 94, then bounces back. That's just a function of high volatility. But for me, I would have liked to see a proper rejection of value and then a stronger move away. Then maybe we would have a good fade. But right now, it's all a little bit precarious for me.
Okay.
If anything, I would like to see it higher and then maybe short towards the end of the day. Not really keen on crude oil longs today.
Gotcha. Sounds good. All right. Wendy asked, how can I avoid trading on the choppy days? That's a good one. Wendy, I think one common theme that you'll hear across TV is you don't really know it's going to be a choppy day until the session starts to actually progress. So that's the unfortunate part. But you do, I think, need to be able to adapt and understand the conditions once the conditions have really been set. Now, some people might have different opinions on maybe the amount of time that you need to give the market to decide what this day is going to look like. But we don't really know what type of day it's going to be until, for sure, at least there's hypothesis, right? People have hypothetical scenarios that could play out based on historical data. But ladies, I'm curious on kind of, in your perspective, what you typically do to identify conditions, how long you maybe give the market to show its condition for the day, and then decide how to navigate that for the remainder. Deanna, you want to start with this one?
Yeah, sure. I'm okay at range trading. I wouldn't say that I look forward to it, but over the years, I did manage to find ways that kind of keep me out of trouble. The first step that I look for is whether we're opening inside the previous value or outside of it. If we're opening inside of it, there is a pretty decent chance that we may be looking at some sort of a range day. Not always, of course, nothing is 100%, but let's say a vast majority of days that open inside the same area that we were yesterday, they rarely bring some massive days. Having said that, some of the biggest days have had the open inside value, then a strong push outside of it pretty much at the open, and then they never look back. So that can happen too. But if you've spent 2-3 hours of the day already of the session seeing the market not really making any new headway anywhere else, so there's no real price discovery, you can know that it's a form of a range day. And then you can start to adjust your expectations. So instead of looking for breakout trades, instead of looking for, some mad mean reversions, you can mark off the session highs and session lows, wait until they sweep above or underneath those, and then look for the reversal. I rarely keep my range trades to the complete opposite side of the range. So for me, a range day always calls for a reduction in targets. That is the day where I will be typically taking singles and being very happy with that, even though I normally look for 2R, 3R opportunities. But on a range day, you just don't have those. So for me, it's a function of where we're opening. We are in the first sort of hour on the day. If we're not, then I will look to see how I can take advantage of that. So I don't think it's a matter of how can we avoid chop days. I think it would be more a matter of how can we get better at choppy price action. I think so that's how I do it.
Okay.
With difficulty, but I do it.
Yeah. I gotcha. I think the easiest thing the easiest answer would be just to not trade. If simplest answer, right? If
Intraday
you're,
traders.
yeah, if your setup isn't presenting itself and you're like a directional trader and the market's not producing, committed singular direction, then, maybe you just don't trade until your setup comes into play. But obviously there's more context to that.
Realistically, how many days? Realistically, how many trades do that? The sidelines. Myself, I'm not going to trade. Even I can't really do that. Like you have to do something.
Takes a lot of self-control, but you'd be pretty limited, right? Because the market's only directional, quarter or near a quarter of the time.
Mm-hmm. If we're talking equities, but I would say if we're talking commodities, you'll find a lot more range days. I would say even 70 to 80%, maybe even 90% of the days are seasonality and all that.
Yeah. Anne-Marie, how about you? Any context for Wendy?
I do the same sort of things like I just talked about a little bit ago. So the big picture event shows that we are in essentially an inside day, though we did have this opening 30-minute candlestick formation way down here. So for me, what I look at is if I'm trading regular trading hours, I will look to see, okay, what did my opening 30-minute candle do in the Globex? So I have that range. And then I look at the 4-hour range and I look for the direction. Is it above? Is it below? Is it sitting inside? If it's sitting inside, it tells me, hey, they're consolidating. It's going to be a little sideways. If it does something like it did on Friday, where the 4 a.m. candle was below and the 9:30 candle was above, it tells me that it's a range day. So as soon as I lose that 9:30 candle close, so as soon as 10 o'clock comes around, I want to see what that 10:30 candle does. And if the 10:30 candle starts moving back down, my thought is, we're going to retrace it. And so the first targets will be my 6 p.m. Globex, and then the next one will be the 4 a.m. And that in itself tells me, wait a second, this thing does not have trend. I was up, and then I was down, and then I was back up. So that gives me range day environment. I'm going to be very careful. So the opposite event is happening today. We've got our 30-minute as the low of the morning, and then our 4 a.m. candle above that 30-minute, and then the 9:30 candle above that 4-hour. So I know my dips are buys. I'm going to look for, my VWAP. I'm going to look for the prior day's Globex opening as support, and I'm going to try and continue to trade it up that way. So
if I got that right, Anne-Marie, so what you're using is essentially first piece of criteria would be a 30-minute bar is typically your go-to time frame, and you're looking for the first 30 minutes of each session start.
Yes, Globex.
And if you're looking for consistency across,
yes,
like here, today's session, 6 p.m. Globex session Eastern, bullish, right? Next session open, continuing to maintain structure to the upside. New York session, same thing, looking for continued consistency in that upside structure, essentially, from what I'm getting out of that.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Inconsistencies is where you would lean more towards potential balance or potential indecision.
Sideways structure. Yeah, absolutely. And we have the double overlay here because we're still essentially in Friday's trading range. So all of those things are saying, hey, we could fall right back into the range, but simply because we've got this overnight structure that has us essentially long, we should bounce off of these key opening events, whether it's the London 4 a.m. candlestick Eastern time or the Globex opening all the way down there at 6:30. But that inside day really is the thing that says, wait a second, I could move from the bottom to the top and then back to the bottom.
Okay. Awesome.
I hope that's not as confusing as it sounded when I was saying it.
No. I just want to, reiterate and kind of just better understand and make sure I'm on the right track. And, obviously some people might have needed the way that my brain thinks to be able to make that click. Others may have gotten your, take just organically and as it was. But no, it wasn't confusing. That makes sense to me too. Real quick, by the way, the markets are moving just a little bit here. We got crude that bottomed out just around 93.70-ish, a couple cents off 93.70. Currently 94.20s trading out right now per barrel in crude. A little bit of a bid coming in here off the $94 level. We got equities coming off the highs a little bit here off the recent 5-minute highs. 67.11 held in the ES. Last trade 67.04. NASDAQ came off that 720 level and is currently trading just underneath 24,700. 695s just printed. We got the precious metals, 49.95. Gold is back underneath $5,000 an ounce right now. Silver also hanging out right around $80.51. And then Bitcoin just did make a new 5-minute little low here around 73,800, but not a whole lot of action coming around in micro Bitcoin. We're going to take a quick news break now that we've quoted some prices for where the markets are at. Let me make sure that I've got my priorities straight. We got gas prices. Talked about it earlier in the press conference. Gas prices are entering their third week of steady increases. And JD's here with more information.
That is correct. As of this morning, the average price of a gallon of gas stood at $3.72. That's the highest price for regular gas since October of 2023. President Donald Trump appealed to several countries over the weekend to help open the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's military has kept the vital waterway virtually closed since strikes there began. Since the start of the war with Iran, gas prices have surged 74 cents a gallon nationally. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, JD. Let's see what we got going on over here. So, D, you said $94, not a great level that you're interested in looking long. Not a huge fan of longs right now with just the current environment. Any downside targets if you were to look for maybe the market to continue to roll over? Any levels to the downside, maybe underneath today's session lows or near session lows that you'd be curious in how we respond to?
Yeah, so in about an hour, maybe slightly less, if we take out the session lows, that would open up the possibility for a neutral day type. And there is a chance that we fade that. But the problem is, at the best of times, I'm not in favor of crude oil longs. I think crude oil even now has a short bias, and that's been the case for many years. But there is a chance for maybe a long scalp right into kind of like the last hour, maybe half an hour of NYMEX. But it definitely needs to take out the session lows first. And then we'll have the neutral day. Then the probabilities would be that they kind of smash through it and pull it back a little bit to the middle, maybe up to 95. That would be a good level. And that would be it. That's the only thing I can see. The other problem would be if those big oil sellers decide to step in towards the end of the day. They might create some single prints to the downside as they're taking out the session lows. And then we have 90 on the cards. That would be a good level to maybe look at some longs. But again, me and longs in crude market, I'm always a little bit careful with that. Because if I look at all of my trades that I've done on crude oil over the years, and I've been trading it since 2013, most of them, I would probably say about 70% of them were to the short side. Okay. And there's a good reason for it. So it's just like equities. Equities have an upward bias. Crude oil has a downward bias. So yeah, so there is a chance, but definite first sign would be taking out the session lows. That would be a neutral day, maybe a fade. Just be careful with a fade, because if it doesn't pretty much start immediately, that means we're in for more shorts. I also don't think that Trump said anything particularly positive anything particularly negative for crude oil to push it higher. So that also puts a little bit of a twist on that short bias side. So it's a precarious situation. Just be careful with crude oil today. It's not easy to read, even for me. And could be some shorts from 95 maybe as well. Depends on where we are in about sort of 50 minutes or so. Then things might become a little bit clearer what they want to do with it. 95 can be the defender, and it's going to slip. There's going to be a lot of slipping because it's still a high volatility environment for crude oil. 95, see what they want to do with that. If they can't break it, maybe there is a short into settlement. So it has to be a market generated information at that time. But I still think at this time of day, anything can happen for crude. A better option would be maybe looking for some longs in gold, because we are creeping towards the bottom of the range. And we just had the COMEX settlement. So at that point, you start to see the price going further up. Similar to 95 in crude oil, we have 5,000 as a potential target, very short-term target. So you don't have a lot of room. It's not the biggest trade. And for me, that's usually a sign to just wait for better levels. I would have liked 5,000 to hold, but it didn't. So now you have to go to your contingency plans. And that means looking at the extremes of the range that we're in. So yeah, crude oil, maybe not the right product for now. But
Gotcha.
yeah, maybe longs in copper. Longs in copper would be nice. We seem to be very resistant to selling copper all day. And if that continues, maybe there's like a super slow trade into the end of the day. And I mean the end of the day. So another sort of like 2.5 hours where we just sit on one trade and carry on. So I'm still waiting to see some initiation there from any potential buyers. I do want copper to stay above ADR high, which is located around 82.35. So if they can't keep going lower, then I might put in just like 3 micros long, just to kind of finish off the day. And I'm shooting for 590 potentially, or somewhere near that area, because that's the only level that to me has enough relevance to act as a magnet. And all day we've been kind of going higher, but we never actually got there. So I think there's some unfinished business there.
Okay. I got a kick out of Brad Sims' comment. He said, full port crude. Got it. After your crude comment.
Brad is one of my former VIPs. He was in VIP session 2, I think, season 2. And he's actually really good. He's a pretty good trader. So, hey, Brad.
Brad's a good guy. What's up, Brad? Shout out to Brad's humor. All right. Well, let's see where the market's ended up right now. We got crude kind of hanging right around, coming off of 94.50 a barrel right now, just about 15 cents lower. We got the equities trying to figure out where we're going next. From 6,700 seems to be an interesting number today in the S&P. We've been recently just kind of cutting through it, but using that as a potential support or resistance. Kind of see some pivots off that 6,700 level. So approaching it now, we'll see what happens when we get there again. We got the NASDAQ trading 24,680s right now, pushing a little bit lower, and retesting a little bit of demand here in those higher 70s. The precious metals. So, Dee's talking about potentially revisiting kind of near the lows. We have the extremities in gold kind of right around just underneath 49.80, 49.78.5. And then silver kind of bottomed out just underneath 79.80. But maybe potential some location down there in the metals or some cheap longs. Bitcoin saw a little bit of a pop here in the last 5 minutes. We traded from the 73,770s up to just about the high of the 5-minute range, just above 74,000 currently. Let's see if I can find any other good questions. Not really a question, but shout out to Scott. Scott said Dakota's observation that price action NQ was, quote, wiggly got me to thinking, is life just one big failed upside auction? Thanks for letting me hang out with you guys. All the best. Shout out to Scott, man. Y'all crack me up.
Good one, man.
That is a good one.
I like that. Yeah.
Sad, but funny.
Sad but funny for sure.
It's very true, though. You know, there is another saying that you have plans for your life, but life is exactly that happens in between, and that's kind of on the same page.
True.
You want to do something, and then you end up doing and succeeding in something else, and completely failing at the thing that you started off to do initially.
Yeah, it's. I hope our life isn't like one big failed upside auction, but at the same time,
I know.
you know, there's peaks and valleys for sure, no doubt.
Yeah.
I will say life is very similar to the way the market moves. It breathes. You know, it's exhausting at times, but you know, you keep showing up day after day, right?
Yeah. That's all you can do.
Winging it.
Essentially.
I said winging it.
That's all you can do. Truly.
D, are you saying that you're just winging it here in the markets? Is that what you're saying? You're telling
I
me?
said we're all just
we're
all just winging it. Yeah. At everything.
Yep.
MF and Mooner and chat said, if it's a failed upside auction, just short it. I don't know what the equivalent action in life would be to short my own life, but I don't know. We could probably go back and forth on that one, but
yeah.
All right, let's see what's happening in the tilt here.
Out.
Yeah, we're finding a little bit of a base here, calming down here in the last 5 minutes after the last 20. We got about a 61% short tilt in both the S&P and the NASDAQ, 58% long tilt in crude, and a flat 50-50 in gold tilt currently. It said life insurance. All right, good answer. I like it. Guess that's what life insurance is for, right? The downside, managing your risk.
Well, it's managing the risk for the people that you leave behind, because when you're dead, you don't care.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Well, any other good questions? Let's see here. That's a lengthy one. This one's more theoretical, but Peter's looking for some opinion. I don't know if any of us really have any comments on this, but let's give it a shot. By the way, chat, if you have any questions, hit that form in chat. We're running out of options for today. We got Peter that says, so let's say that we believe in theory that market makers need to manipulate the market so they don't make massive moves. I'll give you an example. What I want to know, your opinion. So let's say that the hedge fund or some market maker has a massive amount of contracts or shares. That if he dumps it in one order, the market will move a massive amount and will clean lots of liquidity to the downside or potentially maybe to the upside. As far as I know, the theory of market manipulation is that they tend to manipulate the market by pushing price up, creating enough liquidity that on the way up, trapping buyers. When they reach that liquidity, they will need to initiate selling, and then this is the real move. I'm massively curious about your opinion. So let's just simplify this. Is there manipulation in the markets? Simple answer, I would say yes, to a degree. But
agreed.
I guess it's a matter of. Go ahead, Emery. Yeah, go ahead.
If I could jump in there, the original premise that this person has about market makers is incorrect. A market maker's job, right? Would you agree, Dee?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Right? Yes. So the initial supposition of this argument is incorrect. And so I'm so happy you agreed with me. That's great. So my thought is first, understand what a market maker does. He just provides a book that people can rotate in, and his job is to be net zero. Okay? Because he makes money in between the little pieces of the buy and sell. The market maker does not make money if the market goes way up or way down. The actual transactional event is where the market maker makes money. So he's hedged during the day to be net neutral. Now, it goes badly for some days, and he ends up thinking about having to feed pigeons in the park as the next option in his life plan. Or, things go great in some other way, but that's not his job. His job is to be trade facilitator. So that's not where manipulation occurs. Now, I also agree that markets are manipulated, but I don't believe they're manipulated in grand fashion nefariously. What they do tend to use is they use retail and smaller groups to fund their liquidity in terms of who's actually doing the manipulation. Whether prices spike upward and then it ends up being exit liquidity, or prices spike downward and it ends up being exit liquidity. So a general reframing of your commentary is required before any of the question really tends to make sense. And since the original premise is incorrect, the entire question sort of falls apart. So, I mean, I know that feels like a kick in the teeth, but it is important to realize the goal of what the market maker is and where manipulation per se ends up. So we can say something dramatic like, listen, COMEX really needs to pull in how much speculative buying comes in, so we're going to have to broaden the margins. We don't like the volatility of the market, so we're going to broaden the margins. In essence, that's manipulation, but it's there to manage volatility. So, Dee, where can you take it from where I just left it in terms of what this person said?
I honestly, I think you covered all of it. There is this big belief that market makers are these mean people who want to take your stops, and they're sitting there and just going, I just wonder where retail stops are. That's not what they do. They don't make money directionally. They make money transactionally. And their job, like Anne-Marie said, is to be net neutral, right? Net zero. Now, they can get caught flat-footed as well. They can have a directional move in the market that puts them underwater, but then they have to keep going with the move, not because they want to make money directionally, but because they have to do that in order to remain net zero. So once you start to understand that, we can take off the tinfoil hat, and whilst there is the market manipulation to a degree, I argue that that's not a bad thing. But it's not the market makers, nor is it the hedge funds. Hedge funds are pretty much in the the same boat as us. It's just that they usually do their positions through very long-term outs. They are probably more concerned with than we are. Not to say that there aren't hedge funds that also are very active, and they have a bunch of HFT algorithms. Now that's something different. But to say that the market makers manipulate anything is completely incorrect. So definitely needs to learn. We need to learn what the market makers do. And their job is not to mess with us. Their job is to provide liquidity for the rest of us and to give us the tight spreads or zero spreads as much as possible by transacting as much as they can and also make a little bit of cash from those transactions for themselves and their clients. So yeah, but market manipulation might exist. Like if we look at crude oil, I don't know whether we're still going to have the history, but there was no doubt. I just hope that the weekly charts are there still. Okay, so they're there enough. Yeah. I know that we shaved off some history on this last update, but if you go even further back in time, you will see that crude oil was pinging up and down in a range between, let's say, 72 and about 50 for years, absolute years. That was in the bottom, in the bottom. What's that? Well, that's clearly some form of manipulation. And who's going to be doing that? Usually commercial. It could be the biggest countries that have oil interests. Now things have gone a little bit crazy. But for years, we had that very predictable range where you could make a ton of cash from if you notice the range in a weekly. And again, is that a bad thing? I personally loved it. The whole crude oil very obvious for options trades. So, yeah, so don't be so
cynical.
Yeah.
Don't be so
cynical is the word. Yeah. The market manipulation, it does exist. Is it a bad thing? No. Do the markets manipulate things? No. They can also be very wrong, but they have ways to adjust. So knowing, let's say, the difference between negative gamma, positive gamma, knowing that the options guys, that the market makers usually have one option and then against their investors, and then they basically buy actors, ebb and flow of the market is created. If they were here, we would have nothing to trade. And everybody in chat would be going, but this is just terrible. This is terrible. Price action is horrible. And because of the market makers and their activities, we have very lively, beautiful markets. Even in range days, they are very tradable. That's makers. So we should be thanking, not going, you're there to positions, because that's not true.
I like the answers. Well, ladies, it's been a great hour. Got some good market movement. Equities, by the way, finding a little bit of a bid here off the 60s in the NASDAQ and the 66.95s in the S&P. Oil kind of holding strong right around 94.50, but trying to find a little bit of selling here. We'll kind of take it into this next segment. We got Trade with Topstep coming up. We got JD and Hoop joining me. You're stuck with me for another hour. But Dee and Marie, thank you both for coming and hang out on this glorious Monday. I know Anne-Marie will be seeing more of you tomorrow in group coaching with Hogue and Hoop, and then Deanna on Wednesday with JD and Hoop. So should be a great week ahead. But stay tuned. We got Trade with Topstep coming up in just a few. We're going to take a brief break. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time to trade with Topstep. I'm JD. You know Gabe over there. He was just on for an hour for group coaching. And the man in the middle, Mr. Hoop, Coach Hoop. How's it going today, guys? Gabe, we'll get back to you in a second. I know you've been trading a little bit during the break. Hoop, you're looking at the grain markets. What are you seeing today? We got some limit moves in grains today. What's going on in that world?
You know, like everything, it's been tied to the crude oil market, right? Because the Strait of Hormuz has had issues with, you know, tankers getting through there, and a lot of it has been related to just moving of, like, Qatar is where a lot of the fertilizer and pesticides come out of. So when all that stuff's locked up, it's been affecting grains. That's why grains have kind of hung in there, but not today. So if you see on my chart to the right on the domes, why those two domes, obviously they're getting close to being closed, but they're both limit down. So the front month soybeans, which is May, and the front month oil are both limit down, which means, you know.
That is what a locked limit market looks like, folks. Take a close look at that. That is what a locked limit market looks like.
And it's increasing, JD.
Yeah. And that, folks, is a reason why we don't allow trading within 2% of circuit breakers in the equity markets. Right. Because if you're on the wrong side of a lock limit move, you ain't getting out of it, right? Nope. When markets reopen, they have a tendency to continue in the direction of the limit.
Right.
In the case of equities, that would be lower, right?
Yeah, and the other thing too, JD, is, you know, we always forget that, you know, and we talk about it a little bit, you know, old crop, new crop. You know, old crop, the range is bigger too, right? 60 cents is limit down, 70 cents is limit down for the front month. But if you're looking at the back month, you know, the limit becomes different. So we talk about, you know, forward months. If anybody ever traded crude oil when it went negative, it wouldn't do that now. So, you know, there's ag markets and other markets that are not the equities, is being aware of when markets get excited. We've seen it in two markets in the last 2 months between, you know, crude and gold, and now we got grains. And so, yeah, just being aware of where limit is. And once again, you know, settles here in about 8 minutes. It'll start trading in the overnight. But yeah, just interesting times where crude oil is affecting everything across the board.
Yep. Speaking of crude oil, we got some movement in the crude oil market right now. Broke about $0.50 in just a minute or two. That 106 candle put in a high of 94.56 and then a low of 93.75. So big movement in crude oil right now. Almost a full dollar move.
Go.
Not quite, but getting close. Gabe, you got a position on right now, don't you? You're in the NQ market.
I am indeed.
What is it?
I'm still long. I was holding that long through group coaching. Yeah, I got in one NQ from 651 half. I was currently looking to see how crude was going to handle originally like sub 95. And then we're getting a little bit of sustained selling underneath 95, which I like. Equities potentially building a little bit of a kind of a lower high, higher low scenario now. So squeezing just a little bit. Interested to see. I know earlier the tilt was building to the short side. I know now we're about 50-50, about flat in the tilt in both equities, but earlier we were about 60% short in the equities during group coaching. But yeah, still holding along. A little bit over 50 points in the money here on this one. Just kind of trading the lower extreme. Took a little bit of heat at one point. I'd say just prior to group coaching, was underwater by about 30 points. And then we turned around, kind of trying to snag the somewhat near the lows of the range, but got a little premature on it. But a little retest there right around 20 minutes ago. I was a little concerned that those market makers were going to come and grab me, as we talked about last hour.
That's
but
what
no,
they do.
We're break even now, and we're holding strong. So we'll see what happens here.
Very good, very good. That crude oil equity inverse correlation still seems to be in effect right now. As we saw that sell off in crude, we saw a nice pop in equities. Now we're getting a little bit of a pop in crude. See what these equities do. This could just be a little temporary pullback in crude oil. Volume wasn't that impressive on the buy side just now, but we'll keep an eye and we'll continue to watch it. What's up,
Here
Boop?
at NYMEX close too. NYMEX settles coming here in about 20 minutes too, so might get a little jumpy around here for sure.
For sure. So, Hoop, those limit moves in grains, trading them. Were you trading it at all today, or just kind of watching it, actively observing?
You know, JD, from being around eggs as a kid and as a trader, they get so directional that today, if you look at the 30-minute, I mean, you would have had the caveman it. You just would have had to got short. There was really no pullback. Look at, I mean, on the 30-minute, they're really, I mean, you open up 25, 30 cents lower, you just have to get in and just risk the highs. But no, I was looking for maybe some type of pop to get in, but yeah, it just it went without me. So it'll create some interesting price action overnight and into tomorrow for sure, though.
Mm-hmm. Be looking forward to seeing how that market reopens tomorrow. Again, like I said, when markets lock limit down like that, they have a tendency to open and continue in the direction of where that limit was, right? And they have a tendency to lock limit down again.
3,000 contracts, JD, on the offer right now, and that's a lot.
If you are long, you are hurting to get out of a position in soybeans right now. You are not getting out of a position in soybeans if you're on the wrong side of this market, I should say. Very dangerous time to be on the wrong side. Looking over at the equity markets, I've got a chart of the micro S&P 500 contract. Nice textbook downward sloping channel today. Looks like we just tested it a few minutes ago. We're trading right around the upper extreme of this channel right now. Is this breakout material? We're going to kind of ease back into this range. We'll see in the next few minutes. I'd like to support Gabe's long and say that we're breaking out. We'll give it a few minutes to play out, though. Gabe, what's your exit strategy here? We trail a stop? Or
I mean, yeah, I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive. I'm a little green on the day already right now. I'd like to add one to this on this pullback here. Go ahead and put a bid in to see if I can get a second contract around 691s. I'm going to start to tighten my stop a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I like the upside. You got the 725 even high, 739s, and then the session highs of 764 half. So see if we can kind of grind higher. Maybe see if there's any potential selling interest above. But obviously, we've been stuck in this, as Dolby would call it, a Dorito. So question is there enough volume in this hour to drive us into a singular direction? Ideally higher would be great.
Yep. Ideally higher. Support that position. Oop. We get you in the market in this hour. Anything catching your eye right now outside of the grains?
Yeah, I'm looking at gold, JD. It's been very range bound, which is kind of everything that's flying in around it right now. I'm kind of surprised it's, I watched it trade at 48.70, last night, and it just felt like we were going to blow through it, but we wicked it, and that was it. I mean, we fell right back into balance, and we've kind of stuck there all day. I mean, we're coming up against VWAP here on the 30-minute. Gold's one of those markets where if the momentum isn't going, it tends to roll over. When it's in buy mode, it just goes, and you'll see 5, 6, 7 30-minute green bars in a row. But we're not in that mode. So I'm, if we got up here, you do deal a little bit of this fade when COMEX close. We've talked about that, JD. I mean, that settlement just occurred as you guys were getting off there, and it was like 49.88. I still am leaning towards the short side. Maybe try and see how it acts around VWAP here, maybe a 50.10, 50.12 area, and kind of make a decision from there. Because they get the 50-day kind of sliding in there. But once again, we're only one headline away from something jumping the market too. But that's kind of the one I'm looking at right now a little bit is equities as we get, switch day is coming. I do tend to stay away a little bit less. I watch, but I typically will focus a little bit on, gold, oil, a little bit more now. So,
yep.
Yeah, let equities finish the roll.
When we had Coach Jay on at the earlier this morning during the 11 o'clock hour, he was talking up a short position in gold. He wanted to be short below 49.80, and that just held as a line in the sand. This is a very structured ranging market right now. That 49.80
is unusual
up
for
very
GD,
nicely,
right?
Yeah, very unusual. But it's almost perfect sideways price action in gold right now. The range has
almost
been
like it's in a roll. Yep.
Almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, you never really got a breakout signal during regular trading hours. Couldn't take out the overnight low. Couldn't take out the overnight low a second time. Almost had a triple bottom there around that 49.80 level. Went as low as 49.70 overnight. I believe this is the low of day. Yeah, 49.70 half was low of day in gold. And just drifting sideways. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart right now. And it's just a perfect range. Gabe, you sounded like you had something to say a minute ago. What's up?
I did, but Hogue already answered it in chat. I just wanted to kind of briefly mention we've been talking about the roll. I know Hogue, everybody likes to make sure that we are well aware of when volume moves over into the next contract. As of yesterday, as of Friday's data that we have on the CME Group website, if you go pull up any contract and go to the volume and open interest tab, the last closed trade date of Friday had about 609,000 contracts traded in March versus 87,000 in June. As we get closer to the last trade date, which will be, I think, the middle of this week, check out the calendar here on the NQ. Last trade date or total settlement would be the 20th, which is
Friday.
But you'll see volume start to kind of teeter over and bleed into June. And then once June has the majority of the volume or more volume, that's typically when we will, roll the contract in at a maintenance hour in Topstep X. But estimated, Hogue already answered it. Estimated might be Tuesday, potentially Wednesday, depending on what volume looks like as we get closer to that Friday.
I would say more likely than not, tomorrow after the close, we will roll contracts on Topstep X. It seems like the safest assumption right now, especially with where the volume and open interest is still in the March contract, just like Gabe said. You can find all this information on the CME Group website. It's updated every evening with official exchange data, so you could see the volume and open interest. And you'll know that's what we base the roll off of. Where is the majority of liquidity at? What is the most liquid market? Where are the most traders at? That's what we base the roll off of. And, you don't have to worry about rolling
right to the low of the
contracts on
day
your own.
and then bounced.
Yep. 93.26, 93.25 last trade in crude oil. Another little dip in the crude market. We're seeing some follow through in the equities right now. Nice, some positive movement for Gabe's position. So we see crude breaking and equities rallying. That correlation, that inverse correlation, is still in effect.
It didn't quite
paying
get
attention to that.
Bid filled, though, unfortunately, at 691s. We got to about 696 and turned around. So still going to leave that bid in there until we start to make some new structures, some new highs. I'll keep that 691 and 3/4 bid in. But for right now, like the continued movement we're seeing so far.
Looking good. looking good. Last trade in the Russell. Russell seeing a little bounce also. 25.1320 last. The Dow YM 47,024. Last trade in crude 93.53. Last trade in gold 5,003 half 5,360 right now. What is going on? We have a tech conference happening with NVIDIA. NVIDIA GTC AI conference started at the top of the hour. Haven't seen any headlines coming out from that yet. Let me refresh my news feed. I don't expect it to be very market moving unless they really drop a bomb. But we also have President Trump in an interview at the bottom of the hour, 1:30 Central Time. Mr. Trump will be speaking again. It says it's a close to press. So I'm not really sure what he'll be talking about or who he'll be talking to be honest with you. But I imagine after that closed door meeting is over, he will run into a microphone and a camera somewhere. Tell us everything.
Bound to, right? Bound to.
You can't keep a secret. If he's in a private meeting, he's going to run right outside and tell everybody what just happened. So what's the point of a private meeting? Why not just put the cameras in there? Let's check in on the tilt, see what the consensus of our live or our sim traders at Topstep are up to. We've got 56% long in the ES, just about 50-50 in the NASDAQ, 58% long crude, and 60% long in gold. How about that? 60% long in gold. Got overnight VWAP at 5,009, looking at a 15-minute chart. I'm not a hater, Sadbuster. Did I say something that was incorrect?
Old Sadbuster. Yeah.
Good old Sadbuster.
Just busting your...
He's there for you, JD.
Busting your sod, dude.
Yeah.
That was the friendly version.
I don't believe I said anything that was incorrect. Yeah. Yes, overnight VWAP in gold, 5,009. Last trade, 5,004. We've got a little range inside of our range right now. 49.80 held very nicely. Who's got Delta? Who's got a... You got a reading on Delta?
Yeah, 100%. Minus 1,700 in ES.
Oh, it's not very heavy
light
at all.
Not much. Yeah, light. And
NASDAQ's probably even lighter than that.
It has been, and once again, during roll, it gets skewed. Yeah.
It is skewed. Yeah. Roll is in full effect. Oh, sad bluster. Bless your heart, brother.
And that's,
bless your heart, brother.
I'll tell traders it's minus 400 Gabe.
Yeah.
I just say respect the rollover. You can trade it, you can't. That's just respect it because, if you make the choice to trade it actively, especially as we get, switch day the next day, before we switch, it's just you could get, those occasional. We've seen them, JD Gabe. Those occasional 1,000 lots that just boom and then move a market.
Yep.
The closer we get, the more you're going to tend to see those. And this is what two times in a row we've had it happen during Fed. So I just, God, I'm going to take a short.
Yeah, the roll can be sort of unpredictable. Technicals don't really matter that much. Fundamentals do. Headline risk is always on with the news coming across the wire. But technicals have a tendency to be not quite as significant during roll week, just because all those positions are moving out of one contract and moving into another. So it can be.
You telling me, JD, that you telling me, JD, that my edge is worthless? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Is that really
you're
what
making
you're
all the right?
Absolutely
moves,
not.
You're making all the.
Technicals don't mean anything during roll. All right. Well, I probably should. Is that maybe that's why who chooses to not trade roll?
Yeah, it can be very difficult. I mean, it's been pretty tame so far. We're basically ranging. We're in a sideways market right now in the equities. So we're not seeing those wild swings. So maybe that will start to happen as more positions continue to roll over from one contract to another. But it is a real thing. There were guys that used to come in just to trade the rolled. There used to be guys that only traded, What's up, Hoop?
The thing that's going to be more interesting to me is when the crude equity thing splits. There's going to be at some point where the negative correlation is going to split, and there's going to be, to me, that price point. Is it $90? Is it $85? Is it whatever? But I just know as those trades happen, everybody leans on it more and more and more. And I'm going to be the first to say, ride it until it shows you different. Just be careful when it switches. It could be, it could be violent. That's what I'm saying. Is that's kind of the one that I kind of look at now is, if crude holds 90 or something like that, like I'm looking at the 30-minute, 90, 92 and a half. But yeah, it's just, we're just in that. And there's another market that's in roll. So don't go trade there, Gabe, if you really want to get skewed. That's another market that's in rollover. So it's a little skewed as well. So trade corn.
Happens every 3 months.
Gabe. That's what I'm telling you.
Trade corn. That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, we have a shirt that says trade corn. Yeah.
All right. Peaking above the last 5-minute high here in the equities, the 1223 high we made at 725 here. Going to be pretty close to just pulling this bid and starting to trail my stop. We can get a closure above 725.
Okay.
I'll be looking for a 5-minute closure though. So I got about 2.5 minutes. This bar. That's just a close to remove the bid and just allow this trade to cook. Tommy said, trade corn, your combine will take 2 years. That's funny.
That's right. It might. Not today. Passed it in one day.
You don't get too many movements. Yeah. You could put on a little size if you wanted in corn. It's all personal preference, right? I like watching grains.
Dad's market.
I'll be up in Minnesota. Yeah, my dad. My father loves trading grains. He was a lumber trader forever. I will be up in Minnesota next week. I'll be talking to all the farmers. I'm looking forward to it. I like getting their pre-plant synopsis,
Yeah.
Sort of what they'll be expecting.
But do you use that information
very, very soon?
Do you use that information, JD?
I like knowing it. I don't trade a whole lot of grains, but I like knowing that information and watching the market to see how it reacts.
You at least going to come back and share that detail with us that you learned. You're not going to use that information. Somebody's bound to. That's kidding.
I always do.
I know.
But it's like the consensus of the 5 farmers that I talk to aren't going to be moving any markets,
They're not? No.
They could. Yeah, I suppose it could, right? Anything is possible.
Channel my inner Kevin Garnett.
Minneapolis Lakers.
Garnett was not a Laker, though, but yeah.
No, I know. Hopefully not. One thing I noticed with crude, and I have to go back and look at my news. One of the highest volume candles of the day was about noon. And I attached a VWAP to it. And man, it has and there was really nothing except maybe the president speaking, but we have just rode that VWAP all the way down here. can see that big, and obviously you're going to get a big volume candle this last 30 minutes because it's the NYMEX settlement. But look at since that, and once again, I think that's more when the president was speaking. Crude has just followed that baby all the way down. But now I see why that crude bounced up there. It's a little bit of support down there at the old 93.
No 5-minute closure above the 725 high. Leave that bid in place still. It's kind of near the 50% point of this current range. That would be an add. I'll start to tighten my stop a little bit. Get some continuation.
Yeah, I've gone a little bit flat here.
Yeah, not really a whole lot happening here.
Volume's drying up a bit. We got that NYMEX close. Let me get some settlement prices for energies.
News coming out there too from Abu Dhabi. I'll just put that in the chat too, JD.
The Shah oil field. Abu Dhabi is responding to a fire at the Shah oil field. Interesting.
Oh, that gold popped.
Let's trade gold.
Like
50. 5011, 5012. Here we go. Natural gas. April natural gas futures settle at 3.023. NYMEX WTI crude April futures settle at 93.50 a barrel, down $5.21. Crude oil settles down 5.28% on the day.
No way. Not worth it.
JD, if we want, we can go ahead and hit that news while we're at it. It's March. You know what comes around in March?
What's that?
March Madness.
Something to do with sports? March Madness.
It does.
Yes.
Yeah, March Madness.
Is that interesting?
That too.
Yeah, let's run it.
Let's run it.
Tell us everything, Gabe.
The men's NCAA tournament bracket is set, kicking off the start of March Madness. Duke is the tournament's top overall seed. The Blue Devils could face a challenging road in a region that includes several prominent coaches. The selection committee also included Miami of Ohio, sending the Redhawks to a first four game in Dayton after a 31-win season. Meanwhile, Oklahoma and Auburn were the first teams left out of the field. Any of you guys actually
cool.
participate in March Madness?
I love March
or
Madness.
Go observe?
I do. I always jump in a square.
Oh, yeah.
I like March Madness. I like watching. Speaking of hoops, shout out to my alma mater on the far southwest side of Chicago, Marist High School, for the very first basketball championship. You want to know how boring my life is? My wife's in Arizona. My wife's in Arizona visiting her mother right now, and my Saturday night consisted of a takeout pizza and high school basketball. I watched my high school state championship. That was it. Very first state championship for the Marist Redhawks. Congratulations,
Let's go. Stuff.
A lot of good basketball players come out of Chicago high school.
Oh, yeah. I believe they beat DePaul Pride.
Go ahead.
In the semifinals.
Oh, did they?
Who has won like 4 consecutive state championships. So tough bracket.
And a couple people in chat were like, let's do a Topstep bracket.
We used to do it. We used to do markets. I think we called it Markets Mania or something like that. There was a legal reason why we couldn't do it anymore. So we stopped. But
JD, with all the traders on the floor, do you know how much action used to go out about the
millions
tournament?
And millions?
Oh my God! You have. If any traders want to know about what used to go on when the tournament would come along, oh my God! There'd be people walking around with pools and poles and what do you want to bet? Yeah, I mean it was the off track betting before it was.
Yeah, there was a guy that ran $10,000 square pool, so $1 million in cash. but you had the same numbers for every single game of the tournament. So you had same numbers for all 64 games. So many chances to win your money back. But $10,000 minimum for a square.
It's wild.
I'm sure Hogue remembers those.
A lot of money wagered in the tournament, that's for sure. look at gold go. Oh, I stayed out of that one.
I'm in the wrong market, Hoop.
Yep, gold is going. Dee said it, and I listened to her, and I was short earlier, and I'm like, that fade, COMEX, all we've done is rally, pretty much. Fade, we were sitting at 49.92. Now we're at 50.17.
So actually, I'm going to refresh my platform real quick. We'll go around the horn one more time. Take a look at the tilt. Is the tilt telling us anything? Nothing. Man, tilt is flat across the board. 51% short in the ES. 55% short in the NASDAQ. 60% long in crude. Ooh, gold, 72% long. Keep an eye on gold. See what happens if this tilt hits 80. Who pays attention to the tilt? Do you like trading around extremes in the tilt? Anybody?
I like the crude one the most. When the crude gets over like 75, then I start one way or the other. That's probably the one that I think I've seen. You know what I mean, guys? That's probably the one that tends to. I'm not saying that the equities, when it gets pretty wide, it comes back. But yeah, I think crude's probably the best one. When it gets in that 75, 80%, it's usually pretty good that everybody's a little bit over their skis a little bit.
Yep. Just a little bit. 50, 15, 40 last trade in gold. Just slowly ticking up. Volume's not very impressive. We still keep ticking higher. Tick by tick, right? Gabe, how you feeling about your position? Still trailing the stop?
Haven't moved the stop. Stop's still at break even. Right at those lows near 51s. And still got that bid in at 691.75. See if we can get a little bit of a retracement back into this little range. But yeah, no real thoughts right now on. We're just kind of hanging, building a base in these 700s. I like the fact that we're maintaining above 700, but we are retesting, prior high. So a little bit of hesitation, not a whole lot of volume.
Yep.
JD, did you guys make it to? I don't know if you even do this, but do you go into downtown Chicago and the river and watch them dye it green?
I did last year because we had some family in from out of town that wanted to see it, but typically I do not. Actually, on Sunday, I met our good buddy Jack Pelzer for an early lunch. We went out for corned beef and cabbage lunch to a local tavern in my neighborhood. My day was over by 1 o'clock p.m. I was back at home.
Actually, orange, the dye they throw in there too. You know that, right?
Oh yeah, the dye is actually colored orange. Yes,
orange, but it turns the
I don't
water
do it so
green.
much. Yeah, I used to go to the Southside Parade every year. I haven't done that in a very, very long time either. It's just too much. It's too much.
It used to be a lot of that done right in front of where the old Merc was, right, JD? Right there.
Oh yeah.
30 South Wacker. Yeah, that's what they used to. I remember them. You guys would go out at lunch during St. Patty's Day, and they'd see them start dyeing in the river. No, that's all. Understand, St. Patrick's Day in Chicago is it's like a freaking holiday. It's like no other, it's like a holiday in the city of Chicago for sure.
Yeah, Tampa actually packed it out too. We did the same thing. They've been doing that down here as well. I don't know for how many years, but my girlfriend and I and a few others went to hang out by the river, and there's a nice little, call it Armature Works, which is like a plaza of a bunch of different restaurants and bars and stuff. But yeah, it was fun. Nice little 80-degree sunny day. Beautiful day to be outside.
Sure.
Good time.
It's a little rowdy here in Chicago. Say again, Hoop?
Oh yeah.
101 it's supposed to be here tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
It'd be a record. Yeah.
Yeah. We got snow here last night. I woke up to a couple inches outside. Oh, well.
Minnesota got hammered.
Did they?
Yeah. I was talking to some family
How
up
much did they get up there?
My previous roommate, I think he got 8 or 9 inches, and that was like 45 minutes north of the cities.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty good amount of snow.
Hopefully that's it. Hopefully that's it. I don't want to see any more.
I do miss
There we go. Still
snowmobiling.
ticking up in gold.
That's
Snowmobiling.
about all. Yeah, snowmobiling. Didn't really ice fish a whole lot, but I do miss a fresh snowfall. Experience it a little bit, snowboard, ski, whatever, but after a while you just get tired of it. Especially if you have to shovel. Shoveling was like my worst activity or my least favorite activity. Whenever my parents told me or my dad told me like get out and shovel, I'm like trying to find anything else to do in the house for chores outside of shoveling.
What else can I find to do?
Yeah, exactly. Holy crap. Thomas said Green Bay got 31 inches between yesterday and today. Wisconsin. That's
Come on,
wild.
really? I didn't hear that.
Yikes. Happy
0
snow
snow
patch
in
with-
northern Minnesota. 8 inches of snow in eastern Iowa. So, JD, I
question,
think you're
what is the
safe there
tilt?
on the farm.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to deal with much up there.
I'm in like far western Minnesota, like 30 miles from the South Dakota border. I'll find out though. Oh, a question in the chat. What's the tilt? Is the tilt everyone that trading on the CME? No, the tilt is proprietary to Topstep. It's the aggregate position of sim traders in specific markets here at Topstep. So you can see what a bulk of the community is doing just by looking at the tilt. You get that on your Topstep X platform. I'll show it right here. There it is. At the bottom of my screen, you can see the tilt. And it ain't doing much right now. But it'll give you the average long, average short position of the traders. So you can get the consensus breakdown. It's a useful tool if you're curious what other traders are doing, which some people find useful.
Peaking above these highs here, JD 70 or 730s. Starting to trade a little bit here. NASDAQ. About a little over 2 minutes for this 5-minute bar to close. Gonna finally see a little bit of a push higher here.
Anything happening in crude? Crude keeps ticking up. Slowly grinding. Depending on what time frame you're looking at. This could be a flagging pattern. We'll need some confirmation before we call it a flag, though. Oop, no trades. Nothing done. Nothing working. Nothing done. Oh, oops, I'm mute. Oops, sorry.
I'm maybe looking at a short up here in gold up at 50.22. Fighting them. I'm a
50.22?
little bit scared of what's going on right now. Yeah. It's just the top end of this range. Right there.
50-20 half last trade in gold. Still ticking higher.
Right here. Fade that.
What's Bitcoin doing? Who's got a pulse on that?
74,350 up 4.2%.
74,350. Up 4.2%.
Yeah, just kind of hanging. The high today is 74,750. It's been the only thing that's really hung in there, right? Which is crazy.
We're getting closer to those 22s in gold. Are you working anything?
Yeah, I got an order in there. Yeah, yeah. I got an order in there at 2260 and 2270.
Okay. 2030 last trade. Maximize the gold chart. What a perfect little range in gold. Looking at a 15-minute chart. It's nice sideways action.
All right, I just pulled the 691 bid. Just got a 5-minute bar above the previous high of 725.
Okay.
Let this one rock.
Here we go. Seeing a little more buying coming into gold right now. Grains have officially closed for the day, correct?
Yep.
What time will the grains reopen, Hoop? Same with everything else? 5 o'clock?
Yeah. The overnight's different though, JD. This is what drives me crazy about the grains. Hold on, let me look at this again.
Slowly ticking higher in gold. See if Hoop gets a fill here. Gabe has tightened up his risk on this trade. Gabe, will you just hold this for the auto liquidator if it doesn't come up to you? Or eventually you'll just get out?
I'm going to just get out at some point here. Pretty close to... If I can get a closure above 739, I'm going to end up bringing my stop just above 680. Underneath the midpoint of this prior range. Lock in a little bit more profit on the day.
Yep. Bilbo in the chat, congratulating, is respecting your hold times here. What time did you put this trade on? How long's it been? Is it the beginning of
when did I get filled? I got filled on this nice little down close candle around 11:20 Central. So I've been in this for over 2 hours.
2 hours.
That's one thing you've been working on, though, Gabe, too, hasn't it? A little bit. You were
2
saying
hours.
before.
Full time?
3 hours.
Yeah,
2
I know
hours.
he was talking about that was something he was working on.
Yeah, trying to stay out of the weeds a little bit. I'm not, perfect at it by any means, but I'm doing a little bit better. Trying to rely on the 5-minute a little bit more than the 1 minute now. Now, granted, the times of day that y'all typically see me are usually lower volume. We're not getting as much. Every once in a while, I'll get an outlier day where there's some nice little market action. But yeah, hold times are improving.
There was a span there. The afternoon was spicy last couple of weeks, which was unusual.
Indeed.
Man, last week we were getting some real excellent price action during this 1 o'clock hour. It was
100%.
rocking and rolling all day long. Not getting that this week so far, though. Maybe it'll change tomorrow. But man, there was a great opportunity all day long last week in a bunch of different markets.
So that overnight opens 7 p.m. Central and then closes 7:45 a.m. Central on the grains.
Wait, say that one more time, please, Hoop. What is it again?
7 p.m. Central. The overnight Globex session opens and it closes at 7:45 a.m. Central. Okay. So remember how grains work. They close before they reopen. I'm short 2 micro gold from up here. 50.22 7.
50.22 7. You top tick that. Oh, just popped a little bit.
It's gold. Be careful. Be careful. It's gold.
What do you like about a short right here, Hoop?
Just top a range in here. I've been kind of looking for a short in there today, trying to stay patient with it. So, yeah, I don't necessarily love this time of day, but it's once again. I think it's so I'd be risking right around 32.
Short from right here, right now. 50.21.90 last trade in gold. Gabe Long from 651 half in the NQ. Looking all right so far. Got about $1.50 into this trade.
Maybe get a rotation back to that 50-12.
Say, let's check on the tilt one more time, but there's no change. No change in the tilt.
Yeah, 71%. Is that what I'm seeing, JD? Yeah.
Yeah. 67.12 last trade in the ES, 24.718 last trade in NQ. Russell 25.1730. Dow 47.035 last trade in Crude, 93.80 last trade in Gold, 50.20.7. I'll call it 50.21 now. Oop is short in the Gold. Gabe is long in the NASDAQ. 5 minutes left here. Bring a trade with Topstep. Power Hour is coming up next. The final hour of the trading day. Stick around. Andre, Ted, and Jack will be here for Power Hour. They're going to be trading it up. Oop, what's the exit strategy on this gold trade?
I got the order that shall not be named up there at 31, and I'm looking for maybe a rotation down back to the VWAP, 5008, 50,009. Kind of wait to see what the momentum looks like if we miss it. And once again, I'm usually one thing gold's pretty good at the top of the hour. It'll probably give you an idea of where the momentum's going to swing a little bit. You know, if I look at like a retracement from that low from good number, where's that low? Yeah. 5011.
Breaking down a little bit. 5011.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looking for that $10 move. See if we get it.
Yeah, I'm a 1-to-1er.
5021. 5021.60 last trade in gold. Got about $1.50 into this trade still. I don't see any headlines coming out from President Trump behind closed doors. What's up, Gabe? What do you got?
I am going to add one here. All right, so I added one
to his long.
A retest of a demand that broke above that high, brought my average up about 35 points. So I'm now long 2 NQ from 686 essentially.
Okay.
And stop still at break even.
Gotcha.
Not going to risk anything.
Gabe adding onto his position.
Yeah.
Oops, trade looking good also. We got 2 minutes left here. Last trade in the S&P 6711, 6712, call it. What's up, Gabe? Did you do something?
Let's say, see if we can get a little bit in power hour here.
Yeah.
A little bit of continued juice.
We'll keep checking in with you during power hour. Gabe and Hoop, both with trades on going into the end of the day. Make sure you stay in the chat, guys. Keep us informed of how you get out of these trades during power hour.
Sure.
Possible little 3-bar reversal, though, in the 5-minute.
I do see that. A little bit of selling coming in a crude, too. Does the inverse crude correlation not really have much effect during the last hour? You notice anything like that at all?
Maybe because lower volume, JD? Maybe?
Yeah. I think it was Friday or Thursday and Friday last week, after crude settled for the day. That inverse correlation sort of disappeared for a little bit. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, we've got Gabe long a pair of NASDAQ from 24,686 roughly. Oop is short some gold from 50.2280. Is that correct? 50.2280? Right around there.
Yep.
70. And we'll keep you an eye on these positions and have these guys check in throughout Power Hour. Let us know how they're doing. We are going to step aside, though. Power Hour is coming up next. Andre, Ted, and Jack will be here for the final hour of the trading day. After that, we've got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. Make sure you stick around for that, too. All right, we are going to step aside. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you, Hoop. Catch up with you guys in just a little bit and check in on these trades. Topstep TV. Let's go.
And we are back, and back by popular demand. The man in the middle. We got Ted in the house to the right. My new partner in crime, Sam on Fast Markets. Jack in the house. Let's get right into it. Ted, welcome to Power Hour. Thoughts coming into the last hour of the New York session. What's up, Ted?
Well, we're in a rollover, so I'm still trading the ESH26 product. I think you guys will probably automatically roll it tomorrow or Wednesday. For that reason, I'm actually staying out of my cash accounts. I'll be trading a combine. I wouldn't mind having one more XFA. So the screen I'm sharing is a brand new combine. I'd like to pass it by Wednesday. But I do think we're overbought here after last night's 90-point rally, and I think we might see some fireworks. Either a squeeze, 67, 39, 42 in the ESH, or a drop all the way down to 60, 90 in the 93 or 87 range. So another 30 points lower from here in the ES.
All right, 66, 93. All right, Jack. Last trade in the ES, 67.10. Thoughts? What's the options giving us? Anything?
We had the classic 1 p.m. consolidation here, which I kind of agree with Ted. I do think we should get some movement here. Bulls obviously looking for that earlier high, but more importantly, looking up at this high from Friday. As far as levels go with the options, there is, 67.23 in the futures, maybe to the upside, downside 66.70 SPX. I think I have that marked out right here, but with only 1 hour, I don't think we're getting there. So I'm going to flip down to the 5-minute chart. And let's see, I believe Gabe is long still in the NQ.
Oh, last trade, NQ, 24,706. Take a look at gold. Gold trading 50.21. Crude oil, $93.71. Dow trading 47,025. NQ closing in on 24,700 even. All right, Ted, Power Hour, we like to play a game called Above Below. For those that are new, first of all, welcome aboard. Start us off in the NQ. I'm going to ask Ted what he thinks the price and the close will be in the NQ. We're going to put it to a poll in the chat. Will it be above or below said price? Ted, last trade, 24,700.
I am going to go. I'm going to go below 24,650.
650. All right. Price has been set. Poll will be up. Well, let's continue to see some sellers here. ES and Q.
Well, I mean, we have had the tendency overall the last couple of weeks to have these late day sell-offs. No one wants to hold a potato. I should clarify. People are fine holding potatoes. It's hot potatoes you don't want to hold.
Poll is
through the close.
I will say, I'm going to say.
Ooh, nice.
A little pop here in Crude. Yeah, don't want to make the jury, so to speak. ES 6707 last trade.
Here that NVIDIA is fading. They have their event going on right now. I don't know if Jensen's up there. Let me know in chat if you are at the NVIDIA event. There are people there. It looks like an old timey revival or something. Let us know if you're there. You can be our eyes and ears.
You got the countdown clock, lower right-hand corner. We got 55 minutes till the closing bell, 45 minutes till MOC here in Power Hour. A little more selling come in here, ES and NQ. Ted, you got a downside, perhaps price of interest at 66.93. More selling coming in. Little pop in Crude. Crude now $93.90.
Somebody asked, can you trade potato futures? Yes, but not at the CME. I don't think so, at least. They used to have onion futures, but that ended in disaster.
We got a little line in the sand here, 67.04.
Okay.
If we get a little volume push below that, I'm actually going to take a short in the MES.
04s. Okay, last trade 67.06.
Yeah.
How do you get it with market order, sell stop?
Always.
Always market. Okay.
Always. I swear to God, every time I put a limit order, I miss it by that one tick.
Every time, Ted.
Really, I swear to God, I'm 99.9% of the time I put a limit order in on a buy, I'll miss it by a quarter tick, and the market will rally, 200 points, or the vice versa on the short side.
How long have you been trading for, Ted? You sound like a jaded trader, like me.
23 years.
Yep, sounds about right.
Never had a home run in my life, ever.
Sound like me. All right. 67.06. Now 67.07's last trade. ES poll is up. Get those votes in.
Mm-hmm.
Just a $1 spread right now between the April and May crude futures. We got the CLJ trading 93.92. CLK is trading 82.89.
You have negative delta in ES and NQ. However, it is rollover. June contract in the ES was like minus 50 or 5,000, somewhere around there. March contract minus 1,600.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know, this might be a question we have to ask Hogue or something. Do they not include, because you can just trade the calendar spreads without, don't they have like implied spreads or something for that?
Eagle. Yes, they do.
Oh.
Yeah, tomorrow we will have the June contract. Topstep. Anything on the ladder in the ES? ES 20 on the bid, 20 on the ask. A little jump there.
Damn.
67.09. Yep.
We do have signing time at 2:30.
Saw that with the vice president.
It would appear so.
Okay. Crude keeps tapping up against $94 even. Seeing some resistance there. So we trade $93.93. Wow, buyers jump back in the equities.
There they are.
Is this NVIDIA?
Yeah, bounce. Oh. It was above 185. It dropped all the way down to 183 and change. And now, if you look at that, that's a 15-minute candle. That's massive. You said he's
NVIDIA,
speaking.
like,
is it?
Yeah, NVIDIA just got highs today. NVIDIA is just flying right now.
Yes, and quote from Justin. Well, there goes. Demand just keeps going up. Regarding NVIDIA. There we go. Big pop. You took it?
I took a long in 3 micro ESs.
Oh, look at that. Big pop, big pop.
You're getting the push.
Yep.
Big pop. We are cooking to the upside now.
I just took it off for $145 in that combine I shared.
Market in, market out. We are popping here. I believe it's due to NVIDIA. NQ just popped about 100, 115 points there. ES just popped 25 points. Dow popped as well. Gold cooking to the upside as well.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
All right. If we get a pullback here to 20.
Market.
There you go. Jack, what do you see?
What is this nonsense?
That away.
Headline here. NVIDIA CEO sees 2027. Year 2027 is at least $1 trillion of revenue. $1 trillion of revenue. Huge pop.
All right. Google pullback.
and already given back those gains about halfway there. Jeez.
For context, in 2025, Nvidia had $216 billion in revenue.
Let's go.
Let's see. I'll see if I can find the 2026 prediction, but that's a big jump.
Sure is. 5x, not too shabby. Okay. Nice trade there, Ted. All right. Market in, market out. Was that purely a headline play?
No, we actually broke through. We broke through 67, 16, 20, which was a major resistance level. And that gave us that little beach ball effect up to 28 or 32, possibly 39. So we hit a nice resistance and went through it. Now we're back below it.
Nvidia stock, yep, hell of a pop there. Nvidia popped about $5 on that headline. Again, CEO Nvidia saying sees 2027 as at least $1 trillion of revenue. Computing demand to be higher than that. There you go.
That, man, I've not seen the the ES jump on something like that much.
Wow.
I mean, that's the whole index jumping.
That's how you
what
do
at the
it.
top, like 20, 25 points on like, wow.
Yeah.
And
might have been some stops up there. Might have been a little stop run up there, you know?
Mm-hmm. They did make new highs on the day, ES. They did not take out Friday's highs. Oh, man.
What do we got?
Nothing. I'm just looking at this retrace now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Incredible.
So
100-point turnaround.
Google
100-point turnaround to the down, back in the NQ, back to 24,715. We just topped out at 24,816.
Yep.
And ES giving it all back now, trading 67.10. We topped out at 67.34. Wow.
Hey, we almost did one thing I've never done, which is sell at top.
Incredible. Gold selling off.
All right.
Nvidia retracing. Nvidia traded all the way up to 189. It was trading like 183 half. Gave a lot of options market makers a heart attack right there.
Sure did.
Mm-hmm.
More from Jensen. We have 60% of business is going to be hyperscalers. Crude now catching a bid. $94.03. Now $94.05. Amazing.
So you think this is a situation where the algos get a hold of it, and now you got to let it trade for 5 minutes before you go back in? I think you get caught in a bad trade if you jumped in. I'd love to short it here, but if the algos have a hold of it, I'll just get chopped up and lose what we just made.
Well, the algos most certainly jumped on that one.
I think also, Dre, given how, like, you know, even with this big update today, we're still, you know, we're above 23 in the VIX, 23.68 right now.
Mm-hmm.
If you have orders up there, or if you're like a trend following, you see it start moving like that. My first thought is not Jensen just said something.
No.
It's that there's news about Iran. And so no one wants to, you know, people are trying to figure out what's going on.
All right, where are we at here? 12.
Right back to where we started. 67.11 last trade in the ES. Actually, you were talking about those 67.04s, Ted.
Yes, sir.
There's no trade. We got to what, 06s on the headline did hit?
Yep.
That was hilarious. It probably looks worse in the NQ because NVIDIA is a bigger part of it.
100 points.
100 points.
Yep.
If we touch 67.16, I'm going to sell it short in the MES again for 3. I'm using 3 contracts, and my trailing stop would be 30 ticks on the whole trade, which I have
So
that teed up ready to go.
16s?
Yeah, if we get to the 16s, I'm happy to sell 3 MESs and use a 30 tick stop, buy stop, trailing stop.
Okay.
Not 30. Ooh, 30 contracts. I want 3.
That's a significant amount of MES.
I actually did that one day.
Wow.
Made money.
We take the poll down, looking like 61%. We're saying above. I think you will close above 24,650.
Nice.
That's 70 points in, or 70 points above that. 13 minutes till the bottom of the hour.
I shorted 3 MESs.
Okay.
6, 7, 1, 4 and a quarter.
1, 4 and a quarter.
And I have my trailing stop in. If we get below my entry, I'll slide it underneath to lock in profit.
So
In fact, I'm gonna
answer a few questions for those just joining us again. Like, what was that spike? Kind of a wild one. It was Jensen Wang saying that he sees 2027 as at least $1 trillion in revenue.
Incredible.
All right, breakdown.
Also, I saw someone ask why we're including Walmart in our sort of pseudo Mag 7. I'm just including all, because you put them on a watch list, all of the $1 trillion+ companies in the NASDAQ 100. So that's why
We're
Walmart
in.
there.
Okay. Welcome
Oh,
to
yeah.
the club. Also,
right,
don't forget that this is Fed Week. FOMC rate decision will be on Wednesday. We'll have all the wall coverage here on Topstep TV. Starting with the rate announcement, the prepared remarks, and of course, the Q&A.
Hang on.
Second to last one of these for Powell. Crude still beneath $94. $93.91.
We're reclaiming that entire move in Google that we sold off. So my move to stop down to 18. And NVIDIA is breaking above the candle body that it finished on that big move. So I'm okay taking a tight stop on this at 18.
Right, short. How many times you short?
3.
Three.
Oh, there it is. Come on.
Rate's 67.
Come on down.
No 11s.
I'm actually going to buy 1. Cancel all. All right, I'm buying 1 back, 2 back. I can't make more than I think half the
Look at this.
number.
All right.
So
A little more solid.
I can't make more than 1,500 in this account. Otherwise, I keep pushing the qualification out further. I'm taking that off for $1,000 on the day.
Well done, Ted. Look at that. Power hour. You're back, Ted. Carving this thing up. We've given back that entire
I still think it's a short, by the way. I mean, I still think I could put 1 on and let it ride and it won't hurt me. But there we're breaking down again. If we do break below 04, I'll put 2 on in the MES.
That was
insane.
Well, think about that.
Yeah.
$1 trillion quote out of NVIDIA.
24,696 last trade. Back about 130. Now continuing to see some downside pressure. ES and Q. Crude catching a bit of a bid.
67.09 might be a little bump here, and then 04s. All right, I just added 2 micro ESs right here. Apple's making some move here, and NVIDIA's taking that all back. Nice. Starting in the money. Taking 1.
Let's go, Ted.
I'm trying, buddy. Trying. Trailing stop is above me here. 67.10.
It's just like that. Well, ES, we bottom out there, 67.02 in the ES.
Down.
Crude, $94.13. Tilt, nothing really jumping off the page
Last
there. 8 minutes till the bottom of the hour.
All right.
How was that? Yeah.
Something I've noticed in pattern recognition in the markets, and call me crazy, but at 3:30, for some reason, I always notice there's a little bit of selling in the VIX, which results in a little bit of buying in the S&P and the ES. And we're getting close to that time frame. I think if you wrote that down every day, what happens at 3:29 to 3:31, 3 out of 5 days out of the week, you'll see selling in VIX and buying in ES. So I'm going to back away from shorts right this second.
What's the VIX doing?
Just
right
pattern
now?
recognition. Maybe I see aliens and dead people, but I swear to God, I noticed that too.
100%. Well, a little bit of a pump here, higher in crude, $94.30 last trade. Up about almost a buck here in power hour. What's your average price there, Ted?
I'm out.
Oh, you're out? Okay, cool.
Now. Oh yeah, totally out. NVIDIA gave back the entire move.
The entire thing.
Yeah, because it looks like that was slightly. Is he saying $1 trillion in revenue through 2027? Like $1 trillion of demand? It's a little confusion I'm seeing in like the news headlines. I can't get what he's actually saying.
And demand continues to grow as well. We certainly saw the pop. Again, we gave it all back.
It looks like one of the news headlines that calls for $1 trillion in revenue.
Yeah, but does it mean like through 2027, like 26 and 27, or does it mean in
for the year 20? That's how I would read it. I'd read it as for the year 2027. All right, now we're breaking down. Are we breaking below 04 yet?
67.06 last trade. Crude on the move higher, $94.44.
All right, NVIDIA was up $4 on the day at one point. Now it's up $2.40.
It's trading below where it was before that news spike. Pretty vicious unload. VIX engine closer to 24. We got crude oil trading 94.50. Crude oil, Andre.
Yes,
baby.
I know.
Pumping up a little bit here.
Yes, it is.
Short. Come on, buddy. Let's break
price
down.
you get, Ted?
I got the 05s. I still think that 04 triggers. We might get.
Okay.
But I'm going to lose $40 on this, and I'm not giving away any of the good money we just made on that nice pop.
There might be some more room here.
Let's go.
Crude continuing to grind higher, $94.54 last trade.
Yeah, and here's 6,700 in the spot market.
Yep.
5 minutes to the bottom of the hour.
I took one.
Dude, some people, a lot of people just got murked
both ways
on that NVIDIA move.
Yep. Let's go. Keep throwing some money in this until 6:30. We're getting too close to my time frame. All right, I'm out. I'm getting too close to that 3:30 time frame. I don't want to. It's a winner. It all adds up.
Here goes crude. Another pop in crude.
There you go.
$94.73.
Yeah, there it goes.
Gold trading 50.17.
It broke 04. So I have 93 as a first major support
Look.
down from here.
Selling off.
Sometimes you just got to sit back and laugh at something like that.
Yeah. All right. More selling here. NQ 24,664. Last trade. Looking at a 150-point turnaround from those new session highs that did just print about 15 minutes ago. ES down about 30 points. Last 20 minutes. 67.01 last trade. NVIDIA give it all back.
And more. NVIDIA is down. NVIDIA was trading 183 half before that announcement. It went all the way up to 189 almost. And now it's trading 182. So we're actually down $1.50 since before the news.
Here comes 330. Little bounce. 331. If it's a round 04, I'm going to go short.
Okay. IB low. Still got 50 points to go to the downside NQ for IB low. That's 24,623. Initial balance low in the ES. Still got about 10, 11 points to the downside. Price is 66.90. Wow.
There we go.
VIX above 24. What's Crude?
Let's see if they sell a little volatility.
Some more. Yeah. I've seen some selling here. Anything on the ladder in the ES? Nope. About 10 on the bid, 10 on the ask. We trade 67.02. Oh, man. 2 minutes, bottom of the hour. Crazy. Wow. Brought the volatility with you this time, Ted.
Here we go. See if we get a little bounce here, and if we do, I would love if it's 67.04 at 331 to take another shot at a short. I swear, 3 minutes feels like an hour.
I wonder how much.
What was
Jensen? Well, I wonder if that was a way bigger reaction than I thought it was going to be, obviously, but there's other little headlines coming out, like not even really headlines from this NVIDIA conference.
Mm-hmm.
That was just some wild animal spirits.
Mm-hmm.
Closing on 6,700s. Let's see what happens here at the bottom of the hour. $20 minutes till MOC. Could be a doozy. Look at this thing.
There it goes. That little.
What was that? Hey, yo! All right, what just happened there? Crude selling off big time. What was
$2
that?
trillion brother.
What was that? Crude just saw a puke pretty much. We saw the ESNQ. My oh my! And we saw the pop there. Do not see the headline just yet. Wow.
We gave the headline. That's the 330 bounce right there, Dre.
Yep. That letter just went, just vaporized. It's a lot of algos. ES, very thin in there as well.
Yep.
Wow.
It is rollover. You're right.
Yo, it sure is. Man, oh man.
Okay.
What the hell was that? All right.
I'm short too. Micro ESs from 04. Trailing stop is 30, like normal.
Let me look at
New, nothing new. What a power hour.
Apple took a nice move there, and so did Google.
Here's your headline: Axios from Axios. Iran and the U.S. have been in direct contact in the recent days.
Mm-hmm. Let's go.
So the algos You saw the algos react to that one. The puke and crude. $94. 10 cents.
Come on, brother. Break those four.
Wow.
Break 67.
18 minutes. 18 minutes till MOC. I don't know.
Oh man, all over the place.
Oh, sure.
10-year. 10-year is
Where is
doing
the 10-year?
4.22. 10-year don't care.
No. A little more selling here in crude.
All right, I might get stopped on this one. Apple's really strong right now. And so is Google. Google is actually almost going to take back where it popped to on that headline.
Headlines flying around left and right. All right, let's take a bit of a breather. Ted will let you manage this trade. Let's get a little update on the closure of the Strait and how it's affecting things besides just crude. Bring this in. Interesting here.
If we miss that window, we could have catastrophic crop failure.
Alarm bells sounding over disrupted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz and the potential impact to American farmers.
Worst case scenario, a grower may not be able to get a crop in the ground. And of course, that's going to lead to food security conversations.
The waterway is critical for transporting supplies needed to make fertilizers, as well as the finished products, including about half the world's supply of urea, a nitrogen fertilizer for crops like corn. Also, about a third of global exports of ammonia, key for most nitrogen fertilizers, and sulfur, another vital nutrient for crops. Shipments that have essentially stopped since the war.
With the closure of that strait, it's lifted prices here in the United States by several $100s per ton. So that immediately squeezes farmers' bottom line.
I've not seen this level of disruption before. Urea prices are up 50% since that Friday before.
According to the Fertilizer Institute, the U.S. imports about 35% of its fertilizer needs every year, with supplies often arriving just in time for use.
I'm told we still need to import about 25% of our need for March, April, May application.
Now, spiked costs and already low crop prices could lead to tough decisions.
We'll have to adapt either to plant a different crop that uses less fertilizer or potentially reduce the amount of fertilizer that they use, which could have an impact on crop yields and ultimately prices.
In Washington, Michael Yoshida.
Interesting. We got PPI. We got PPI on Wednesday. See if what that reading comes in. PPI Wednesday morning. Sure tune into opening call. The coverage there. Where do we go next, Ted? Are you still short, Ted?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, it is past 2:30. Signing time has not started yet. Just checked in on that. Go ahead, Ted.
Mm-hmm.
So all the moves in Power Hour have pretty much been headlines. We have the first headline from CEO of NVIDIA talking about revenue for 2027 of $1 trillion. Saw that huge spike. And then the headline that Iran and the U.S. have been in direct contact in the recent days. So right back to where we started. 24,680 last trade in the NQ. 6703 last trade. ES.
Apple's
Ted talking. He wants NVIDIA to go. Ted?
Well, Google actually, when it went all the way up on the headline with NVIDIA, it almost got back up there, and it just sold off $1.50. And then Apple did the same thing. So maybe the algos are still in there.
The algos are definitely in there too.
For sure. I just want a little profit. Come on. I'm going to take one off and slide my stop down.
Nice. See equities, take another peek to the downside. 14 minutes till MOC. Market on close.
I'd like to be out there. Yeah. Everything. Where is it?
Another sell here.
04.
Right back. Buyers jumping back in. Hogue hit me with the Delta again. Delta are in roll week. So again, June did trade more volume today. June will be the contract traded here on Topstep X tomorrow.
We'll be sure to Slack and remind them if possible.
How many short, Ted? You got 2 on or 1 on?
I'm off. I'm out. I'm trying to get back on it above 04. Yes.
Man, you came to get in there today. I love it.
I'm trying to get back in. A lot of these tails, a lot of this absorption in the NASDAQ right now. It looks to me like they are buying it here. So where those Mag 7 go, the ES will probably go, especially in a rollover with light volume.
March contract minus 2,900. The Delta, might be to ask that question for Ted towards the end of power hour here. April. A little pop there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So my level of resistance right now is 671620. If we get above 04 and maintain above 04.
Yeah. Top trade. I saw Kramer already tweeted on it. It was Jensen just raises his 500 billion in demand through 2027 at 1 trillion, and then 17 exclamation points. I'm just guessing. I'm not going to count those, but it's about 17 exclamation points. Double from just a few months ago.
Kramer took the bait.
Yeah.
Took the bait.
All right. 04 struggling to get above. I'm reshorted 04.
Okay.
And my stop's in 30 ticks.
Last trade 67.03 half. Nothing really on the tilt.
Buy stops in up at 10, 67.10.
I'm not quite as bold. We're kind of hanging around the 6,700. Feels comfortable. I got kind of thrown for a loop by that movement off the Jensen thing, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like suddenly, yeah.
Come on.
Let's get one to the downside.
And Q looked like it wanted to take a peek. Lower, we are 140 points off those session highs that we just printed about half hour ago. Last trade on Q 24,672. Yes. Pulled back about 30 points. Sold off about 30 points from those session highs on the headline from Jen saying at $1 trillion in revenue next year.
That was also like a small, like little feel, but example of like how like a flash crash can happen or something is everyone wants to be a liquidity provider. It's like the Tyson quote. Everyone wants to be a liquidity provider until the market moves a lot very quickly.
Yep.
And they just drop out.
Let's go. Just want a little bit of cash.
Another push lower here. 60s. 67.02 just trading. I know.
Stop lower.
We're doing MBT. MBT still. Oh yeah, MBT 74,290.
I'm dropping the stop down. Nvidia's holding the bottom of that candle. Google's kind of holding.
Crude oil trade 94. It sold off a little bit that pop.
SPX
What a move. Wow. Dow continuing to see some selling here. 46,964 last trade. Really on the ladder. What do we got down here? Look at that. Using that level 2 data on Topstep X. We got 128 lot, about 20 points lower. Nothing major there. In the chat, they're saying, hold on strong, Ted. She's going to flush. You heard it.
So there we go. I believe him. We broke below 6,900 in the cash. Could use that as resistance now. It's tempted.
Yes, continuing to flirt with those 6,700s, about a point and a half higher. Got the Dow continuing to sell off. Same with Crude.
Luis, do you mean low the New York session? Or are you making a real saucy prediction? Low of the day.
Oh, I will take that. All right. 66.99 last trade ES. Look at that. NQ 24,654. And the above below. What's getting on that?
Can we do early buyout like you do at Hard Rock? And get
Dakota does that all the time too, Ted. You're doing that now, just declaring victory with 7. I love it.
Hey?
Stop the stream.
698. Let's trade ES.
Okay, let's just drop.
Where are we gonna go?
All right, Apple's rolling over, Google's rolling over, Nvidia bouncing. So it's kind of an equal tug of war between those three.
Crude selling off as well. Crude trading $93.80.
Come on, baby. Break it. All right, I'm out.
Trading
93 was my target. Got to 95. I took it off for added a few more bucks. Not much.
I got a headline from through NBC now. Trump gets options to end war daily.
Interesting.
66.97 last trade. Yes.
Crude still below 94, 93.82.
What was the high last night? Did that thing get above 105? It rallied like crazy on Sunday.
Yeah, 102. I want to say was the high. It was like right off the opening print. Coincide with the lows of the stocks. Check.
Right. 6,700. I'll go back in if it stays below. I want to wait for this candle to finish up here at 345. I may not get a shot. Below 93, you have 8277.
On the other side, Trump also presented with escalating Iran options daily as well. How do you pronounce that word, Jack?
Escalatory?
Escalatory options daily
Great,
as
we
well.
should have put a short one in the NQ, bud. We're at the 60.55 right now. We should have put the NQ short on.
Crude selling off.
All right. Sold to.
Wow.
We got MOC 5 minutes. 5 minutes, MOC.
This.
Relax. All right, no trade. Flat.
Yeah. Okay. A little buying jumping in here. $6,700 even. Last trade in the ES. Certainly getting the movement. It's just not with that velocity that we're accustomed to. Well, besides that NVIDIA headline. 4.5 minutes. Question for you, Ted. Do you have social media? People want to follow you. Where can they find Ted?
I do not. I'm only here.
That's right.
That's my guy.
Yep.
That's it.
Andre, do you want to pump your social media?
No. I see what it looks like out there. I'm on social media 7 hours. We're on social media for 7 hours a day here on Topstep TV. We're seeing some selling in Crude trade $93.65. We got 4 minutes till market on close. Balance. You, Jack. Pump up your followers.
Wow.
No. I used to mostly accept invitations on LinkedIn and stuff, but then during some kerfuffle with Topstep, somebody had the audacity to send crazy messages to me on LinkedIn, and I was like, "Sir, this is a professional platform for professionals.
Trading.
You cannot call me a sea sucker here. That is not appropriate."
Wow. The internet's forever. What if this ever caught up to you? What if some of this stuff caught up to you? See some more selling here.
50. 60. 649.
We got, unbelievable. What if we close on the lows? Initial balance low, 24,623, about 25 points to go. In the NQ, as we have less than 3 minutes till MOC.
I think we can wait for that, see what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are you up? What's your P&L?
1,080.
You dirty dog. Well done. Okay.
So if we take the 2-day rule, hopefully that'll be an XFA by Wednesday.
No, we'll be back on then. You'll come back on, Ted?
Beautiful.
Saw some people
I would
claiming
love
to get Ted on for fast markets.
Hey, hold on now. That's a long commitment.
Well, Ted, I mean, the people.
We can chop it up.
I'm in. No, let's go.
We'll see.
Let's go. Let's go. I'm in.
Okay.
As long as you two guys are there, I'm in. I'm in.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. Dre, you're not taking your weekly vacation this week?
I was at a funeral last week, Jack. I was at a funeral. That one backfired on you big time. Backfired on you big time.
I know. All these funerals are always at Lake Tahoe.
Vacation.
I'm joking with you.
Vacation. Anything but. Anything but.
I'm
All right,
busted,
here we go. 90 seconds. 90 seconds till MOC.
Mm-hmm. I can wait for the MOC. Let's go. We get a little bit of anything over $1 billion on the sell side. If we don't gap down too much, I'd take another shot at a short.
Yeah.
These comments, I love it. I got lunch with JD yesterday. He was mentioning the last hour. Great guy. Always a great time having lunch with JD.
How about that? Look at him trying to get his way out of that. He paid himself in the corner. Now he's talking about lunch yesterday. Next is the weather, Ted. My goodness.
That's right. In Tahoe.
I mean,
right.
A little more selling here in crude, $93.46.
Let's get a small MOC.
Nothing on the tilt, really.
It's a fight.
More selling crude. $93.22. Session low, about 20 cents lower.
Still waiting on signing time.
Here we go.
Let's go, Dre.
Yep, I got you. 10 seconds. Crude selling off.
Small.
5 seconds. Buckle up. And we got light sell side, 200 mil sell side ES, 500 mil sell side NQ, 140 million sell side YM. Those numbers can and will change, but right now, light sell side with less than 10 minutes to go till that closing bell.
Sold it again.
All right. What'd you get?
Let's go. I got 99s, and I'm looking for 93 for my first one out. I just need to get a couple hundred in here before the end of the day. Small risk, $70.
Yeah, it looked like crude wanted to go trade beneath $93, $92.97. Session lows.
Come on, buddy.
Still staying light sell side. All right, Ted, let you manage this trade.
Yes, sir.
In fast
Got it.
markets, we asked you to hit us up at Topstep TV. Any soybean trades, hit us up at Topstep TV on the X. James, come on in here. How'd they do? Tell me we got at least one soybean trade.
You soybeaners need to show up. All right, we didn't get any soybean tweets today, but there's still every day left this week. If you're trading soybeans, please hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour. Go to the X, hit us up, tag us with your trader wins, your trader setups, and any soybean material you want to show us. And today we're going to talk about Alba. Alba payout requested from Topstep on Friday. Great start to the week after the payout request. 2 new XFAs on the way. Run it back, Alba. Alba, run it back indeed. Enjoy those payouts. There's nothing better than heading into the weekend with well-deserved payouts. And there's nothing better than coming back Monday feeling strong and refreshed and ready to do it all over again. So Alba, best of luck to you. We can't wait to continue following your progress online. Moving on from Shubham. Past 250K combines today in the morning. I took a small stop loss on both funded. This is only day one. Now, what I like about this is we got a lot of people out there sharing wins, but we also have people out there sharing transparency. Not every day is going to be green, and we appreciate you all for sharing your red days as well as your winning days. So Shubham, congratulations on passing your combines. Best of luck in the funded account tomorrow. Let's check in with Wyatt Dixon, one of our frequent Power Hour contributors. $158 on Topstep XFA. 474 across all 3 accounts. And I'm just going to take my winning day here. All right. Wyatt was still trying to trade, but was just too scared of losing that winning day. So he started trading differently, but he decided that wasn't his style. Calling it quits, locking it up, moving on with the rest of your Monday. Wyatt, great way to start the week. Here's to you and the rest of the week ahead. From LLT, bought Topstep 50K accounts. I've seen 1.2K in profits, but didn't take it because I wanted 1.5K. Finished the day negative, but all good. Better setups tomorrow. Again, going back to sharing the red day as well, the green. Sometimes it's not always going to be base hits. Sometimes you're going to strike out, but that's okay because your name's going to get called to the plate once again. So keep it going. Keep on trading for tomorrow. And don't forget, use those risk management tools. All right, set a daily profit target. And last but not least, from our good friend Brad Sims, the timing of these notifications was too good. Most of the Topstep X, Topstep is dead. They're getting paid $1,000 from Topstep Trader LLC. Brad Sims, love you, man. Thank you for contributing. Thank you for the Power Hour content. And thank you to everybody out there who submitted content. And remember, you got all week long left to tag us on the X, so be sure to do that. Andre, back to you.
Wow. All right, we got sell side growing in MOC NQ 1.3 billion sell side, ES 1.1 billion sell side. 6 minutes to go.
Nvidia is back to within 50 cents, let's say 25 cents of where it was when that news came out. So it's been a long, strange trip, but your average Nvidia holder has no idea what happened for those few cool minutes.
Look at this NQ trade, 25,656.
Let's go. Down there.
What we got? We got 5.5 minutes. 5.5 minutes. Sell side continuing to grow, ES, NQ, and the Dow for that matter.
93.
See another injection of liquidity here in about 10 seconds. 55 after. And we got buyers. All right, sell side lighten up now.
I could flip. I'm out. Spend too much time down here at this level. It's going to break one way or another, I think.
$24,658. Now 5.9s. Buyers in the house in the NQ. Yes, catching a bit as well. 67.01 last trade. No 02s.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Still light sell side. 4 minutes. 4 minutes till the bell. Yeah. Oh, I agree. Oh, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's bring some of those live. Let's bring in that live leaderboard if we're good to go. We saw some huge numbers earlier in fast markets. There we go. Amanda's still up there. Chris still up there. Same names, same balances. Locking it in. Job well done. Way to start the trading week. 39,000. Top there. Joshua T. 5th with 16,000.
Not that I recommend this, but I wonder how many people caught close to the opening print. Because if you go to last night, I'm just using the ES. You go to last night, it opened right at the lows of the day. Not much heat.
7 p.m.
They selling is VIX selling off a little bit there, Ted? We've seen that play out.
Yep.
No kidding. Nice catch. Pattern recognition. Seeing buyers here in the NQ back up to 24,666. And yes,
oil selling
703. Still sell side.
I think it might want to close around these 6,700s.
Agreed.
Yeah, we're right there right now. 66.99 in the spot market.
Anytime you're near these whole numbers, you can get chopped up. 100%.
And it is Fed week. We got PPI on Wednesday as well. Nice job, Ted. So no social media for Ted. You stay off that, huh? Not
yep.
I don't blame you. Do you are you familiar? Are you familiar with what it's like out there in this space?
No.
It's the Wild West, to put it nicely.
There you go.
Still sell side, 400 mil sell side, 500 mil sell side NQ, 400 million sell side ES. And they're buying it up. Crude, $93.26.
67.03 for the close in the ES. Let's all say goodbye. This is our last probably 5-minute bar looking at the ES H.
Adios.
So we've been here.
Yep.
Adios.
You know,
yep, 90 seconds. 90 seconds.
You've been
tomorrow
ranging.
6,700. You called it, man. I mean, that's the whole number. Why not? Cash close.
Yeah.
Here we go. I'll pull up the ES ladder. Still not seeing tons of size on the bidder ask. I haven't seen many.
We missed the over-under by 20. We called 50. It's at 72.
Well, hold on here, Ted. Now ES billion sell side, and Q 500 mil sell side, 60 seconds. Sell side growing, and we're pushing higher. Go figure. Nice trade, Ted. Nice.
Thank you, sir.
Say good riddance.
Cash. Before we close.
Buyers jumping in 67.05 last trade. ES and Q 24,677. We had a 200-point range in the NQ power hour. About a 40-point range in the ES in power hour. Job well done,
seconds.
Ted. Keep us posted. It's sell side, 1.2 billion sell side in the ES. Yep, got June tomorrow. In the future. Here we go. Bring in the ES ladder. ES 67.05 last trade. Starting to see some size come in. NQ pumping higher as well. Ted, job well done. Carved it up.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna have you back, Ted. There he is. Doesn't have social media.
Appreciate
It's just
you guys.
Carve it up.
Appreciate you guys. Cheers. The ESH.
Adios, ESH.
guys.
All right, Jack. Good job as well. Shout out to all the bellers. What a day. We're all in this together. Keep grinding out. Huge week. FOMC Fed coming at you on Wednesday. We got At the Buzzer coming up after this. Right now, I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer.
Thanks,
Let's
guys.
do it.
Appreciate you, man.
Thank you, Ted. Special thank you to Ted, Andre, and Jack for a wonderful power hour. And of course, thank you all to everybody at home watching us from bell to bell, or you're just tuning in for At the Buzzer. Either case, we thank you for your time, your attention, and your energy. And what am I talking about? The energy is going to keep on rolling because At the Buzzer is coming up next. If you missed any of the action from today's market, and there was a lot of it, be sure to stay tuned because At the Buzzer is going to make sure that you are all caught up and that you're staying in the know. Now, At the Buzzer's got Coach Jay and Coach Paul, and the best part is it's going to reroute you directly to that video right after this, so you don't even need to go anywhere. So sit tight and get ready because that's kicking off at 3:15. Then later on tonight, be sure to come back to our YouTube channel because at 7 o'clock, Coach Dakota is going live with Slow Markets. That's right, Slow Markets. If you haven't heard, starts at 7 p.m. now. So if you show up at 7:30, you're going to be late. So be sure to get your seat early and tune in for Slow Markets at 7 p.m. tonight. Then tomorrow morning, 1:30 a.m. Central Time, London Open was back with Aaron Trades. I know you guys really missed Aaron last week. I hope you enjoyed the London Open this morning. Be sure to tune in tomorrow as Aaron will continue the London Open all week long, delivering his expert analysis the only way Aaron Trades can. Then Metal Markets returns 5:30 a.m. You get to see Deanna. You saw her today on group coaching. Well, be sure to catch Metal Markets, Deanna's very own show, here on our YouTube channel, Topstep TV, 5:30 a.m. Central Time. Then go ahead and refill your cup of coffee because we're coming on at 7:15 a.m. Central Time for another episode of Topstep TV. We're getting ever closer to FOMC this week, so you never know what might go down in the markets. Headlines are flying left and right, oil, gold, all over the place. So stick with the one channel that brings you the market moves as they happen, along with breaking news and expert analysis. I'm talking about Topstep TV, of course. But for now, let's get you on over to At the Buzzer. As always, I'm James Harden. You've been the chat, and this is Topstep TV. Let's go. We'll see you tomorrow.